I'm gonna store all my snacks. Yeah. Man, anybody who calls this cargo lift is gonna be so excited. They're gonna be like, oh god, I hope there's something useful. Oh, look! Chips! Yeah. Great. I now have space again. How? You said generic. This game was generic? No, no, no. This elevator music.
Now you're
That's
a ninja.
generic. Damn it. Oh my god. It's... Oh my god, dude. Yeah. I tried to go back. I tried to go back to medical, but the door didn't close quickly enough. God damn it, man. My feelings. Oh, that's not good. Did the lantern just explode in flame and I died? Just doing it in a straight line back and forth, yeah. I don't know if you really want to turn constantly. I think you're gonna eat shit. Twist your fucking ankle.
Did you catch that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck.
I've been that tough. Nope, still didn't do it. I absolutely, I choked it up twice. Okay. Your name. Okay, we can do this. All right. Lend me your energy, everyone. All right. I've been that tough. That's not what my name is. That's not it. Oh no. Okay. No. How could this happen to me? All right.
Let's do improv, Panda. You start.
Okay. What do you want to like role play, or do you just want to talk through a situation?
You come into my store, ask me a question.
Okay. Sir, do you have any sausages here?
No, get out.
Why? Bum 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 bum. Do the Harlem Shake. It was similar to that. I don't think that was quite right. Oh wait, does this help me? So I remembered that there was a floor that fell through, but I was wrong about which one it was. Ammo, it's going to be... Oh, God. This is highly sketchy. That was fine. Problem isn't ammo in so much as it's...
Space?
No, the shotgun.
Holy shit, I just watched that. I was so scared.
Yeah.
Careful, man. That was the worst way to run. You could have run south.
I didn't know where your horde was. Get in the locker, nerd.
What? Okay.
Go on. Get in there. There you go. Nerd. All right. Yeah. What? Who told you could get out of the locker? Was it me? God damn it, me. Well, anyways. We got them. Now that there's the no build thing is like is he gonna blow himself up?
Thank God, I hope so.
Freaking aim!
Nope.
No. It's gonna kill someone though.
No, I think that they live from that.
I don't
They
think
don't. I'm running out of fools.
Oh well, great. Heading off.
God damn. My
Look at 'em
frame
all.
rate.
Yeah, you find them?
Yeah.
Oh, they're in the car. Yeah.
Oh my god.
My frame rate, dude.
They're like ants on a fucking mint.
Yeah. God. Did you like leave the siren on or something? What the hell is that? Ready? And 3 and 2 and 1 and yo, what up, Link?
What up, Ligma? What up,
fuck,
Ligma,
man.
dude?
Oh man,
How you guys doing?
I fucked it all up.
Scuffed entry into the stream.
I fucked it all up.
What up, Ligma? What were you trying to say?
I was trying to say YouTube. I just wanted to say.
You
YouTube.
accidentally said Ligma?
Kind of.
What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Train James to rob banks, is that what you're gonna tell me?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, shut up, Panda. I swear to God, sometimes you're so pedantic.
I don't think pedantic means what you think it means.
Oh, why? Well, you
Why
corrected
are
me
you just
through my
being
point.
abstinent, Panda?
Yeah, stop being abstinent, dude. Stop being absinthe.
Oh God.
Oh, hey, dude.
Oh, fuck. I thought I was gonna die from a car in Zomboy. Yeah, you're right, Mello. Gotta love a strong grip. Oh, I don't like the way that I said that. I didn't like that. Why did I do that? It was your joke, but I somehow made it worse. What am I doing? What's going on?
Okay.
Can you break down talkie-walkies?
Walkie-talkies, yeah.
They're called talkie-walkies.
Yeah.
Shit.
Spain.
Alright, you win.
Talkie-walkie.
You win this round, Savage. Okay, got that, dude.
Okay, so careful, don't fall. Okay. God damn it. Whenever I try to slow you guys down, Savage the first one that goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the timer's out.
I am the one under the sun. Don't need a gun to get respect up on the streets.
When did you?
You all doubted me. You all doubted me.
I didn't say anything.
I never knew you had a dab.
I'm so upset because I can't use my model to dab with you.
Oh yeah, sorry, Roku. Yes, I've had a dab this entire time. It's been here this whole time.
Damn, I missed it.
It's really annoying.
Gene, there is a 100% incidence of me
Yeah, I know.
wanting to roast someone for banning this word or talking about how Panda can handle the banned word and Panda ruining it 100% of the time. That Panda has tried to brag, it has blown up in Panda's face. 100%.
Okay.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Stupid for you.
God damn it.
Two big old pots of stinky pan.
You know, theoretically, I'm not in any more danger now than I was before. That anglerfish, shout out to you. Which one's you? This one? No, not that one. It's the one that eats me. The railroad by turning right, yeah. And then turn left.
We did it, guys.
Don't say that yet.
Left.
Did it. Let's celebrate.
You
Savage.
missed. You missed.
Let's celebrate.
Make a left turn.
Woo! Okay.
This is... Savage, you're stressing me out, dude.
So like 2 rights, you mean?
This is the only dead end, Savage. This is the only dead end.
You're making me nauseous. You're just sickening.
Can you please take us home? Please. Yes.
So sickening.
Oh my god.
I forgot.
Nice. Oh, that doesn't look good. I mean,
You gotta be careful, man.
It's bad. It's severe.
I hope there's
Oh.
nothing. Oh my.
Hey, Panda, how you doing, man?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
I shambled up on you, dude.
I literally was saying, I hope there's nothing behind me.
Savage
I
here.
was walking like a zombie. I just hurt my leg.
Oh, what? The thing says that there's no ad, and yet it says that there's an ad. The ad break continues for another 6 seconds. What the fuck is going on with... That's crazy talk. Whatever, man. Yo, I'm your boy, that Daft Punk Panda. What's going on? We're playing some old school RuneScape, at least for now. Some bad news. Delta might be busy today, and if he is, then we'll have to soldier onwards without him. It will be a hard day, but one worthy of sacrifice. For now, we shall sail as we have and as we will. With any luck, we will get 1,000,000 experience. And with that 1,000,000 experience, we will be one step closer to the goal of making this 94 into a 99. And with that, we will be free from the shackles of RuneScape. We will return to As Libra and others in no particular order. Actually, in a very particular schedule, I guess, to be fair. I'm going to continue on the days that I was playing those games from before. And then eventually, we will finish my Steam library of games. Mostly because some games I think I literally can't play on stream, and also games I don't want to play on stream. I've got like Bad Rats. Savage gifted it to me once, and I'm like, I think that I literally am not allowed to play this game on stream. I think it's like literally against TOS. And I've got some like visual novels as well that I'm like, I don't want to play this on stream because I feel like if I play a visual novel on stream, you have no reason to go back and play the visual novel yourself, which is kind of the opposite of what stream is supposed to do, in my opinion. I feel like it's not very good at selling you on an experience that you've already seen to the fullest, if that makes sense. At least with like dispatch and stuff, you can like make different choices than whatever I make, you know? Whereas, you know, it's really hard to justify, like, especially Planetary and Reverie of a Little Planet is a kinetic novel, which is basically the same as a visual novel, except visual novels have choices in them. And Planetary and Reverie of a Little Planet has literally 0 choices. There's literally nothing that you actually need to choose. It just transitions from one dialogue segment to the next all the way through the entire narrative. Which means that it's basically like a movie, but without, like an animated movie, but without the animation. It's a slideshow presentation, a voiced slideshow. So like a podcast with visuals, you know? It's a really hard, in my opinion, to justify a stream of something like that, because as far as like fair use and all that goes, because it seems like you're just giving, if anything, an arguably inferior product, you know, to someone, instead of just letting them pay for the whole experience that they could have just gotten from Steam themselves or whatever. But that's just like my opinion, man. So I don't have huge stake in it or anything like that. I just think that I wouldn't do that, at least right now. So yeah, there's a few games that I might not play besides as well. I was really on release, or maybe just before release, if you will. I was really excited to play Hogwarts Legacy because I had been at the time watching through all of the Harry Potter movies. But now I'm like, I don't think I care about that game at all. Like, I don't think I have any motivation to play it personally, really. Because, like, though I enjoyed the Harry Potter movies okay, like, they were a fine experience, I'm not, like, a huge Harry Potter fan, you know? It's kind of the thing. It's like, I'm looking back, it took a really long time to watch all the Harry Potter movies, I realize now, because there's like 5 of us or so that watch movies at movie night together, and we take turns, right? So like every Harry Potter movie took like 5 weeks to watch. Like it was like a 4-week break in between. So I was watching like realistically Harry Potter for like well over 6 months, right? Because there's like 10 movies, right? Like holy shit, I was watching Harry Potter for a very fucking long time. Yo, what's up, Modern Age Sage? Why is there a white one there? Why is there a white one there? What? I think I need to go get that white one. Why is there a white one there? How did I fucking miss this? I must have like autopiloted the wrong way or something. Because that shouldn't be there. 108 Stages Harry Potter is a good movie. I have the books I need to read though. I haven't read them all. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I don't have like any big problems with the Harry Potter movies for the most part. There's some very silly continuity errors because I don't know. They didn't think that they were going to get that far into the franchise, or maybe the rest of the books like literally didn't exist yet. But there's a moment in one of the earlier Harry Potter movies where right after Harry gets the cloak of invisibility or whatever, Ron says, I believe he says, "Wow, Harry, that's extremely rare. It's very rare." And we later find out that the cloak of invisibility is like low-key one of those like 3 artifacts that like are the undoing of Voldemort or whatever. It's like very rare. That shit is literally one of a kind. There is exactly 1 cloak of invisibility in existence. Exactly 1. It's as very rare as the fucking Elder Wand is. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? Like, literally not a thing that anyone else could possibly have. It's like literally that ancient and significant, which is very, very funny in retrospect. But, you know, not necessarily like a lore breaking thing. You could very easily just be like, oh yeah, this child is wrong about how rare the cloak of invisibility is. But like, it's very funny in retrospect that he was like, oh yeah, you know, it's like a collectible, it's like a shiny Mewtwo Pokemon card. It's so rare. Like, no, it's much more rare than that. This is the One Ring, actually. Can you imagine? Fucking Bilbo Baggins was like, ah, yes, the One Ring. It's very rare. A little more than that, I would say. A little bit more than that, I would say. Speaking of the One Ring, we started watching the Hobbit movies. We were gonna watch through all the Lord of the Rings movies. I think we got to the second Hobbit movie, the Decimation of Smaug or whatever, right? Pretty sure we saw Smaug, so I think that's the second movie. I think the first one ends with the goblins. I was not very captivated by that franchise at all, I gotta say. Watching the Hobbit movies, having basically no familiar, well, that's not true. I've seen the third Lord of the Rings movie, and that's it, just the third one. And I've also played the Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War games. I like those games. Those games were great. But other than that, I have literally no familiarity with the franchise at all, other than, you know, whatever some of the homies have told me about the game. Like just because they like it or whatever. You know, them just talking about stuff. And having watched the first 2 Hobbit movies, my appreciation for the franchise has not shifted positively, literally in any way. I don't know that it's gotten worse. Wouldn't necessarily say that, but I do not care about those movies. They're like fine, I guess. I would put them on the same field, like in the same court as like the Aragon movie, or it was like okay, I guess. I like the book franchise though for Aragon, the Aragon cycle, the inheritance cycle. I like the book series quite a bit, but the movie was not very good. They were definitely going after the Lord of the Rings though. They were very much trying to be a Lord of the Rings kind of thing. Maybe the books as well, to be fair, but I don't know. I think the books did a lot better job. The last book though, Inheritance. I mean, Brissinger too, but particularly Inheritance. It's like it's a rough book to read. It does not respect your time, I would say. It does a lot. There's a lot of waste in that book, because in that franchise, it's mostly about Aragon, right? And I think this is just me thinking, right? But it was going to be a trilogy originally, right? The Aragon franchise inheritance cycle was going to be a trilogy. And first book was called Aragon, the second book was called Eldest. And I'm guessing that the third book was going to be called Inheritance, which is what the fourth book is called. Instead, there's a third book in the franchise between Eldest and Inheritance called Brissinger, which is the in-universe world for fire, right? The magic, there's a magic language, and Brissinger means fire. And I think that the whole book, Brissinger, shouldn't have existed, and I think that the reason that you can write out the book Brissinger from the franchise and the story still makes sense, not specifically as implemented, but the reason why it wasn't going to exist originally, if that makes sense, if you recut it, was because there's a secondary protagonist in the franchise, Roran, who is Aragon's older brother, right? And in the first book, Roran is a very, very, very minor character who, he's like briefly mentioned. I'm not sure that he's actually there in the narrative synchronously, to be honest, because he like goes off to war. What does he go off to do? If anybody remembers literally the very first chapters of the book Aragon, why was Roran not at the farm? Because Aragon is at a farm with his uncle, and Roran is his cousin, who is his uncle's son, right? But they treat each other like brothers because they basically grew up together, being that they had no other family, right? So he treats him like a brother. They are basically brothers, but they're technically cousins. And for whatever reason, Roran isn't there for basically any of the start of Aragon, which is the like hero's journey, you know, initial state of, you know, farm boy becoming, you know, the dragon rider. Aragon's about dragons. He ends up becoming the owner, the proud owner or partner, I suppose, of Saphira, the blue dragon. But I really struggle to place like Roran. I know that he's not there, and I think that he's not there for a good reason, but I don't know what the reason is. It would only really make sense if like Galbatorix, the evil king, like fucking had some kind of draft going or whatever. But he doesn't like fight in any wars or anything like that. Like he comes back later and he's not like a battle hardened dude. He's just like back on the farm now. At least I think he is. I don't think that he's like actually a combatant until way later. But anyways, in the second book, you return to the farm. Oh, do I remember the name of the town? No. But it's like Paolini Valley. But yeah, so in the second book, we switch POVs for the first time from Aragon's POV, well, not for the first time, but mostly for the first time, from Aragon's POV to Roran's POV, and he's literally back at the farm trying his best to like figure out what, not like figure out as in like adventuring out and finding out what happens to his brother, but basically his brother abandoned everything and his house, his uncle's house, and gets burned down, and they die and everything. And so Roran's having a bad go of it and doesn't understand why Aragon's gone, and he's like trying to piece together his life. The girl that he left behind earlier is around, and you know, he's trying to like pick up that romance, and she eventually gets kidnapped for reasons. Why exactly does that happen? Because the Razak kidnap her because they want to get at Aragon, and they knew that Aragon's brother Roran was dating that girl. No, the Razak kidnapped her because the guy who told the Razak where Aragon was, Sloan the butcher, is Catalina's father, Katrina's father. What is her name? Probably Katrina. Catalina's the knife girl from League of Legends. I think I've pieced that one together again. I think I remember how they came to kidnap her, and it just so happens that Katrina is Roran's sweetheart, which means that he's real pissed that happens, and as a result of her getting kidnapped, they basically, the whole town like steals itself to like resist Galbatorix, and there's like an actual citywide rebellion against the evil king, and then somehow Roran is able to get the entire town, or what remains of it, after the rebellion, after they successfully quell the initial forces, sail all the way down coast, basically like going from New York all the way down to Florida in a ship full of people that have never been on a ship before. There's also like a salty sea dog captain or whatever, right? Like it's like a whole fucking thing. But yeah, so there's like a whole ass subplot basically that's centered on Roran and what's going on with him, right? And I think that none of that was initially in the like outline of the story. And I say that because though the Roran stuff was interesting and actually very important in the second book, Eldest, by the time the third book comes around, Brissinger, it feels like the perspective is split between Aragon and Roran for basically no reason, like just so that we can keep up with what's going on with Roran. Because while Aragon is doing very, very important stuff that very clearly ties into the like overarching narrative, we're caught up with what's going on with Roran just so that we know what's happening with Roran. Because while Aragon is like literally becoming like a world altering threat, you know, a like truly powerful magic user and sword fighter and stuff, Roran is like just following orders on like boots on the ground, like in this rebellion between Serta and the greater nation that I don't know what the kingdom would be called, but ruled by Galbatorix, like the rest of Alagasia, whatever. And while I don't necessarily have a problem by itself with like knowing Roran's perspective, the stuff that Roran goes through just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Like, he's doing his best to like, you know, be a helpful fighter. He wants to be able to be stronger so that he can eventually rescue Katrina, right? And he like slowly rises through the ranks by being competent, and then eventually he realizes that the commanding officer above him like is wrong about something, and he like is insubordinate, but through his insubordination, he's able to save like his entire like regiment of people or whatever. So he like directly disobeys orders, but saves literally everyone involved. It's literally just a better outcome. But because he disobeyed orders, he has to be punished anyway. It's like, there's just like stuff that happens, right? Like it doesn't, none of that fucking matters. Like it all could have happened off screen and it would have been like fine. It wouldn't have changed anything, right? And that's why so much of Brissinger is just like bloat. Like it just doesn't matter. It's just not relevant to the overarching plot in any way, really. Not even like, in my opinion, like symbolically. Like I literally don't understand like from like a metaphorical perspective, like what is happening and how it applies to like either the world at large or specifically like Aragon's journey, right? It's just a bunch of shit that happens. And it's like maybe interesting enough on initial read, maybe, but by the time we get to Inheritance, where there's yet more split perspective, where Aragon's doing stuff and Roran's doing stuff, eventually they at least come together. That's the best part. At least they like do stuff together, like rescue Katrina together. It's still like longer than it needed to be, and it's still definitely dragged in some parts, mostly the Roran parts, again, to the point where like at first the surprise reveal that Roran is a secondary protagonist, such that he has like his own, how do I want to say this, like segments, you know what I mean? Like Roran, who was a very minor character in the first book, suddenly has his own perspective that you're seeing things from in the second book. I went from Roran being my favorite character in the franchise to, by the end of the Inheritance cycle, the last book in the franchise, I like high-key did not like Roran. Not because Roran was bad in any way, but because he wasted so much fucking time. Like, so much of the experience genuinely did not matter. Like, Roran is an important character, a very important character, I would even say. But like, so much time that you spend with Roran just simply isn't relevant to like the greater narrative in any way. And I don't understand how you could do that. How you could do that on accident. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like the writer. I genuinely don't understand what he was trying to go for, unless he was just like, oh, well, yeah, no, I feel like you should know what happens to Roran. Like, wouldn't that be cool? And it's like, not really. Like, that's what like a side story is for. Like, if you wanted to tell Roran's story separate from the greater narrative, fill in the blanks or whatever, that would have been cool. That would have been awesome, actually, to be honest. But it shouldn't be part of the main narrative as if it is equally important. Like, I genuinely feel like you would get a better experience reading Aragon or the Inheritance cycle as a whole if you literally just read. You probably do need Roran's perspective a little bit, to be honest. So Aragon, eldest as it is, including Roran's part, and then just read only the Aragon chapters for Brissinger and Inheritance, to be honest. Like, genuinely, I think you'll have a better time. Maybe there's some chapters in Inheritance that you want to read Roran's perspective. I think when they're together, though, I think it's all from Aragon's perspective. Right, I think. So, like, you just simply don't need to experience. I almost want to reread the franchise that way and see if it, like, makes sense. But yeah, it's a real shame because I really, really loved Aragon at first, the franchise. As the books were coming out, I don't know how soon I discovered the first book, but I read the second, third, and fourth book on release for sure. And the first book was definitely my favorite book at the time. It might still be, to be honest. Mostly for sentimental value. Also haven't read like anything new in a very long time. I used to read all the time. So much reading. But much less nowadays. Audie says, I got work at 7 a.m. I meant to be asleep, but I saw you live, so I wanted to say hi. I appreciate you for stopping by, but you should probably go to sleep, to be honest. Ain't nothing changing over here. You're not going to miss anything. I promise you that. Nothing of consequence. We're just making number go up. You'll be fine. Much better off sleeping. That's what I would do. Fucking love sleeping, to be honest. I don't sleep enough. Mostly because of the stream, to be honest, but when I do sleep, it's fucking great. Highly recommend sleeping. Genuinely one of my favorite things to do. Also, having been in a relationship before, high key, my favorite part about being in a relationship with someone else was literally sleeping together. And I don't mean like as a euphemism for sex. I mean like literally going to sleep next to someone and waking up next to someone. That shit, peak relationship hours. It's truly special, truly remarkable. Oh, that's where the one was. For the last person you see before you go to sleep and the first person you see after you wake up to be the same person. That is in you. Because it's always going to be you, obviously, right? But, well, not like literally always going to be you, but you get what I'm saying. Like, otherwise it would always be you. And that's unremarkable entirely. Agonazis has agreed. I'm glad that someone finally agrees with me on this. I've said this for years. I've been saying it for years. No, I've literally said this to many other people before, and they look at me like I have 3 fucking heads. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe I'm just like a weirdo fucking sentimental on like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. But like, for me, like genuinely, it's like not even close. It's the best part of being in a relationship. So I don't know. Shout out to my ex, I guess. They're doing great as far as I can tell. They're actually probably married. Last I checked in with them, they had a fiance. So I imagine they're probably married now. Agadosis is my partner. I sleep separately a lot just because our work schedules are opposite, but when we do, it's definitely a good thing. Yeah, I gotcha. The work schedule being opposite thing would tear me apart. I would fucking hate that shit. Like, I could endure it for sure, but I would change my schedule to be their schedule for sure if I could help it. If in any way I could help it, I would 100% be like, nope, my schedule is your schedule now. Sorry. But that's just the kind of guy that I am. But there's only so much you can do. Like, I was just made it work for the last 4 years, so we're doing something right? Yeah, no, I got you. I'm certainly not complaining. Well, no, I am complaining about my situation, to be fair. It should have been me, not him. No, it's no. Not that far. Why couldn't it have been me also? That's closer. But there's like a million reasons why, to be honest. Well, you see, it's very hard to get in a relationship with someone if you never leave your house, right? Very hard to meet new people if you never meet new people, you know? And as much as I do complain obliquely, I guess I don't do it all the time, but as much as there's a desire in some part of me to be in a relationship, it's like, yeah, but I'm not like seeking that out in any way. And that's on purpose for a few different reasons. One, I'm not worthy, but also there's like things that I do want to take care of before. Some improvements to the house that I would like to make. Just because, I don't know, I feel like it would be a lot more palatable. My house would be a lot more palatable if I did some improvements. Agados, this is extremely true. Now I get it. Yeah, it's a lot easier to just complain about being single than it is to, you know, do something about being single as well, right? And I can only imagine how bad it is nowadays in like the dating scene, because back when I was like actively making attempts to find someone, bruh, it was rough then, and that was before like AI was a thing, right? Because now dating and like the job market is like fucking just spoiled in AI, just fucking drowning in like fucking scams and all kinds of bullshit, bull hockey, you know what I mean? Like there's literally nothing So I imagine that's got to be so much worse now. Artist says, I'm a messy sleeper without a body pillow, so to keep my side sleeper position locked in. Yeah, I used to be a very turbulent sleeper, and it might be that the body pillow is what changed me from like rolling constantly to like now being a very static sleeper. Very rarely do I wake up in a different position than I fell asleep in nowadays. And it used to be that I was like I was a fucking blender, dog. It was not good. So yeah, maybe that is what changed it for me as well. But whenever I slept with my now ex, my partner at the time, I wasn't very turbulent as far as sleeping goes at all. It's very, very calm. Some of the best sleep I've ever had, actually. And it was in a hotel room at the time, so it wasn't because the bed was the best. Bed was only fine. But, you know, that's life. I gotta ask this, I'm a fan of a whole get your life together first style. Yeah. The perspective that I have with regards to like finding a partner nowadays is, well, first and foremost, I'm like fully black pill doomer. Like, listen, it's probably just not gonna happen realistically. I've kind of mostly come to terms with that. You know what I mean? It's like, listen, it would be cool. It would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice? But like realistically, I think it's over for your boy, and that's fine. And separate from that, if it does happen, it's going to happen in spite of my efforts, not because of them, right? That's number 2. And number 3 is like, listen, you got things like emotionally, and not just like emotionally, like physically, like in the world or in the house that you should be working on, but like emotionally as well. Like, you shouldn't need to have a life partner to feel satisfied with yourself. That should come from within. You should self-actualize as an individual or whatever. So there's a lot of that as well, right? Where it's like, I really shouldn't be worried about this, right? There's other things that are like literally more important that I should be working on in all ways. I am so lost. There we go. And so, yeah, that's basically where I'm at. Part of that is the stream, for sure, if that isn't clear. The stream, for me, I hope that it is entertaining for you, but for me, it's an opportunity to grow socially and develop my social capacity such that I am able to engage with people that I normally would never see, and also, you know, practice speaking to people well, properly, in a way that they feel respected and heard, and all that. You know what I mean? That's like a lot of what my stream has always done for me, and I'm getting better and better at engaging with people socially. So I think it is actually quite helpful. You're basically my therapist. Not exactly. That's not what I meant at all. But yeah. Agadaza says, I feel engaged. Well, you're already married. What do you mean? But yeah, no. Yeah, no. I'm trying to be something, you know what I mean? It's funny that engaged means 2 different things. Agadaza is not married yet, but close enough. 4 years and you're not married. What are you waiting for? Some people don't even want to be married. It's a weird thing that well, it's not a weird thing from like a society perspective, but it's a weird thing that like logistically in the year 2025, it's like, oh man, I love this person so much. Let's make sure that the government acknowledges that we are in a relationship together. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't really track. Like, the fuck does the state have to do with your relationship? You know what I mean? Like, you don't really need you don't really need that. It's a thing that society has implanted upon us because I think, well, there's a few different reasons. I think that they want people to be in exclusive relationships for the benefit of child rearing, mostly. I think that's like most of what it is. Like, stability in society can come from like 2-parent households, basically. It's like the long and the short of it. There's a lot of stability that brought about and simply that. I wonder how much better or worse or unaffected child rearing is in like polycule situations. I wonder if there's any stats on that, because I'm pretty sure, and I'm not like super informed, but I've heard, right? So I'm not so much pretty sure as I have simply heard before that like 2-parent households are like really good for like the outcomes associated with children, right? Like people tend to be a lot more successful in basically all ways, socially, emotionally, with their jobs, all that kind of stuff, like basically every way that you can measure, if they have 2 parents. So I wonder if having a bigger support than that, even, you know, having a couple or 3 or even 4 parents at your disposal would be even better, if that's like even more stable upbringing, so that like it's not just, you know, mom and dad, but also someone that you can have like an adult in your life that you can, you know, have some kind of quiet confidence with. Whereas like there are definitely times where, you know, mom and dad are like not your friends. I mean, they are in a lot of ways, but in other ways they're like, they can't be, you know what I mean? I wonder if an adult that is, you know, in some capacity wise and also invested in you, like growing and all that, would be helpful in like a tertiary role, you know? That'd be fascinating to know. Agadaza says, in all honesty, we're waiting to get married until we're financially stable. That is perhaps the best reason to wait, to be honest. There is a bit of a tax break element to being married, because married people tend to have children, and they want to, the government, as I understand it, wants to incentivize people to be married so that there will be more children. But other than that, I don't really see like any rush, unless, you know, you happen or they happen to have some kind of, I don't know, desire. Like a lot of people, it's funny because a lot of people want to be married, right? As if like that is their life goal. And recently, I don't remember where the conversation came from, like what I was experiencing, what media I was experiencing that like impressed this upon me, but it was like a YouTube video or something like that. But the idea of you wanting to be married like as a life goal, or you wanting to be a homeowner as a life goal, that's not your goal. It can't be. I promise you it isn't, right? That is a goal that society didn't necessarily impose upon you, but at the very least presented to you. It's been framed to you as something that is good and something that you want to accomplish. It's not your values, really. It is perhaps something that you've absorbed, you assimilated from society, because that's how you as a social organism, you know, come to exist in the world and all that, right? But nonetheless, to say that it is yours, especially like the one thing that you want to live through and do, is kind of crazy, because it's like it's something that you got, like, you know what I mean, like you have, but it's not yours. It's yours as much as English is yours, right? Like, not really. It's more something separate from you that you decided to adopt as part of you, right? Like, it's not going to, or it could, I don't want to say it's not going to, like it never could, but I mean, when it comes to like fulfillment and self-actualization, it's not something that is necessarily like innate to you, right? It's not an inevitable outcome of your existence, right? That's like you would have always had a passion for art or music or, you know, whatever, right? It's like, it's not like that at all, right? It's very much something different. It's definitely something that is imposed upon you, like a law or a rule, you know what I mean? In the same way, where it's like fascinating that we have so much value as a society in being a homeowner or being married and stuff like that, where it's like, those things aren't internal at all. Those are necessarily external things that we internalize. Agarazza says, our pact is that we're going to get our shit together before 2030, but until then we're traveling and doing all that kind of stuff. That's awesome. And that way you can think of it as like a pre-marriage honeymoon. You're just getting all the fun stuff out of the way before you lock in and lock down. But yeah. I'm trying to remember what YouTuber. I think it was mostly about being a homeowner. The YouTube video that I watched, but I'm not remembering who it was. Agarazza says, exactly. See, Panda, you understand me. You know, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Understanding something is like one of my main, not even something. I like understanding things as well, but understanding someone is like very, I want to say important, but I don't think that's quite correct. It's not that it's important to me that I understand someone or something. It's fulfilling to me, if that makes sense. There's a desire in me, like hunger, to understand the world around me and people in it or whatever. I think that everyone has lessons that they can teach you because everyone has different like lived experiences or whatever. And everyone's perspective is necessarily different from one another. Like, I don't even know if your red is my red, right? And I don't know that I'll ever know if my red is your red. I just won't know that. I don't think we'll ever like really be able to say. But nonetheless, there's a lot that we can certainly learn even through this imperfect communication that we call language. Oh, fuck. I missed. Agarazza says, listen, I'm 30, so my old age has taught me to hear all perspectives. I wish age was all that it took. I wish age was all that it took, but that is not how that works. Maturity and communication and values aren't always granted through time. Sometimes it doesn't work that way. You can have someone who is much older who has not lived nearly as much, and you can have someone who's much younger who has lived more life than any, right? It just depends. And sometimes those lives that are lived early are hard lives, often I would say, but not necessarily bad either. Like sometimes you can just be wise for your years without experiencing hardship. You know what I mean? You can just be like extremely empathetic and have experienced many different people, and it has wizened you beyond your time without even experiencing terrible tragedy personally. That probably is ideal, but you know, I'm just a guy. Does remind me though, Kurtzkazat has one of my very favorite YouTube videos. It's a video about, it's most of Kurtzkazat, if you don't know, it's an edutainment YouTube channel where most of what they talk about is just like facts of the world, and they'll like talk you through like how the earth came to be in existence, or the first like monolithic human structure or whatever. Lots of like history and science stuff, right? But this video is different than all of that. This one is a thought piece. It's literally just amusing to, you know, catch your attention, to make you think, right? And the premise is that you as a person are the only person that is in existence, right? You are the only person that has lived and will ever live. And the reason that there are people around you is because that everyone else that is around you, everyone else that has lived or will ever live, is you in another life. Every time you live and die, you become reincarnated in parallel to your current existence, whether it is synchronous or in the past or in the future. Everyone that has ever lived is you, and you're just experiencing one perspective at a time. And the reason that you're living this life and experiencing this perspective one at a time, is to fulfill your, like, call it souls, like maturity, right? And eventually what you will become, having experienced all of humanity from the very first person to the very last, you'll become something, an entity that's worthy of being a god. A new god existence will come about, right? Like you're an egg that is slowly cracking into, you know, a next almost like eldritch abomination type thing, right? And it's very compelling to me, not because, like, you know, I am one, I guess I was going to say 1 trillionth, but it's probably much smaller than that. How many humans have there been? Are there less than 1 trillion humans in, like, now and in all of history? That might be true, actually. I don't think there's that many. I think there's like 7 billion people right now, 8 billion people right now, and I think that all the people in history is like just a few billion, because exponential growth is weird like that. But anyways, not necessarily because I'm like some fragment of God. That's not really the point. My point being that the people that are around you, you should have empathy for, as, like, treat others the way that you want to be treated. Like, not only should you, but they literally are you. Like, the person that you are engaging with is in no small way literally you, just a different version of you. They are an extension of you, such that their perspectives are equally valid. And even if you can't connect to them, even if you can't understand them, it's not because there's something wrong with them or something that's wrong with you. It's just because your limited perspective isn't supposed to be able to, you know, absorb all that someone else is. You as you are don't have the capacity for that, and that's okay, right? Like, that doesn't make them or yourself any less valid, and you should treat them literally as you are. And I don't mean to say, like, impressing your values upon them, like, oh, well, I would want to be treated this way. No. I mean, like, you should treat them as all of you. You know what I mean? Like, the world is too vast for you to understand how you should treat an individual. So you have to do better than you can to treat them the way that they should be treated, if that makes sense. Because you'll never understand the depth, the capacity that their existence is infinite. It's not that they're more important than you, but every existence is infinitely important in that way. Like, you need all of this in order to get anywhere. I think it was a very compelling video. It's also like a very short watch. It's only like 10 minutes long. Yeah, it's one of my very favorite things that I've ever seen, actually. It happens to be on YouTube, so it's definitely one of my favorite YouTube videos. I don't think that it, like, informs, like, my existence in, like, a spiritual way or anything like that. I don't, like, believe that it's true or whatever, but I think that it's a very healthy guiding principle for engaging with other people. It's like, listen, it's not that it's true, but it's also not that it's false, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's like, yeah, I think I've said enough. I don't think I can summarize my views any better than that. I'll let it be there. How are you doing? 184k an hour? That's pretty good. Hi, Savage. You missed Barony. It was Christmas. Barony is Christmas now. And also my frame rate was fucking terrible yesterday. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe I can adjust my Barony settings so that it will always be fucking 60 FPS instead of 240. I imagine that's no small part as to why it was having problems. I don't know. It's fucking tragic, for sure. I hate having technical issues like that. Thankfully, it's been very, very, very rare. The worst part is that like it was so intermittent that like I didn't like restart the game and try and fix it, because I imagine that would have helped tremendously. But nothing I can do about it now. That'll just have to be fine. Consider it a lesson learned, because we did figure out at least something that we could do to like counter it in some way, but maybe we can do a little bit better as well. Savage says, wait, there's a Christmas event and I missed it? Well, it might not be that you missed it. It might last for a while longer. Modern Age Sages, when I said I hate having technical, Modern Age Sages stream started to buffer. That's just a you thing, it looks like. I haven't dropped any frames. I did miss one frame due to encoding lag. 1 out of 297,564. So I think we're okay. I think I'm willing to lose that one frame so far, but I don't love technical problems for sure. I don't appreciate them. I wish they would leave me alone. Modern Age Sage says that it was definitely a him thing. That's unfortunate in its own way, I suppose. I hate having internet problems. Obviously, I'm fucking... what? Eternally online? Unhealthily? I have an unhealthy relationship with the internet. I do have books at least, so if the internet were to die tragically, especially temporarily, I would have stuff to do. Is it bad to have books that you haven't read? You know what I mean? To have books in your library that you haven't read yet? Or is that normal? I feel like to some degree it's normal, but in another way it's like, you probably should at least read most of them. Savage just touch grass? No. I'll read the books instead, actually, personally. Modern Age Sage says, well, when you're running on 5G and you've reached your so-called unlimited limit, it's a bit spotty. Yeah. The way that I understand those data plans to work, in my experience, at least, it's been something like you have unlimited data, but the unlimited data is like 2G or whatever. And as far as 5G goes, you have data up until like, I don't know, some arbitrary limit, like 10 gigabytes or whatever, right? You have 30 gigabytes of 5G data, and then you have unlimited 2G data. Oh, god damn. Oh, I thought it said 5, but Delta's saying DMs because he sent me 2 messages. I was like, yo, what the fuck? What could you possibly need me to know? And it took 5 messages. Oh, no, it's just 2. All right, we're good. It seems like a lot of messages. Like, that's a lot of fucking characters, Doc. What's going on? Okay. I don't know if you needed to tell me this in DMs. You could have probably said this in chat, but it's fine. It was just giving me an update on the cloud. 108 stages, my limit says 100 gigabytes of data. That's a lot of fucking data. Holy shit. 100 gigabytes of data. That's like the way that the videos are rendered, at least. For me, that's like 3 VODs ish. So that's like 21 hours of video content if it's efficiently transmitted. This is, I gotta hit my quota of DMs? Of your quota of what? Your quota of what? I literally don't know what your quota is for. Weird. I don't think it's a real quota. I think it's a meme, like it's a joke, but like, but what is the theoretical thing that you're trying to hit a quota for, or of, even as a joke? 100 stages that lasts me about a month, and I can be on Twitch for hours a day. I've never really examined my usage. I used to use my data a decent amount, but now I'm home so much, there's really no reason to ever use my data. Delta says social quota. Oh, I see. You no longer are obligated to be around. You're free to do your own thing. That's fair. I hate having to do stuff, especially social stuff. I really do hate that shit. Like having to go places. I'm not one that plays nice with others, if that isn't obvious. I'm probably better now, to be honest. Probably like much better now. I remember I mentioned this before. I went to one of the homies' weddings, and I remember at the start of the wedding, like when I first arrived, like kind of wanting to like stay out of the way and like not be involved in any capacity. But the more I saw that like, the more I saw that I could help with, the more things that I saw that like literally I could make any kind of positive difference towards, the more I wanted to be involved, such that by the time the like wedding was like actually happening, right, I was like fully entrenched and like doing literally anything that I encountered that like I could influence in some way. I was like, my hands were involved in it, like making sure that everybody was cool and fine and things were going well. And I do think that it, wait a second. I was going to say, I do think that the stream had something to do with that. That's not true. The stream happened 3 years after that. More than that even, I think. That's funny. Well, that's nice. That means that I've been getting better for a long time and I just didn't know. But yeah, it's one of those things where I guess my desire to help make things work out is stronger than my desire to be alone and not be bothered by things and people. Because I definitely at first was like, listen, I don't want to mess anything up and I don't want anybody to be mad at me. But before long, it was like, the situation isn't perfect and I am capable of making it better. And thus I definitely absolutely want to be involved in whatever way I can be to make it better. I don't think I had like an outsized impact or anything like that. I don't think that anybody who, well, I was going to say who didn't know me before would remember me, but that's probably not quite true. Because I met a couple homies. I got very familiar with the groomsmen, you know. They probably remember me, I would imagine. Maybe not. I don't know. I definitely remember them. But I guess I remember everyone? I guess I wouldn't know who I forgot, huh? But as far as the people there that I like engaged with individually, pretty sure I remember everyone. But I guess that would necessarily have to be the case, right? Like, how would I know who I forgot? That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know how I would know that. I don't think you could. I'm in this moment realizing that it's impossible to audit my own memories without some other source of information. Like, you simply cannot know, right? Huh. Well, we took pictures, and for all the pictures, there's no one in the pictures that I don't recognize. So that means something. Whoa. How do you miss it? It was right in front of you. I think I literally didn't have to turn at all. I think I could have just gone straight and I would have gotten that one. It's a little silly. A little silly. Oh, we're over 200k an hour now. Look at us go. If we stay over 200k an hour, by the time we start killing floor 3, we could be at 1 million experience today. Which is like low-key a whole extra 100k experience than what I expected to get today. Or 100k. A whole extra 1 million experience. That's the one that I expected to get today. And we got extra experience yesterday because everybody was dealing with holiday stuff, I guess. It's Christmas time. Everybody's busy. So we got a little bit of extra RuneScape last time. That was just the XP rate's not bad here. In some ways, yes. Not like blown away by 200k an hour, right? 200k an hour is like one of the better options for a skill, but it's not like the best, you know what I mean? It's like fine. I guess for like an active skill like this, it's probably pretty good, which is a little weird in retrospect because that kind of implies that like the more passive skills end up having better rates sometimes. But sometimes it feels that way. Like Rose Castle is like 240k an hour on the low end, and that was like clicking 3 times a minute or whatever, right? Like very fucking AFK in a way. You know, when you're not dying. Savage says cooking fish is like 500k an hour. God damn. Is that one tick Karamboyan? Or do you just mean there's a few different options that are around there? Just anglerfish. God damn. People love anglerfish too, as far as like foods to eat. Or 700k an hour. And it's not even like that much of a loss too. My favorite part about wine, obviously, is the big XP drop. That's the one. That's what you're really doing it all for. That's what it's all about. I like that getting the moats sounds like you're getting a speed boost. I don't know if it is giving you a speed boost. It looks like it is when you actually like go over the thing and acquire a new boost charge. It looks like it makes you go faster, but I don't know if it really does. Might be an illusion. Not so much in RuneScape, but definitely in other games. It's known to be a little fraudulent. I thought my boost ran out for some reason, and I don't know why. My sail doesn't look like it's boosted. Yeah, it just doesn't look like it, but it's doing. At least it should be doing. Weird. Now my sail looks like it's going faster. Oh, use the boost, dude. You're going so slow. I should really start clipping stuff more. That's probably the biggest thing that I'm like neglecting at the moment, as far as like things that I could probably pretty easily do that I'm not doing at the moment. It's mostly, I don't know. I'm trying not to be too hard on myself because I also don't, I know for a fact that I'm not sleeping enough. I'm not sleeping enough, and I'm not sleeping quite at the right times. And if I go too far, I know what's gonna happen. Like, oh well, I need to be doing the clips. Let's make sure that I absolutely do the clips. My sleep schedule suddenly becomes markedly worse, and then suddenly I'm like missing streams or whatever because I like fucked up everything. Like everything in my life gets fucked up like significantly because I wanted to chase one particular dragon. You know what I mean? Just like one little thing, just a little bit more, and then suddenly it's like, oh well, now everything's fucked. That happens, and it inevitably will happen again. I think probably not quite worth it. Great Malinkos, is you're gonna see that the Hat Man if you don't sleep enough. Is that a reference to some horror movie? I think there was a Hook Man in a horror movie once. Like a man with a hook. Great Malenko says no, it's a sleep paralysis demon. Wouldn't I only see that if I was asleep? But yeah. I've definitely had some sleep paralysis nightmares now that you mention it. Not in a long time. Well, that's not true. I've had some stuff. Yeah, I've had some stuff definitely happen. One of those things where I don't like stress about it too much. Like, oh yeah, no. That terrible nightmare that I had where I was trapped in my bed as somebody was invading my home. It's just a dream. It's fine. It's nothing. Oh, it was a dream? Okay. As you were. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it too much. As long as my heart is no longer palpitating because of the stress of the nightmare that I had. It's fine. Great Malenko says, I've only ever experienced sleep paralysis after going to sleep after not sleeping enough, so I figured that's how it worked. I mean, I hope that's not how it works because I haven't slept enough realistically in a long time. I've been undersleeping for a very, very long time. I haven't had sleep paralysis recently either. Like, terribly recently. It's been a few days. No, it's been much longer than that. Could you imagine if I was like, oh, I haven't had sleep paralysis in ages. It's been like 4 or 5 days. Like, Jesus, dude. That's a lot of sleep paralysis, I think. But yeah, I don't know how long it's been. I don't have a dream diary. Maybe I should though. Maybe that would actually let me know how bad things are. Like, I'm just assuming that it's fine, but like, what if I do have fucking nightmares every other night and I'm just like not blocking it because it's like, oh no, it's probably fine. Dream Linko says, you and the Hat Man would be homies at that point? Yeah. The weirdest thing is having a nightmare that's like a sleep paralysis nightmare where I'm not sleeping in my bed. Like, the bed that I'm sleeping in is a bed that I used to sleep in a house that I haven't been in a long time. You know what I mean? 20 years ago. It's like, wait a second. This isn't where I'm supposed to be. Like, this is clearly a nightmare. You can't trick me. I fucking suck, by the way. Like, goddamn, I really wanted to get that crate and I just didn't. Great Michael says, could you imagine being a petty criminal in Gotham? You steal a candy bar and Batman breaks your fucking arm. I don't know if he does though. I've never seen him handle like petty crime. Usually it's like the most petty thing that he ever does is like stop jobbers from like robbing a bank. I've never seen him like actually do something that was like, you know, cat in a tree situation. Graham Lincoln says, I don't know what made me think about that, but could you imagine? I really don't see him going like absolutely nutso butso. Maybe he does, and I just am not familiar. I've never read the comics or anything like that, but I imagine that he probably does exercise like proportionate force. You know what I mean? Where like he doesn't necessarily have to brutalize any criminal that he encounters for any reason whatsoever. And in fact, I imagine with the air that he has about him, like fear is his like primary tool. And he probably doesn't engage with like literally nothing threats. And if he does, it's like extremely minimally, like one batarang thrown so that they know that they shouldn't steal the thing. And then like they never even see him himself or whatever. A fucking magician situation. They steal a chocolate bar and then instead of actually having a chocolate bar, they find out that they have a batarang in their pockets or whatever. And they're like, what the fuck? Oh God, he knows. He knows. One of those would be my guess. Rather than just like breaking their fucking jaw. Seems needless. I waited way too long to turn. Holy shit. I have no idea how that ice didn't hit me. I guess it's not ice. I guess it's crystals, right? Great Malenko says, well, realistically, he'd probably handle major crime as Batman, white collar crime as Bruce Wayne. Stealing a candy bar wouldn't be either of those, right? And honestly, I don't think he does anything as Bruce Wayne. But that's just like my opinion, man. I think he's like, well, I think there's different Bruce Waynes, right? Different Batman treat their Bruce Wayne differently, whereas the Batman is like pretty consistent. And that like the billionaire philanthropist playboy deal is like sometimes the case, but not always. Because Robert Pattinson's Batman or whatever, right? Like that guy's like full on misanthrope. He's not really a socialite at all. Great Malenko says Batman's whole power comes from Bruce Wayne. No. Great Malenko says that's year one Batman though. Is year one Batman not Batman today? Is that what we're doing? Great Malenko says Batman's whole power is that he's rich. No. No, that's certainly untrue. That is an aspect of what he is capable of, right? But that's crazy. That's like saying Superman's whole power is flight. Like, no. That is incorrect. Like, you don't even mean that. You definitely don't mean that. Great Malenko says, wait, no, that's not what it says. Go on. I'll wait. I'll let you finish. Great Malenko says, bro, what's Iron Man's power? If you think that Iron Man wouldn't be Iron Man without the suit, then you literally missed a scene in one of the Avengers movies. Great Malenko says, same as Batman's? Not at all. Literally not at all. They are both billionaire, right? And they both are kind of inventors at the very least. But as far as like the way they use their stuff, it's like totally different. Like the reason it's called DC Comics is because of Detective Comics, right? Like Batman is, or at least originally, the world's greatest detective, right? Like I understand that the thing that you're saying, but the thing that you're saying is a meme, right? Like you know that, right? It's not like true. It's a funny thing to say. It's not like an actual true thing to say, right? They definitely both are rich, but to say that that's all they are is totally crazy. Like totally crazy. Great Malenko says that Batman didn't invent shit. Lucius Fox made all that. Sure. Then Batman and Iron Man are not very similar to each other then, by your own logic now. I would say Iron Man's main thing is making things, and Batman's main thing is like collectively crime fighting, I would suppose. There isn't like a good way of like, there's a reason why his main antagonists are like the Joker and Two-Face and the Riddler and shit like that, where it's like moral quandaries rather than like Superman antagonists, where it's like world scaling threats generally. The Great Malenko says, bro, Iron Man and Batman's powers are they are rich. Okay. So you're saying right now, if their powers are they are rich, with no devices whatsoever, in a locked room with no doors, windows, objects, or whatever, Iron Man and Batman would have an equal chance in a 1v1. Because their only powers are they're rich. Right? That's what you're saying. They're only wealthy. The fact that they are out there in the field or whatever, completely irrelevant, right? The way that they approach things, completely irrelevant. The Great Malenko says, absolutely not. Bruce Wayne has hands. But that's not a power. No, he's not literally a peak human who's able to stop people from reading his mind by projecting thoughts. He's not low-key averse to magic because he's afraid of the depths that he'll be able to delve into because of it. Like it's a crazy thing for you to even say. The more you know about Batman, the less the thing that you're saying is even approaching true. Are you like, furthermore, are you saying that Batman wouldn't still be Batman without money? You couldn't imagine Batman with zero budget. It couldn't happen. It would be ridiculous. Like, no, he definitely could still be Batman. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, literally, where is this coming from? Ridiculous. It's like fully ridiculous. Like, what are we even pretending to like entertain the thought of? And the Great Malenko says, I'm fucking with you, Panda. You're not doing a very good job, because you're not even swaying my mind. I think that I've said it from the beginning. It's like, you don't believe the thing that you're saying. I clocked you literally right from the start. It's like, there's no way you think this is true. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, it's an absurd thing to even say. It doesn't make sense. Like, the more you think about it, the less true it could possibly be. But it is definitely a meme, pretty prolific one, that Iron Man and Batman are very similar. Like, certainly in some ways, but especially personality wise, they're nothing like. Batman's like whole personality is being Batman. Iron Man has a lot of fucking ego and all that, but like, it depends, right? Because my Iron Man experience is mostly through the lens of like the Avengers and the Marvel Cinematic Universe Iron Man or whatever. So I don't know as much about the comics, to be fair. I know that he's got a lot of similar traits, especially post the Avengers, you know, because that's kind of how character writing tends to bend. It's like the heroes that are written in these comics, especially as they change ownership and stuff, the writers change and stuff, they start to reflect, like, they converge upon not just like, you know, the most popular thing, but how a particular writer wants to portray them. It tends to lend itself to like how they were written in the past, or like emphasize a particular trait, you know? So I definitely do see a world where the Robert Downey Jr. version of Iron Man is like the definitive Iron Man now, when it was a little different before, or very different even, potentially. I don't know as much about OG Iron Man. One of my homies was like really big into Iron Man though. He was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna read all the comics. I don't think he actually ever went and did that, but he did start. He got like quite a few issues through like the very first Iron Man stuff. I think he was like I don't know how he came to like, he was like, this is gonna be the new thing that I'm gonna do. Like, he was like into like Marvel vs. Capcom or something. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna read all of Iron Man. I'm gonna be an Iron Man expert. And he got like a few chapters and he was like, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. Great Malenko says Batman is the person, Bruce Wayne is the Bruce Wayne is the mask. That's canon. I've heard something like that before. Delta says, all right, but hear me out. Yeah, go on. But one of the more, I mean, it's a similar concept, right? But more fascinating take that's like a little, I don't want to say trite, but hackneyed, I suppose, at this point, is it's like Superman is who he is. Clark Kent is the disguise, you know? And you could say the same thing about Batman in a lot of ways, but that's just because of the way that Bruce Wayne, or Batman, is obsessed with his role as the protector of Gotham or whatever, in like a way that is like destructive to himself and the people around him or whatever. He's got a whole ass Bat family, which, despite the fact that it's called a Bat family, doesn't feel like terribly supportive. Feels like almost more like a crime syndicate than, it feels almost like more like a crime syndicate, you know, like a mafia boss situation than like a proper family where there's like heart-to-heart conversations or anything like that. It feels a lot colder than that, mostly because of the subtlety with which Batman conveys most positive feelings, or even negative ones, to be honest. There's this scene in one of the comics where Batman says good job or something to Nightwing, and Nightwing and like Alfred look at each other and they're like, Nightwing's like, did he just compliment me? Alfred's like, I believe so, sir. That's fucking crazy. I can't believe that shit just happened. What the fuck? Delta says Thor without his hammer versus Captain America without his shield. That's literally no diff. Like, what do you fucking mean, bro? Thor would slap Captain America no diff. Like, literally, I don't even know if Captain America has feats on par with like Captain America. I feel like has feats on par with Batman, you know what I mean? Like, Thor is way stronger. I wonder if Thor gets some of his power from Mjolnir, even if he doesn't have Mjolnir, you know what I mean? Like, if being the one chosen by Mjolnir makes Thor stronger in some way. Because I've seen him do crazy shit without the hammer, but I wonder if he was still like the chosen of Mjolnir, and that's why. But like, as I understand it, it's like, no, he's like way stronger, like way stronger. But I also am not, again, a comic guy at all, so it's just like my opinion, man. I've seen so many fucking YouTube videos about comics, though. Shout out to my dude Comic Drake. He talks about comics, and his name is Drake. The Great Malenko says Captain America versus Batman, no gadgets, no shield, all hands, who wins? I have very little faith in Captain America. I don't really believe in like Batman losing in like a hand-to-hand situation without like, it has to be someone like really good at martial combat, specifically like a Wolverine type situation. Like Wolverine no claws versus Batman no gadgets. I think Wolverine probably wins by a lot. Even Wolverine no healing factor, no claws, still beats Batman, I think. Great Malenko says Batman beat Taskmaster. Then it's a fucking rap. Like, what? What are we talking about? Is there a world where Captain America beats Taskmaster? Ever? Like, actually? I mean, obviously, the writer can do whatever the writer wants to do, but, like, power scaling wise, like, I don't see that happening, dog. Like, isn't that Taskmaster's whole shit? How did Taskmaster lose in the Black Widow movie? Wait. Isn't Taskmaster... Am I thinking of someone else? Isn't Taskmaster Marvel? I mean, there are times where DC and Marvel have crossed over, so Batman could still have fought Taskmaster, but I'm like, am I tripping? Like, is it Taskmaster Marvel? When did that happen? Isn't the main villain in the Black Widow movie Taskmaster? Oh, there's a separate Taskmaster in DC? I see. Are they the same dude? Do they have the same fucking powers? Like, is he literally the same fucking guy? Because that's fucking crazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping, right? But I believe that the main villain in Black Widow was Taskmaster. And indeed, that character later was in Thunderbolts, right? I think that was a thing. Not that I know all that much about Thunderbolts, because I haven't seen it or nothing. I mostly just got it through the grapevine, if you get what I'm saying. I've seen the new Superman movie, though. I like that quite a bit. That's pretty nice. Great Malenko says he did cross into DC and fight Batman. Okay, so he is a Marvel character, but he did fight Batman as well, and he did lose to Batman. So yeah, that tells me all I need to know. I think if Batman scales to Taskmaster, then he beats Captain America. He probably beats Wolverine too, to be honest, if that's the case. I say Wolverine would probably have a good chance against Batman because Wolverine's like hundreds of years old or whatever. Is very, very, like, his only thing is throwing hands. That's the one thing that he does. Great Malenko says, well, Deathstroke and Batman jumped him. Yeah, but like, how much did Deathstroke do? How much weight did Deathstroke pull? You know what I mean? There's a time where, like, I think there's a few people, but it's like Superman, Wonder Woman, and maybe like one or two more are like moving the planet Earth or like some celestial body or whatever. And like, sure, they're working together, but like, how much of that is Superman and how much of that is Wonder Woman? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna say that Wonder Woman isn't strong. She's plenty strong. But like Superman though, you know what I mean? Like, would you be surprised if Superman did it by himself? No, right? Like, under no circumstances would you be surprised by that. There's a moment in One Piece, no spoiler, where a character is like helping a bunch of other characters stop like a wall from moving, we'll say, like a wall from closing in, and everyone is trying their damnedest, like literally maximum effort to like stop this wall from closing in on them, like a trap in like Indiana Jones or some shit, right? And when the wall suddenly gives, like it suddenly stops pushing inwards, everyone falls forward because they're resisting so hard, right? They're doing their absolute damnedest to stop it from closing in on them. Everyone falls inwards except for this one guy who is like, oh, whoops, I guess we're good. He's like, brother, you were just pretending to resist it. Like, you weren't trying that hard at all. Like, you're just holding your arm out at arm's length. Like, oh no, I would hate it if it closed in on us. And everybody else falls forward. He's like, yeah, no, I'm good. It's fine. Oh, we're done here. Just kidding. Great Malenko says people still sleep on the Flash. Yeah, no, I was watching a YouTube short about all these different speedsters or whatever. And the Flash is like He's like way faster. He's way faster than your normal speedster. Like the whole like speed force thing is like it's way more than stopping time. Like it doesn't, you have to understand the speed force is fucked up. Like it's as if its own fucking aspect of physics. You know what I mean? It doesn't do like shit doesn't do what is supposed to happen. Like normal shit doesn't apply. He's like rewriting the laws of causality type shit. The speed force. It's not simply he fast. So, the Great Millennium goes to Superman fucking held the Earth for Atlas for a full day so Atlas could watch his daughter graduate. That's kind of funny. The Great Millennium goes is just the Justice League versus the Avengers is a blowout. Well, yeah, but like it has been said, I don't remember from whom, that the Justice League is like literally gods and the Avengers are like men pretending to be gods. It's like the difference between gods and fuck ups that are trying to make that are just barely scraping by. Like there's literally no it is no diff. Yeah, it's not even close for sure. Marvel has the scrappy upstarts, but yeah, no. You want to talk about some real fucking heroes? It's definitely the Justice League. It's definitely DC, and it's not close. We're doing great so far, rate-wise. The Great Malenko says, I think the X-Men have a better chance against the Justice League than the Avengers do. It's weird that that's true. Because there's a lot of Omega level mutants in the Justice League. Like, some of the Omega level mutants theoretically could solo, to be honest. Like, the Phoenix by itself, Gambit by himself, uninhibited Gambit, even Cyclops has some like nutso butso villain arc shit. Great Malenko has put Cyborg up against fucking Magneto. That's a fucked up matchup. Somehow it's even more fucked up than Wolverine versus Magneto. Because like Superman's biggest weakness, I mean kryptonite, right? But his like greatest vulnerability other than kryptonite is definitely magic. And I don't know that mutant powers count as magic, but I don't know that they don't count as magic. You know what I mean? Like there definitely could be some magic in there. Would not surprise me. It's supposed to be genetics though, so maybe none of it is magic by definition, but I definitely could see some of that coming into play as well. And even without that, like some of them have like Wimey powers, like Forget Me Not. Is that what his name is? Yeah, I think his name is Forget Me Not. He could do stuff. Graham Lincoln says, you know what's fucked up? Batman installed a virus on Cyborg the day they met. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Failsafe. That whole run, pretty sick. Oh wait, that's Injustice, I'm thinking. Well, maybe it's not just Injustice. It could be that in all timelines Batman did that, to be honest. But yeah, I do like the failsafe stuff. What little I do know about the comics run, that shit is awesome. Great Link says, imagine Jean Grey, the Phoenix / the Phoenix Force against the Justice League. I could see that going either way, and I could see that being a compelling story. You know what I mean? Where like stuff happens. But I'm not sure, right? Because if Jean Grey is just like a telekinetic telepath or whatever, then it's possible that Superman is just stronger, right? Like he could just resist, and that's just it. You know what I mean? Because she's like very, very powerful. The Phoenix Force is like one of like the cosmological entities of Marvel, right? It's like an existential threat type shit. So I could see it being like a big deal, but I could also see Superman just being like, no diff. You know what I mean? Like, nah, I'm stronger. Especially if like there's like shenaniganery afoot, because Superman is like literally solar powered, right? And the Phoenix is kind of like fire, right? So if the Phoenix Force does like literally radiate anything approaching solar rays, I could see Superman just being literally amped. I could see that happen. You know what I mean? I could see a writer being like, no, just kidding. He's fine. Like, he's fucking with you. He's fine. Great Malenko says, but now we had the rest of Charles Xavier's school for extremely gifted students. I mean, you're right. Because there's also like, what is it? Iceman? Is that what his name is? He's also an Omega level mutant. I don't know what his feats are, but I know that he's like fuck off strong actually. But yeah, no, I definitely could see the like when all seems lost, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't let anybody die. Like Superman doesn't let anybody die to the Phoenix Force or whatever, but like they go through like this long drawn out fight where everybody's like pulling out all the stops or whatever. And then at the very end, when all hope seems lost, Superman's like, no, I'm kidding. I've been amped up by the Phoenix Force this whole time. I'm actually stronger now than I've ever been and stuff. just kidding, guys. Like we're good. And everybody's like all upset except for Batman, who's like, yeah, no, I also knew all along that he was stronger and we were just fucking around. We were just playing pretend. Everybody's like pissed, like, oh, what the fuck? And Batman's just like chill about it. Like early on, he like fell down and pretend to be like out and like unconscious or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like, cool. Great Malenko says, how's Wonder Woman dealing with Emma Frost? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that much about Wonder Woman's skill set other than her being like roughly scaling to Superman-ish. Emma Frost has diamond armor and telekinetic abilities. Well, diamond skin, I guess. So I imagine that in a physical fight, Wonder Woman clowns Emma Frost, and it's not close. I imagine. But as far as like telekinetic ability, psionic ability for Emma Frost, I don't know that Wonder Woman has any resistance to that stuff other than being strong and like physically resistant to it. That said, it would not surprise me literally at all if Wonder Woman's tiara made her immune to mind bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like, no, sorry. I've got an immunity card for that one. You can't, my immunity idol says that you can't do that. Like Magneto's fucking helmet. You know what I mean? Like, nope, doesn't work. Not a thing. Sorry, dog. Like, it would not surprise me even in the slightest. But yeah, Wonder Woman's one of those characters that I actually know very, very little about. And I've seen a Wonder Woman movie, the live action Wonder Woman movie. I forget who. Is it Godot? Something like that. I haven't learned anything about her like feats though from that, to be honest. Literally not a damn thing. She's real strong and stuff though. I know that. She's got lasso of truth, an invisible jet for some reason. Pacers that are good at reflecting stuff. The Great Malenko says, who's fucking with Sebastian Shaw? Nobody? I have no idea who the fuck Sebastian Shaw is. Keep it 100, keep it a buck. I have no fucking idea who that is. Literally zero fucking clue. Sebastian Shaw? Is that Nightcrawler's name? Like, like, I have zero fucking clue who that is. Delta says, what's the deal with Deadshot? What's his power? He's good at aiming. Deadshot and like Deadshot and Deathstroke are legally distinct from one another. I literally don't know what the difference between the two of them are, other than like one of them specifically is a marksman. The Great Malenko says he's Batman but with a gun, basically. No, you're thinking of Red Hood. Red Hood is Batman with a gun. How dare you? Great Malenko says, okay, but Quicksilver is definitely not fucking with Flash, so Flash is free after a few seconds. Oh yeah, no, I agree. I don't think that Quicksilver is anywhere near as capable as the Flash. But to be fair, the Flash has his own fucking comic run, and Quicksilver is a character in X-Men, right? Like, it's not, you know what I mean? It's like not fair to be like, oh well, this speedster doesn't have nearly as many feats. You got to compare the Flash to like Sonic the Hedgehog or whatever, which might actually be competitive. Like, because Sonic the Hedgehog has like some real like fucked up feats, like escaping from black holes and shit. I don't know if Sonic has any like, what's beyond super relativistic, mega hyper relativistic feats. If that makes sense. If he's got like beyond physics altering feats, if that makes sense. Like, the Speed Force is like its own fucking thing. It's like literally an aspect of at least the Flash comics that's like different corporally. It's got its own rules of like, you know what I mean, like how it actually operates or whatever, right? I don't know if Sonic has anything like that, is what I'm trying to say. But like maximum strength Sonic, you know what I mean? Like supersonic, hypersonic, all the Chaos Emeralds and all that shit. I could see that. I could see that being competitive. Great Malenko is the main villain of X-Men First Class. I've never seen that one. Is that the one with the Quicksilver scene? No, it's got to be in the past, right? When does Quicksilver... Is Quicksilver still... Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch, are they still Magneto's children in the X-Men movies? Or is Quicksilver just like his own fucking thing? Because First Class should be in the past, I believe. Because it's like the First Class. It's like it's a double entendre, right? It's the first mutants and also they're like some of the strongest and best and all that, right? So it should be the one where Magneto and like Magneto's learning to use his powers and stuff, I believe. So it's like a young Magneto and all that. Grant Malenko says Sebastian Shaw can absorb and manipulate energy to enhance his physical abilities. He can absorb kinetic energy from physical blows, bullets, energy blasts, radiation, and even electricity. To a lesser extent, this energy fuels his superhuman strength, speed, stamina, and durability, and recuperation. He can also project stored energy as destructive blasts. Okay. And you were saying him relative to... Oh, literally anyone in the Justice League? He sounds like someone Batman would beat, to be honest. He sounds like someone... He doesn't sound like someone Batman would beat. He sounds like someone Batman would fodder, to be honest. Like, it would be a Batman no diff, and Sebastian Shaw would be fucking embarrassed about it for like the rest of his life type shit. Like, that sounds like a threat that Batman just like fucking handles somehow. It's just like, oh yeah, no, I have a plan for this. And then he just like executes a plan that looks like he's gonna fucking die, except that's part of the plan, and then he wins. It's like, oh, okay. Apparently that was fine. I feel like it should have been a bigger deal, but apparently it's just not an issue. But yeah, I don't know who would do anything about that. What's his name? Manhunter. I wanted to say Marvin the Martian. That's not right. That's not quite correct. It's close. It's close. He is a Martian. But his name isn't Marvin. I feel like he could probably handle Sebastian Shaw, right? Possession is probably pretty effective. The Great Malenko's this close. That's actually close. Look, I gotta say this though. Flash outran the concept of reality. Yeah. I don't know if Sonic has any feats like that, but the Archie comics or whatever get like zany. It would not be surprising to me if at some point he outran like the speed that the comic was being written or something. Like that's totally a thing that both Sonic and the Flash could have done, you know, some silly shit. The Red Malenko says, yeah, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch are Magneto's children in the X-Men movies as well. Okay. I knew that they were originally, for lack of a better, comics are weird, right? Like shit can happen and things can be different. You know what I mean? But like, I remember that being a thing, but that doesn't mean that that's how it is in all continuities and all that. Modern Age Stage is not Superman has the worst plot armor. Delta says, here's a question. What superhero has the worst plot armor? The Great Malenko says Batman, bro fought Darkseid. What do you mean by worst plot armor? Do you mean like the least effective plot armor or the most upsetting plot armor? Because I don't think that Batman beat Darkseid because Darkseid... How do I want to say this? I think Darkseid underestimated Batman is why Darkseid's Omega beams were dodged by Batman. I don't think he was putting his heart into it, if that makes sense. And I think that's how it's framed. I think that in like a no holds barred situation, Darkseid should be able to no-diff Batman, but it's that Darkseid was putting as much effort as he thought was necessary rather than, because like you're right to say it's ridiculous that the Flash and Superman get hit by the Omega beams when, or Omega beams, Omega rays, whatever. When Batman can dodge it, like that's fucking crazy. Like, what are we talking about here? But it's probably like, it's probably a situation where Batman definitely super definitely anticipated it was happening, and Darkseid just didn't take it seriously. Because the reason that Darkseid lost in, I'm thinking it's a movie, but I'm not sure. The reason why Darkseid actually lost to Batman directly in the one situation that I'm familiar with is Batman was like, listen, if you don't leave Earth right now, I'm gonna wipe out your entire fucking planet. And Darkseid's like, I don't know, I think he's gonna do it, I'm out. Like I think he's crazy enough to actually do that shit. Like I think he's actually crazy. And I'm not sure that he wouldn't as well, to be honest. I know that Batman has a no killing rule, but like he is kind of crazy, dog. Like I don't know if he's ever done something like that, but you know what I'm saying? Where it does seem like he's like cold as ice, dog. Like he actually might. Like Delta says we win through the power of friendship type of cringe nay bullshit. Naruto has the most plot armor of any superhero. Does Naruto count as a superhero? The Great Malenko says the Avengers beating Loki's army in the first movie. I don't remember how that played out. I've never seen the first Avengers movie, but I also haven't actually like heard how like even the TLDR on that shit. Ray Malenko says, does Batman's no kill rule extend to beyond humans? That's a good question. I think he has no problem fighting or killing vampires, right? Vampires and like the undead, zombies and shit. I don't think he gives a fuck about them. So probably not. But maybe. I don't know. Because he doesn't kill aliens generally, right? Or does he? Maybe he does, actually. Because they fought, like, aliens. There was a movie where the Justice League fights, like, some... I don't remember who it was, but some alien conquering force or whatever. And they, like... Things start out, like, okay, and then things start to go real bad, and some members of the Justice League start to die and shit, and it becomes, like, very, like, brutal and gruesome. I feel like Batman probably killed people in that one. Like, not people, but you know what I'm saying? Like, alien people. Delta says, if you think about it, they didn't. Uncle Sam did. The American military beat Loki's army. It wasn't in the Avengers at all. It's crazy. Great Malenko says he would set Martian Manhunter on fire, effectively killing him. He doesn't necessarily know what Martian Manhunter's weakness is, right? Sebastian Shaw doesn't have, like, precognition or anything, right? So he has no reason to presume, or no reason to know that about Martian Manhunter. And also, Martian Manhunter's, like, he's got a phobia of fire, right? It's not that he can't overcome it. I think he has overcome it before or whatever. So, like, while that is definitely a win for him, it's not necessarily a permanent win forever. I don't think it's like a checkmate situation. That makes sense. I think it's a win the battle situation. I think that they could definitely overcome it. I think if all of the Justice League were fighting Sebastian Shaw, they would probably be able to, like, overcome him literally by just using Martian Manhunter with a little bit of rehab, you know what I mean? Even if he was on fire at some point, they could figure out something to, like, you know, get him back. But I don't understand how Sebastian Shaw's powers works. I was taking it as, like, he's able to absorb and redirect rather than just, like, project force out at all times, right? Like, I literally did not know who Sebastian Shaw was at all before this conversation, so I'm just kind of guessing. The Great Malenko says no contingency plan. The Babel protocol says otherwise. It's true. Yeah. He has been defeated with just fire before. You're right. Or psychological fire, even. Great Malenko says, why do I know what the name is? I don't know why you would know that. I'm just assuming that's the contingency plan specifically for Martian Manhunter, to be fair. You're right. You're right. Just fire by itself is probably enough. But given the other members of the Justice League, I imagine that wouldn't be a game over situation by itself. Like, because the way the contingency plan worked is the other members of the Justice League were also incapacitated or whatever, right? Great Malenko says it is the Martian Manhunter one. You double checked. Thank you for fact checking that. I certainly wasn't going to. Underneath Sage says, yeah, Martian Manhunter is traumatized by fire because of what killed his homeworld. Indeed. That's where it comes from. I feel like I remember him getting over it at one point. And by at one point, I mean, like, in, you know, an Elseworlds situation or whatever. There was, like, some situation where it, like, wasn't the, like, not that it wasn't a big a deal, but you get what I'm saying, right? Where it's like, it was fine, but I could also definitely be wrong. Tripping. I'm imagining that I heard that, you know, or somebody was saying what if, not like what actually happened in the comics at some point. You know what I mean? That happens sometimes. Great Malenko says, I was wrong. Oh no, that's not what it was called at all. Delta says he refuses to fight anthropomorphic animals or something. The greatest plot twist is you find out Batman is a furry. That's what it takes. He fights Man-Bat, actually. Man-Bat is one of his, like, native rogues gallery villains. So that can't be true. We know that can't be true. Turns out. Modern Age Sages, yeah, I forgot which one, but he did overcome fire at one point. I feel like I remember hearing that, but, you know. I am certainly not a comic expert. I just like watching YouTube videos about comic characters and stuff. You know, that shit is interesting to me. Great Malinko says all the contingencies are called Babel protocols. Oh, I see. So it's not that you were wrong, it's that they're all called that. You could have said it for anyone, it would have still been correct. Oh, hey, Beatrice. What's up? We're doing sailing. Oh, wait. I just realized we're absolutely not going to get a million experience before we switch to killing floor 3 because we only have an hour left in stream. There's only 3 hours, which means that the most we could have possibly gotten was 600k. Did I miss? Did I miss or did it fail? Oh, it absolutely failed. I did not miss at all. That's fucked up. That teleport was fucked up. It's crazy. Beatrice says, when can you make the boat pink? I feel like I have seen a pinker boat, to be honest. This is rosewood, which is not pink, but it is kind of. Yeah, see, like that guy's got like pink trim. So you can kind of a little bit. Taku says, this is as pink as the boat gets. Yeah, except for the trim. I feel like it wouldn't even be that weird, like out of place if there was an option for it to be pink, but I don't think that there is a specific one. Beatrice is, damn, he's crushing, he's cruising in style then. That other guy was with the trim. Oh, hey, Chessie. Chessie says that Beatrice is asking the real questions. I mean, I'm going to be honest, if the best in slot boat was pink, I'll be driving around in a pink boat. Like, there would be no doubt. Did you see that emote fucking spin? Am I crazy? Did that emote like turn end over end as it flew across the screen? Am I fucking crazy? It did spin. What the fuck was that? It's not, the emote doesn't normally spin, right? It's not doing it in chat, but as it was going across the screen, yeah, no, it does. Have they always done that? That's fucking crazy. How have I never noticed that before? I mean, I guess I don't look at it very much, but Beatrice is animated one spin, I guess. Yeah, apparently. Because he says it spins? Yeah, do be spinning, dog. Like when it gets to the middle of the screen, it's to do a spin. Chelsea didn't notice it either. Okay, so it's not just me at least. Yeah, let's watch Saku do a spin. What the fuck? Saku didn't do a spin. The dinosaur did. Beatrice and Saku didn't spin. Yeah, no shit. What the fuck is happening? Some of them spin and some of them don't? Saku says that's fucked up. We just discovered. Yeah, none of them are doing a spin. That's fucking crazy. I just noticed. I happened to notice the one time that it fucking spins. Savage says we could bet on this. That's not an animated emote, Savage. Well, actually, is that even part of it? Does it need to be animated? Can any emote spin? And did we just assume it was animated emotes and it wasn't? I mean, that one didn't spin. The Great Malenko says, all right, so the Runaways versus the Teen Titans. I don't even know what the Runaways are. I've never heard of them before in my life. Savage has no idea. Great Malenko says, shame, Panda. What did I do for not knowing the Runaways? Turn off stream and go read the Runaways. That would be the first comic book I've ever fucking read, I think. I think so. I don't think I've ever read an actual comic book. I've read manga, right? Which is like almost the same, but... Chuzzy says, what the freak? Chuzzy's highly upset. Highly upset. This spin thing is inconsistent. Beatrice is Panda voice acting comments for us when? I'm not a talented enough voice actor. It's the biggest problem. Well, no, the biggest problem is like the copyright part of it, right? I would want it to be either a comic that, like, not that I made, obviously, because I'm not gonna make shit, but either a comic that was like written for the stream, or a comic that is like publicly available or something like that. Like, I know Unique Namosaurus wrote one like that, where you can absolutely do not whatever you want with it, because I think technically, I'm trying to remember, it was like not open source, but like free use, like public domain. But I don't know if that means that I can like put it in my Twitch stream and thus my YouTube VODs and like in theory have ad revenue running on it. I don't know if it works that way. Maybe it does. Maybe it is. I guess I would have to review the license or whatever. But that comic is like literally one chapter long, as I recall, if I recall correctly. Like he literally did not make it very far at all. Partly because, not like funding dried up, but like depression, I think, is the biggest problem. And then secondarily, his artist, I think the artist that he was working with decided that they didn't want to work with him for one reason or another, and he was having a lot of trouble finding another artist. Great Malenko's manga is the anime of comic books. Manga is the anime of comic books. I think I agree with you, but I don't know if I like the way that you said that. He says, this is offensive. I want to spin too. How many collabs have you got today? 2. Both with Delta, one with Pika. We're gonna play Outward with Delta later, at least until like 8-ish p.m. when he starts watching anime or whatever he does. This fucking portal is bullshit. Fucking, what the fuck is happening? I went straight into it, dog. Like, why didn't it let me go? Why won't it let me go through? Beatrice's Panda, are you drunk? No, I'm not drunk. It's supposed to teleport me when I enter the zone, Beatrice. It just fucking didn't. I went straight into it and it didn't fucking teleport me. Chuzzy says, why'd you crash? I don't fucking know, Chuzzy. I don't fucking know. It's supposed to just teleport me like that. You see? It's supposed to just work. It just doesn't sometimes, and it's upsetting. It confuses and angers me. Why? It's happened like 3 fucking times in the last couple days. Look at how far I can be away from the actual portal itself, and it fucking teleport me. Why didn't it do that? I slammed straight into it, son of a bitch. Saki says, now you understand my pain when the rapids don't make me rapid. I guess, man, I guess. Beatrice says, only I got a... Do you think it's because you're a turbo? Do you think it's turbo? Do you think they know? Was it literally only you? Because if you're the only one who had it, right? It could be a special turbo integration. Because he says a turbo spin? Yeah, exactly. Because you're a turbo user, right? Jesse says, well, unfortunate indeed. It was very unfortunate. Beatrice says, oh shit, pay to win. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Savage says, nah, I spin, bro. You spun? Did you? Beatrice says, prove it. I mean, the easiest way to prove it would be to check the VOD. You know what I mean? Like clip it, run it back. Wait, okay, so that wasn't a spin, but it did do a bigger and smaller thing. Did you see that shit? Also, apparently there's other effects than spin. Did you see it? Did you see it? It like zoomed in for a second. It went like, Yeah, I didn't do shit, Savage. Yeah, that wasn't a spin. To be fair, Beatrice is right. No, not spin meow. Fucking got him. Checkmate, idiot. Yeah, Beatrice didn't do shit. Savage says, I can do it, please. That Spider-Verse scene where he's like, and Miles can become invisible. Miles is like, I can't do it on command. He can't do it on command. Savage says it's harder than it looks, guys. Yeah. Oh fuck. Savage's last try. Oh no. Oh no, he's been defeated. He's been broken down. Yeah, no, nothing. I wonder if it's because you're spamming, you know? Because you're fishing for it. I can tell. It's like only gonna do it every 40 seconds. He's like, I'll make you do a flip. All right, fine. Oh wait, that's the spin. I have one that's called spin and one that's called flip. I don't know if I like spin anymore. Maybe we'll do the other one. Do a flip. Do a flip. Yeah, I think that one's better. I think we like that one a little better generally. I can do it with like manually as well. And I don't mind the option to do it manually, but being able to do it without having to exit the game, you know, alt tabbing and all that, pretty good. Beatrice's premium effect? Is it? I don't think we've got anything premium around here. One of my favorite parts about Cyberpunk, I've realized, so we've been watching Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and even in the game, is the dialogue. The like, how it's like the way that they speak, choom and preem and all that shit. That shit is so fucking cool. It's like one of the most unique things in any setting. Like actually, like the way that they literally speak English is different in Cyberpunk. That's fucking awesome. I don't know if I want every bit of media to be like that necessarily, but for Cyberpunk specifically, it really fills the world's it really helps with the narrative, if that makes sense. Like it really immerses me into the environment because they literally speak differently. They have their own dialect, which is very, very fucking cool. And it's not hard to understand as well, because a lot of the words that they use are like close enough to how we speak that it's comprehensible, even if you've never really heard it before. Maybe preem doesn't mean premium to you at first, but in context, you definitely understand what they meant. And I don't even know. I don't know what the fuck choom is supposed to like chum, maybe? I don't understand how that means what it does, but it's definitely a good thing. And then all the other stuff, like you'll just get like over time. It's like fine. It's like learning another language a little bit. Because he says, I spun something good enough. Congratulations. I'm glad that you feel accomplished. Is just gonna go do something productive now? Later, humans? Okay. I wonder what constitutes productive. How productive do you have to be productive? Is sleeping productive? I think it should be considered productive. Is eating productive? Do you have to create something? Do you have to create a product in order to be considered productive? That sort of makes sense. But like studying is productive, right? If you're like studying for a test, that's being productive, right? There's no product there. What is the product? The knowledge we made along the way? Fuck. Taku says hitting 97 sailing today. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. I might get to 96 today. Because I'm probably, well, I don't know. It depends on how tired I am after Outward. Because Delta's going to end at like 8, probably. Assuming that his boys are around to watch anime. Savage does no pay yet, obviously. Hello. But yeah, assuming that Delta ends at his normal time, and we'll have about 4 hours to do more RuneScape. So we'll get another 800,000 experience. Which I don't think will get us to 96, but it'll get us a decent amount of the way there. Then we won't stream on Monday, and on Tuesday we'll get another 1 million. Ish. At least 1 million. So that means right now we'll end up at 9 million, or almost 9 million at the end of this stream. Wait, no, 200k, right? So that would be 8.6 million. And then with another 4 hours, that would be 800k. That would be 9.4 million. And then at the end of Tuesday's stream, it'd be 10.4 million-ish. So Wednesday would be 11.4, and Friday would be 12.4. So Saturday might barely be enough, then barely enough to finish leveling sailing. What a perfect time. Savage obviously is going to be here for the pickle pack on Saturday, assuming that he doesn't have like preoccupations or whatever. So he would already be here if we happen to line everything up. Zero says, no way, he's gamering. It's only 5 days a week, brother. Certified freak. Savage says, oh, I will. Sounds good. Oh, well, you don't know that. Anything could happen, Savage. If all of the if the secret shadowy cabal that's controlling the UK finally unites and decides to flip the UK over so that it is able to use all the Ferris wheels as actual wheels and pilot the UK somewhere else on the surface of the earth, you'll feel like a goddamn fool in a week, because obviously then in that case, under those circumstances, you wouldn't be able to be there. Fucking idiot. Savage says, well, I will miss it if that happens. Yeah, obviously. Saku says there's a good chance I'll still AFK salvage whenever I can on the side, just to get nails and well, I guess the pet chance too, right? Nails, cannon would still be good. That's about it though, right? Mostly just nails and cannon. Who knows what Sailing Part 2 is going to have, but those are the main things. Zero says, I'm going to try air frying some Mandy bulgogi chicken dumplings because I don't want to dirty a pan. Oh, I'm sorry, Mandu bulgogi chicken dumplings. I have no idea what that... I know what I know what chicken is. I sort of know what a dumpling is. Not 100%. Like, what makes a dumpling a dumpling? A dumpling's kind of like a ravioli, right? Beatrice's Mandu are Korean dumplings. Oh, what the fuck? So he's making dumplings? He's making Korean dumplings, bulgogi chicken dumplings? That's fucking ridiculous. How many dumplings do you need? 0? Relax. Save some for the rest of us. Lucas's pet chance only rolls on fishing the salvage. It was gonna stack up in the bank? God dang. You're just gonna keep doing it until you get the pet, and you're just gonna have a salvage stack in the bank. You could just go and do that whenever you want nails or need nails or whatever. That's crazy. Just gonna salvage this. That was my plan too. Oh god, you're gonna be fucking clearing out that salvage forever. Actually, Savage is gonna drop that shit on the ground. He doesn't give a fuck. Savage is 5k in his bank so far. Yeah. Savage is gonna get the pet and he's just gonna be like, fuck this. Like, he might do some of it. He's gonna get like 1k through like a 14k stack, and he's gonna be like, fuck that. I'd rather drop this shit on the ground than have this. Saku says, well, he ain't dropping it in anymore. What? Why not? Zero says, I was reading what the bag said. Oh. Saku says, well, because he's banking him. Yeah, that's a good point. Why aren't you just drop? Is it faster to bank? It could be faster to bank. And then he'll drop it out of his inventory later if you can get it noted. Maybe you can't get it noted though. Saku says, what's your best place for cleaning salvage? That's obviously a question for Savage. I was going to answer it with something smart ass, but I couldn't come up with anything fast enough. Zero says, gonna see the FNAF and Jujutsu Kaisen movie later today. I'm ready. I've not heard anything good about the FNAF movie, but I didn't even know there was a Jujutsu Kaisen movie. So Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer have gotten movies. Huh? What's up with that? Are they like the new Naruto, Bleach, Dragon Ball? Is that what's going on? Is that why they're getting movies? Anime studios want to make money from movies, so they're like, let's use the most popular anime. My Hero got movies too. Beatrice says, believe it? Oh, how dare you. Who's your favorite character in Naruto, Beatrice? Savage says it's Temporos, 2 tiles. Saku says, yeah, I've been there. Gotcha. Is 2 tiles 1 tick? Or is it like 2 tiles away? So it's like 3 tiles in a way. Beatrice says, I've never watched Naruto. I've only ever seen clips, so I don't know. That's fine. You can still have a favorite character. Zero says, I read that as, what's your best place for cleanings, Savage? And I immediately thought, hopefully the shower. Nah, he's a bathtub. He's a bathtub boy. Zero says, she won't admit it's pervy stage. There's no fucking way that's true. There's no fucking way that's true. Beatrice is the Bruce Lee guy. Is it fucked up that I have to say which one? I'm gonna guess Rock Lee rather than Mike Guy. Probably you're talking about Rock Lee. The young one or the old one, I guess. That would be the way that I could tell. But there's 2 virtually identical. The young one. Okay, so yeah, Rock Lee. There's 2 virtually identical guys. Yeah. But yeah, that's funny. That's funny. Zero says, to be fair, Guy was winning that fight with Madara. He should have won the fight with Madara. Considering Madara just gets ganked in like literally 10 seconds after that or whatever. Well, it's not quite that short, but literally he just dies to fucking plot right after that. He should have just won. And then they should have just continued the story with Black Zetsu and Kaguya after that anyway. Like there's literally no reason. Zero says, I think Kishimoto wrote himself into a corner used Kaguya as an ass pull. Oh, so that Madara could be defeated? I don't know, maybe. I think that Kishimoto had a lot of things in mind specifically for the story of Naruto, and he realized as he was getting towards the conclusion of the story that he wasn't prepared to explain all the things that he necessarily had in mind. I bet a lot of the like origins of chakra stuff was probably in his mind in some way. If that makes sense. And he was like trying to bring it all together, and he like didn't really have it like that. Zero says, yeah, because even with the Sage of Six Pass and the Rinne Sharingan, Six Pass model was still putting those boys on a t-shirt. Yeah. I agree. I don't think that's very hotly contested, to be honest, either. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it matters a lot either in the grand scheme of things. There's some cool stuff that's like was definitely intended to be the way that it is all along. Like the idea of the Sharingan and the Byakugan being related or whatever, like literally happens even in the English dub of the anime during the fucking Chunin exams, like the preliminaries of the Chunin exams. Kakashi's like, oh yeah, and it said that the Byakugan and the Sharingan like genetically are related or whatever. Like the Sharingan's just a descendant of the Byakugan, and it's like, well yeah, because they're all from like the Rinnegan or whatever. It's like, what? You actually thought of that, Keisha? But like, what? Huh, all right. He's not like totally making shit up as he goes along. But at the same time, also famously in Naruto, for those of you who aren't aware, in the original story idea, if you will, like pre-Naruto or whatever, you know what I mean? As Kishimoto was like determining what the story was going to be about, in the original version, if you will, maybe not like the original, it depends on how you want to look at it. There's a proto Naruto storyline that doesn't exist corporeally, but existed in Kishimoto's mind at one point, right? Where Sasuke was not in the story at all, right? There's a version of Naruto in Kishimoto's mind that is pre-Sasuke, literally zero Sasuke at all, which is fucking crazy if you know anything about Naruto at all. Like, Sasuke is the second protagonist in the show. You know what I mean? He's the secondary protagonist. Zero says Sasuke pisses me off. Dude, preaching to the choir. He's a whiny ass bitch, dog. A fucking whiny ass bitch. There is no reason for Sasuke to be the way that he is. Aku says based. Agatasa also says based. Oh, we got some Sasuke haters, certified Sasuke haters in the chat. Let's fucking go. I say that Sasuke definitely is like, in some ways, my fucking spirit animal, and I hate that about myself, but it is definitely true. Agatasa says Sakura really said, "Let me get with that." There was no other man. Yeah. I don't know. Though, to be fair, any heat you give Sakura, you also have to give Naruto, because Sakura and Naruto are equally in love with Sasuke, and I'll not hear any argument to the contrary, right? Let's not get it twisted. Don't forget who his first kiss was. Do not forget. Agadasa says bro tried to kill her multiple times. Same applies to Naruto. I think every time he tried to kill Sakura, he also tried to kill Naruto. In fact, he might have tried to kill Naruto more times. In fact, he definitely tried to kill Naruto more times. You're telling me that he wasn't trying to kill Naruto with that first Chidori on the fucking rooftop in Konoha? Like, Kakashi literally was like, yo, you don't use that technique on your friends. Don't do that shit, dog. You know what I mean? Like, don't, What the fuck was that? You know I didn't teach you that shit for this. Saku says I can fix the moment. I mean, kinda, yeah. But again, Sakura's only as guilty as Naruto is. 100%. Zero says Itachi, please. I was a double agent for the Hokage, and I've always loved the leaf. Please carry on my fight, Sasuke. Itachi hated the leaf. I gotta destroy it. Fuck you, Naruto. I want to be Hokage now. Yeah, kind of. Also, don't give Itachi that much credit, to be honest. Like, Itachi for sure was trying to make sure that Sasuke was strong and was not going to be controlled by basically anyone, right? Strong enough to be his own person, right? That's definitely what Itachi was intending to do from the very beginning, in my opinion. Well, maybe not from the very beginning, because he could have been a villain straight up from the beginning, right? But like, his long-term plan, the way he was written, that's clearly what he was trying to accomplish. The whole double agent for the leaf, I don't believe it. He's the worst fucking spy in existence. Are you telling me that nobody knew anything about the Akatsuki after Jiraiya's doing all this research on them out in the field and Itachi's in the Akatsuki? Nobody knows how the Pass of Pain work? Nobody knows how fucking Hidan works? Hidan has one fucking move. You couldn't slide any information about that to Konoha? What the fuck did he tell Konoha about the Akatsuki? What did he tell them? What news did Itachi give Konoha about the Akatsuki? Literally any piece of information provided. What did he tell him, that they were after the Jinchuriki because he says that directly to Jiraiya? Maybe, but Jiraiya is the one who brings it up first, number one, and number two, they figured that out also. Anyway, like, what the fuck kind of spying have you been doing, dog? Like, what is this? You useless motherfucker. At the very least, he's got what's the fuck that guy's name? Asuma's blood on his hands. At the very least, Itachi has Asuma's blood on his hands. There's no reason Asuma needed to die that way, because Shikamaru was able to figure out how to beat Hidan, having experienced Asuma's death. So if he knew what Hidan's powers were beforehand, Shikamaru would have never let Asuma die there, ever. It never happens, right? Like, at the very least that. Because you might be able to make the argument, well, it's like, oh, well, nobody knows exactly how the Pass of Pain works. Well, it's not exactly Itachi's fault for not telling Jiraiya about all. Fucking maybe, all right? Fucking maybe. Surely you knew a little something about it. Zero says, you think he wasn't trying to kill Naruto when he popped the Indra's arrow and hit him with a Kirin from the space directly to the neck? Akanaza says, Itachi lasers confuse me. Don't get me started on Danzo. I like Itachi a lot, but he is not a good spy. That's for damn sure. I don't know of anybody who likes Danzo. I don't know of a single person who likes Danzo. Straight up. If you like Danzo, I don't think we can be friends. Zero says, Jiraiya could have survived if Itachi just sent him a quick text saying that Pain is 6 dudes. Actually kind of real. But, like, to be fair, Jiraiya could have survived if he just didn't go back to fight more of Pain. Like, there was a moment where he could have just been like, all right, I'm going to consider this a win. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to just go reverse summon myself to Mount Paozu or whatever, or just fucking leave. And he's like, no, I got this. Zero says, anyone who says they like Danzo is lying and just wants to be special. Yeah, they're like, no. I like the villain. Akanaza says, I don't know, this whole thing on Sasuke blaming Danzo for everything felt weird. It is Danzo's fault. Akanaza says, like, nah, dude, blame the institution, not the man. No. It was Danzo's fault. I actually disagree, Akataza. It was fully Danzo's fault. Danzo personally orchestrated almost everything bad that the Leaf has done since, like, the era of the Third onwards. Like, the worst thing that Hiruzen ever did was, like, make sure that the Uchiha stayed the police force, which kind of made them, like, second-class citizens in some way. That's, like, damn close to the worst thing Hiruzen ever, like, personally did. Also not taking care of Naruto, I guess, but, you know, I meant, like, on the scale of the society. Akanaza says, I'd argue you could blame the second Hokage more, his genocidal ass. Okay, fair, right? Fair. But was Danzo even alive during the era of the second Hokage? I mean, I guess he was as, like, a kid, but, like, I think that the whole root thing, like all of that, none of that would have been a thing without Danzo. At least anywhere near the capacity that it was. But that being said, Danzo does do arguably a lot of good for Konoha. Like I think he genuinely did think that Konoha, or like he was doing the best thing that he could do for Konoha, at least for the most part. I think that he also wanted to consolidate power to himself, right? But I think he was like genuinely trying to make Konoha better, and I think he did succeed in a lot of ways. But I don't think he's a good person, and I don't know if he was doing the best thing that he could have done, right? Like he could have probably done other things that would have had similar outcomes as well, but I don't think you can argue with the results given what we know about the narrative in some ways. Like, well, yeah, no, the Uchiha were gonna do a coup, and that was gonna be bad. Zero says Hiruzen did promise Minato and Kushina that he would raise Naruto like a son, and then shoved him into a shitty one-bedroom, one-bath and left him with unlimited cup noodles. I mean, maybe that's how he raised his son. I don't know who Hiruzen's children are. I think we just don't know who Konohamaru's parents are, right? And isn't Konohamaru and Asuma, aren't they related to each other? Like, is Hiruzen a Sarutobi? Is Asuma's father Hiruzen? Am I making that shit up? How does the lineage work? Zero says Asuma was his son, I think. Yeah, I think Asuma, was Hiruzen's son, and Konohamaru is Hiruzen's grandson. But Konohamaru's dad is not Asuma, because Asuma's first child with the lady with red eyes, whose name is escaping me at the moment, is only now relevant in Boruto. Yeah, Asuma was his uncle, which means that Hiruzen has another son, Kurenai. Yes, that's what her name is. Thank you. Fucking Genjutsu specialist Kurenai was like, hey, check this out. Itachi is invading Konoha. Let me put this motherfucker in a Genjutsu. And Itachi's like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this chick trying to do? You think this is a fucking game? Like, what was her plan? Like, why did she do that? Don't do that. I literally never respected Kurenai again after that. Like, I thought that she was fodder. She's not. She's a Jonin. She's strong, but you would never know because she got clowned by Itachi so free. And it's just because fucking Itachi has an ocular dojutsu, is very proficient with his Sharingan, and also is particularly good at Genjutsu. Like, you would never know that she wasn't fodder, but god damn it, does she seem like fodder. Like, what the fuck, Kurenai? Oh my god. She's supposed to be strong, but like, you wouldn't fucking know. Not from that exchange, that's for damn sure. Similar with Kakashi though. Kakashi also got fucking no-diffed. Like, he had a bad run in that span of Naruto. It was not good for him for a second. 108 Sages, I believe Asuma was Konohamaru's uncle. Yeah, that would have to be the case. I agree. That makes sense to me. Thank you, 108 Sage and Zero, for the fact checking. Zero says Itachi, the top Genjutsu rogue ninja, still alive. Yeah, I'm a bitch by trapping him by my dollar store. Great value tree Genjutsu. Yeah, no, that was a choice. That was a fucking choice. Oh my god. Mugiwara no Goofy is a YouTube channel, and he's mostly a One Piece fan, but he does go through Naruto from Kakashi's perspective as like almost like a Naruto abridged sort of thing. Very, very, very funny, and that moment is a highlight when Kurenai tries to punk Itachi, of all people. Like, you know who he is. He's Itachi from the Hidden Leaf. He only left but fucking 8 years ago, right? Like, Kunai knows who that is, right? He's got the Sharingan. There's only fucking 3 Sharingan users that are known to exist, right? It's Sasuke, Itachi, and Kakashi. There's only 3 people with the funny red eyes. There's no way she didn't know who she was fighting with. Zero says literally hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. Yeah, no, it's embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing that shit happened. Zero says that's like sitting in a class with a paper ball in your hand, 20 students to choose to throw the ball at, and you choose Vaughn to throw the ball at. Vaughn? Who's Vaughn? King Vaughn? I don't know who that is. Zero says the funny man who murders you if you don't like him. Oh. Yeah, that would be a very bad idea. Don't do that. Taku says James Vaughn. Nope. Still doesn't sound familiar to me. Am I supposed to know who this is? Is this common knowledge? Am I stupid? Taku says no. Oh. Zero says that's it. I'm replaying Storm 4. Okay. Zero says Storm 4 adapted the end of the Shippuden manga before the anime did. That's kind of crazy. Modern 8 stage, his name is Vaughn. James Vaughn. That reference I understood. Guys. I got that one. Zero says, so the entire end of the story in Storm 4 is done entirely different from the anime. I think it's better. Oh, really? That's interesting. I wonder what the future of Dragon Ball is going to look like. If you guys didn't know, Dragon Ball Daima is being fan rewritten by Totally Not Mark on his YouTube channel. It's kind of like a hybrid storyboard, story time, explainer series where they're like trying to be as close to the plot of Daima as possible while also like fixing problems that it had, like from a story perspective, like a storytelling perspective. Been pretty good so far. I haven't watched Daima, but I'm a big fan of Totally Not Mark. He's a very, very good YouTube content creator. Zero says, I didn't really like Daima. The movies have been banger. Sparking Zero was banger for all of 5 months. I haven't seen Daima, so I don't really have an opinion on it. The movies I have seen every Dragon Ball movie post Battle of Gods. And I don't know. Battle of Gods was very, very good. Resurrection F was much less good. Broly was pretty good. A little thin plot-wise, but pretty good. And Dragon Ball Super Superhero, I mostly didn't like, to be honest. It was like fine, I guess. I don't know. I like that Piccolo was like a major character in it, and I like the, what are they called? Cyborg duders? I like those guys. They're kind of cool and charming. But overall, no. Zero says, I dislike blue as a form. I think we should have stuck with regular God. I don't really know what the difference between blue and God is, to be honest, from like a story perspective. Like, I don't know if we needed Super Saiyan Blue, because if there was no Super Saiyan Blue, couldn't we just use Super Saiyan God and would anything be different? It's not like Super Saiyan God was strong enough to do something Super Saiyan Blue isn't necessarily. It's just implied that Super Saiyan Blue is stronger than Super Saiyan God, right? Or not even implied, it's like pretty explicitly stated, I guess. But my point being, like, I don't know if there was actually a need for that form to exist, to be honest. Gamma 1 and 2, yeah, those guys. Thank you. Zero says, God form isn't really a form. It's his base form running on God key. Like throwing 92 in your car instead of 87. And blue is going Super Saiyan while you're channeling God key. I don't understand how God key makes you stronger, I guess. And also, he's got God key in his like regular form now, right? Like he was able to continue fighting Beerus as a Super Saiyan because he incorporated God key into his like regular shit. And he can still go Super Saiyan God. So it's not like, oh well, yeah, he's incorporated Super Saiyan God, so he's like kind of always Super Saiyan God. Because like no, he can also just transform into Super Saiyan God also still. There's this, I don't really know either. They didn't explain it well, and I'm not one to take it as it just work as a defined answer. Yeah, I don't think they did. Well, actually, the biggest problem with Super Saiyan God is that they didn't just call it Saiyan God, so that blue could be Super Saiyan God. That's the biggest problem. Let's start there, right? That's really the elephant in the room. If we're gonna have a red one and a blue one, the blue one should be Super Saiyan God, and the other one should just be Saiyan God. Zero says, technically, blue is Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, which is dumb. Yes, SSGSS. Or SSJSS, I guess, would be what it would be in abbreviated in Japanese, Super Saiyajin. I don't remember what it was in Xenoverse 2. I think it was SSGSS because we say God instead. Well, I guess they would say God too. But anyways, Zero says, I got a theory that Vegeta's blue evolved is just Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 2. Yeah, evolution or evolved or whatever. Doesn't seem like it's a very important part of the... I think it happens in the manga and in the anime though. So I guess it is canon, but it doesn't seem like it's very important because it, first of all, it didn't amount to very much. That's number one. And number two, like it didn't do anything when it showed up. And secondly, it like isn't really used again after. At least I don't think so in the Granola or the Moro arc. Zero confirmed for me that Xenoverse 2 does have SSGSS. Thank you. RNA Sage says in Japanese it would be SSJ Super Saiyajin God. Yeah, so it would be SSJ GSSJ. Super Saiyajin God Super Saiyajin. Yes. Correct. Beautiful. Zero says apparently it's at least a 20 times multiplier since it kept up with Goku Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Kaioken times 20. Yeah, sure. But I don't know if that's canon. The canonicity of the manga versus the anime is a little weird at the moment, right? I think the manga is still presumed to be canon over the anime, but it's like whatever you want, you know? And canonicity matters for power scaling, right? Like if you're gonna try to put numbers to things, you kind of need to know precisely what you can use as an actual measuring stick, as opposed to like a silly throwaway feat, because you can use everything, right? But if you use everything, then like some like relativistic shit starts to happen. Like there's some like very silly shit starts ending up happening. My biggest problem with power scaling in general is like the like physics part of it. Like there's like, oh well, this guy responded to like a laser beam, which means that they're moving faster than the speed of light. And I'm like, I don't know if you can just assume that the speed of light is the same in this universe or whatever. I don't think that they work that way. You know what I mean? I don't think that anime universes like really work with the same like physics. It's like a video game, right? Like video games don't have gravity. You can't use this acceleration on Earth to determine how big something is in a video game, because the gravity is different in video games. And we know this. We know this to be true. And it's like, it's fine in the context of like, you know, a silly like internet video. Like it doesn't actually matter, but it's one of those things where it's like, listen, you scale things way, way, way too high most of the time when you're talking about anime stuff, because like MatPat would never get away with that shit in game theory, because everyone's like, well, obviously gravity's different, right? But it's like, well, why is light not considered different, obviously, in like the anime power scaling space? Because it definitely should very clearly be, in my opinion. Because like you have people that are reacting to things that are light speed when they're like also just regular ass fist fighting. You know what I mean? Like if they could react to something at light speed, no one is throwing a punch and hitting them, because the punch would have to move fast enough to cause like nuclear concussive forces, because molecules are bashing into each other, like being thrown through each other's nuclei. You know what I mean? Like it's ridiculous how fast that punch would have to be in order for someone to not be able to dodge it, right? Modern 8H, some people have changed it to SSJGB and SSJG. Super Saiyan, Super Saiyajin God, and Super Saiyajin God Blue. Sure. Zero says the power scaling wiki is so funny, because you got Goku at like universe level, and then you got Uncle Grandpa at multiversal god tier. Sort of makes sense. Uncle Grandpa from the show, the TV show, because he's like a reality bending entity or whatever, right? Taku says, no, they use miles per second instead of kilometers, but they have the same number. That just sounds like a terrible tragedy waiting to happen. Shout out to NASA. I forget which launch it was. That's very funny. Sure. Apollo 13, sure. Was that the one? Imagine Apollo 13 being the one that blew up on the tarmac when it was the 13th Apollo flight. I don't think it was that one. It could have been though. Thought it was an earlier one. Taku says, I don't think that one blew up. Yeah, no. I think Apollo 13 was the one that had a lot of things go wrong, but everybody ended up making it back, and it was fine in the end. Zero says power scaling is kind of confusing unless you get deep into the ranking system. But for instance, like Deku for My Hero is city block level, but that doesn't mean that a single punch he could. That doesn't mean that in a single punch he could destroy a city block, but he can output that kind of energy. Sure. Zero says UG is a Uncle Grandpa is a gag character similar to how Saitama and Ara. I think this is the character from Dr. Slump. I think you're talking about her, Arale. I don't know how to say her name. Ara Ale, I guess, or Ara Ale are gag characters and can put belt to ass for Goku. Yeah, I don't. You're talking about the Dr. Slump character, but yeah, I don't know how to say her name. I know who she is though. I know of her. I haven't read Dr. Slump because who the fuck has? Most people haven't even read fucking Dragon Ball. Obviously, haven't read Dr. Slump. Taku says Apollo 13 is the one that went around the moon to go back to Earth. Okay. Zero says I've always said it as RLA. Sure, I'm convinced. Delta, are you still here? So Pika wants to rain check Killing Floor 3. We can play Killing Floor 3 without him, or we can play Outward instead. It's up to you, brother. Just because a bunch of stuff happened. Yeah. So they didn't land on the moon. They were probably planning on landing on the moon initially, but they decided not to after all. Zero says Apollo 13 was fake because the moon isn't real. But Apollo 12 was real because the moon was real then. But in between Apollo 12 and 13, they realized that the moon was... Pika isn't going to be joining us for Killing Floor 3, Delta. So we can either do Outward or we can play Killing Floor 3 anyway. It's up to you. Zero says instead of actually going to the moon, they went to Denny's for Apollo 13. Why Denny's? Shouldn't they have used the Moon Man for McDonald's? Wait, isn't Mac Tonight like way after that? Isn't that like a 70s commercial or something? 80s commercial? Oh, they reused the moon landing assets in the McDonald's commercial. I see. Zero says because Denny's is open 24 hours. Wouldn't that be a reason not to use Denny's because they're staging a moon landing? Shouldn't you use a store that's closed for that? When it's closed? Zero says, you know what? That's fair. Yeah, there was somebody that was like, oh my God, look, the photos of the moon landing are fake. Look at this picture of the moon. You notice, you see what you don't see in the sky? Stars. They obviously faked it. And it's like imagining NASA faking the moon landing and forgetting to put stars in the pictures that they take on the moon. Like, NASA? You are some dumb motherfucker. Like, you forgot the stars? Shout out to Zach Star, the YouTube channel. Or maybe it's Zach Star himself. He's got 2 YouTube channels. They both are comedy hits. One of them's more sciencey though, I guess. Zero says it. If he was the first man on the moon, who the fuck took the pictures of him stepping out of the shuttle? Damn it, he's right. Fuck. One small step for man, giant leap for mankind. Can we get another read on that? I fucked that up. Zero says, I highly doubt that was his first words. Mine would have been, fuck, it's cold out here. No, it's not cold because he's wearing a suit, right? I forgot to do my ping. Oops. I gotta really start doing it on my other. I tried to do it on this computer the last couple days and I completely forgot yesterday to do the ping. And today I only just remembered. Zero says, me walking out of the room, me walking out onto the moon type shit, a parking complex would go hard here. What? Are you good? Saku says, why the fuck am I here? Are you guys all right? What's going on? Also, Delta, are you good? Are we doing anything? Zero says the government has attacked our brains using radio waves from 5G towers, turning us gay for uncovering the secrets of the moon landing. How does turning us gay make us not uncover the secrets of the moon landing? Because we're so busy fucking each other. Saku says true reaction of the first guy to walk on the moon. Why the fuck am I here? Because he made a wish to a genie and it went terribly, terribly wrong. He wanted to be the first person on the moon, so the genie just teleported him there instantly. Why the fuck am I here? There's this, I don't know, but it does. Why care about the moon when there's men? I'm not gay, so I don't understand, me personally. Oh, he changed his stream title, so he is alive. Okay, good. He changed it to Killing Floor. I don't know if that means that he wants to do Killing Floor, because he also has Pikachu in the title. I'm literally just doing this. I should just have kept sailing. I didn't realize it was going to take Delta this long. Why is there a fire in the reflection of this brazier? That's fucking strange. Or the shadow. It's not a reflection, it's a shadow. You would expect a fire to be in a shadow. No, you would expect a fire to be in a reflection, but not in a shadow. I think you can see a fire shadow in some way. I'm trying to remember how I heard, or when I heard that. Sounds ridiculous, but I feel like I remember that being a thing. Got so many crystal shards. So this is change of plans. I'm gonna go do something. I'll keep you updated. I can show up on the usual time for Outward. Delta got fucked up. I don't know what's going on with him, but it's not good. Holy. All right, so full rain check on Killing Floor 3. That's turns out everyone's busy always. This weekend has been fucked. I'm the only one with nothing going on this weekend. That's crazy. All right. We're gonna nerd log, or we're gonna prevent nerd log. Then we're gonna do some more laps. The Great Malenko says, I just watched my toddler fall, land on his neck, grab his feet. Wait, I'm sorry. Fall, land on his neck. His feet touched the back of his head. He slid at least a foot like this, then got up and kept running. God damn. Motherfucker's built different. Great Malenko says, we are at the park for the context. Yeah, no, I got you. You just saw him like full on scorpion and then get up like nothing happened. Great Malenko says, bro didn't even flinch. Well, I mean, he's scorpion, so that was definitely a flinch, but I get what you're saying. He just like kept it moving. You got to teach him to tuck and roll or something. Like, damn. That was not a very controlled fall for sure. Taku's just built like Luffy. Yeah. The Great Malenko says, do you know how hard it was not to fucking laugh? You can laugh at that, I think. It's okay. They're fine. Why not? It was funny. I'd laugh. But I'm also not a parent. I'm free. Well, we're gonna get some extra experience today. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Great Malenko says, yeah, mine is at one point at the one scorpion-ing hard as fuck. Scorpion as a verb is fucked up. Somebody was saying that anything can be a verb in English. I guess that's true. Is scorpioning a verb in that sentence? I guess it is. I think there's like ing can be like a gerund or something. I feel like I remember learning that part of speech. Gerund. But yeah, he is scorpioning, so it's part of the verb phrase, I suppose. Wait, no. It makes it sound like a direct object. He is what? Scorpioning. Which would not be a verb in that case. If it were a direct object, but that can't be. Scorpioning isn't an object, is it? It's like a thing that you do. I don't know English, it turns out. Great Malenko says, but wouldn't it have to be ing for most things? What? Sure. I feel like half of the question that you had was not stated. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't think you said anything improper, to be clear. I think you said it fine. I understood what you meant and everything, but I was just thinking about something else that other person was saying about English words. This is a lot of fucking boats. There sure are people doing sailing. Should we look at our rankings in the world? $16,000? That's a good amount of people that are at or above 94. Not a lot, to be honest, but a good amount. Grant Malenko says, I only passed English because I read a lot. Never really paid attention to it. Yeah, as English speakers, native English speakers, for the most part, we don't have to like think about English that much. It just kind of comes to us naturally. That's why we can follow the rules of grammar without being able to explain what the rules of grammar are. Like, things just sound weird to us when it's wrong. Even if you can't really put it into words what's wrong with it. Where's this guy going? Yeah, there's got to be some new alternate method. I know Savage mentioned there's a method that like requires less turns. But the way that he was talking about it made it sound like it would have, like, you can get par time, but it uses less turns and is a little slower. And I don't care about getting part-time. I want the laps to be as short as possible, really, because the shorter the lap, the more experience. The Great Malenko says it's like a native Japanese speaker hearing wrong Japanese. Oh, I'm sure. I have no idea. How do I say this? I have no idea what wrong Japanese sounds like, if that makes sense. I definitely don't have a sense for it myself. But there's this one anime character who speaks Japanese like a textbook or whatever. So he sounds like really strange, like really alien in the context of the show, because everybody else is speaking like casually or whatever. It's like when Savage does an American accent. It's like that. It's like he doesn't sound like a real person. Sounds like a fucking weirdo alien trying to be a person, you know? I would like to buy that with my credit card. Or whatever he says. Oh, fuck. The Great Malinkos is like when I hear a fake Southern speak. That's probably true. It's probably just trying to imitate an accent. It's similar. It's like it's also like grammatical turns of phrase that are so alien and stagnated or whatever. The Great Malinkos says I can tell a fake Southern speech from the first word. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't really... We've established, as far as this channel is concerned, that I absolutely cannot do a Southern accent. Not a thing. Not capable. Well, I can't do a Southern accent other than what I already sound like, I guess. If I sound like I have any kind of a Southern accent, no, I don't think I do. I think I sound like a Yankee. Then that's all I've got. Every now and then, though, I think there's a word that like sounds weird in my mouth. Lure was a word that I used to say lure, which is like a lot more Southern, but not necessarily so. Graham Malenko says, I love asking people from up north. You're not from around here, are you? Graham Malenko says, like, then I'd be like, nah, I'm just fucking with you, gang. You're not from around here, are you? We don't take kindly to your folk around here. Oh God, what do you mean by that? Oh, I mean like young folk. It's not because you're black enough. Just we're like an elderly community. We don't want you like, you know, causing no problems, bro. You understand? Oh, okay. That's fine. Imagine someone calling me young in the year 2025. Crazy. I'm sorry, I was delusional for a second. It was two old men speaking to each other in that skit. We've done very well so far. We're already 5 mil down from, I think, when we first got here ish. And we only need another 4.5. We're doing like really, really well as far as this grind goes. He says, crashing into that rock. Great Malenko says, I told some guy from the Bronx to move down here to not go to a particular area after dark, and he was like, are they going to I don't know if I can say that word. Are they gonna get me? He was like, what the fuck? No, it's the hood. They're gonna rob you. They're just gonna rob you. You're gonna, what the fuck? No. Jesus, dude. Great Malenko says, we're Southern, not racist. Yeah, no, they're just going to rob you. I don't care what color you are. Yeah. I feel that though. I was in Florida once picking oranges, and there was this barn like way out in the field, way out in the grove somewhere, right? With this the gigantic like fuck off huge Confederate flag. And I was like, gee, I hope that flag means Southern pride and not I hate black people. because I can't be sure from a glance. I can't know which. The Great Malenko says it's probably the most fucking Florida thing to be doing in Florida, picking oranges. Either picking oranges or being in Disney World. Those are it, I think, yeah. It's probably something like Super Miami as well. I don't know what it would be though. Shout out to Vice City, the game, to be clear, not the actual city. I don't care about the actual city. Oh yeah, GTA 6, right? That's gonna be in Miami as well, right? So we've had 2 GTAs in New York in 3 and 4, I think, right? Then 2 in California in San Andreas and GTA 5, and then now we're gonna have 2 in Miami in Vice City and GTA 6. Great Malenko says, I thought GTA 6 was multiple cities. Oh yeah, it might be. I don't know that much about it. I thought it was supposed to be a return to Vice City, Miami, but maybe it's a return to Vice City and in other places also. Great Malenko says that, imagine we can go to Los Santos in GTA 6. Is Los Santos a part of San Andreas? I'm guessing it must be. It doesn't mean anything to me by itself. It sounds like San Andreas. But yeah, geographically, Miami or Vice City and San Andreas are supposed to be fucking a whole country away from each other. So I'm sure they're not going to do the whole fucking country in between. Not without like scaling it way the fuck down. Ray Malenko says Los Santos is the whole map for GTA 5. That's the name of the city. Oh, I thought it was called San Andreas. Fair enough. My bad. I've never played GTA 5, just San Andreas. In fact, I've never played anything 4 and onwards. So I played 3, Vice City, and San Andreas. I want to say mostly 3. Missing that crate makes me extremely sad. All right. God damn it. Also dying. Great Malenko says, so San Andreas is the playable area in San Andreas. Los Santos is the state. What? In the Grand Theft Auto games, there's the state is called Los Santos? That's fucking crazy. Alright. Los Santos is kind of spelled like Louisiana. Like kind of got a similar shape. I wonder why they would rename the state. Couldn't just say it was in California. I forgot to randomize the music. The Great Malenko says, and the city part of the map in GTA 5 is also Los Santos. Oh, so it's like a New York, New York. Yeah, New York City isn't called New York City, right? It's just New York. Am I wrong? Is the city called New York City? Is it the city of New York City? Or do we specify city after saying the name of the city being New York? You know? I think it's New York, New York. Is it called Washington, D.C.? Or is it Washington District of Columbia? Because the DC stands for District of Columbia, right? But I've never heard anyone say Washington District of Columbia before in my life. The Great Malenko says San Andreas is a town in Los Santos. Los Santos. In Los Santos, Los Santos, if I'm correct. So it would be like a suburb or whatever. San Andreas is just a part of Los Santos, like a district in the city or something like that. LA is extremely big, so it's broken into different sections, I'm sure. It's like a massive fucking city. I don't know if it's considered a mega city like Tokyo is. I think it is. I think there's like a dozen mega cities in the world or whatever, and Los Angeles and Los Angeles. I don't know which one it is anymore. I think it's Las Vegas. I don't know which one it is anymore for some reason. It's gone. But anyways, I think that both of them are mega cities. Los Angeles and I think it's Los Angeles. I'm locking in O. Is a mega city like Tokyo is, and also like Hong Kong and a bunch of other ones. 108 stages, I believe it's New York, New Jersey, New York, New York. And a New York City, New York. Wait, Modern 8 stages, I believe there's 3 separate things. There's a New York, New Jersey, a New York, New York, and a New York City, New York. You think there are 3 different places? There's no fucking way that's true. Hellraiser says, where did I meet you again? This is your first time in the chat. So that's going to be really hard for me to answer for you. This is your first time saying something in chat. I can try to help you out though, dog. Do you know who Elian Sin is? The demonic dragon VTuber? He's very blue. Or his stream partner Neapolitan? No. So you've talked to me in another stream, but you don't know who they are. Okay. Do you have any affinity with old school RuneScape at all? Oh, Razor says maybe Barbie. I don't know anyone named Barbie. Well, I know of. Other than obviously Barbie, I don't know of any other Barbie. Okay. So you don't mess with old school RuneScape. What about like Earth Defense Force or Ost Libra? Actually, I don't know anyone who plays Ost Libra, so you wouldn't know me through that unless you just liked Ost Libra. Hellraiser says, who's Delta? Delta is a streamer, Delta D03. We were going to be playing Floor 3 with him. He plays a lot of Call of Duty and a lot of rhythm games. But yeah, if you don't know who Delta is, you don't know who Elian is, do you know who Katakato, Zephyrus, any of those guys are? Maybe even Lokrin or Apple Pie Kitten? Or is it just I follow him, but I'm never there? Quite the choice. Loke? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Loke has been around here for a very, very, very long time. I met Loke, I think, a year after he started streaming-ish. And we've streamed together various different things since then. I've known him since he was 200 followers? Something like that? Something like that. It's been a very long time. Razor says, I'm the one always saying to peg him. I don't know if that is a unique thing for you. To be honest. Like, I don't know if you're the only one who does that, but good for you, man. So yeah, Lokrin is how you know who I am. Well, you don't know who I am. Lokrin is how you came to find me, to answer your question. And Apple, sure. Yeah. Know of me. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Great Malenko. The Great Malenko says October 25 is when they followed. Hellraiser did? October 25. That date doesn't sound significant to me in any particular way. Hellraiser says I taught Apple how to make liquor. Okay. Interesting. Fair enough. Hellraiser says that's my brother's birthday? Is it? That's fucking crazy. You followed me on your brother's birthday. Weird. What a coincidence. I'm sure that has nothing to do with me at all. Actually, maybe I did. Maybe I knew that, actually. I feel like the day that you followed me, you would have said that it was your brother's birthday or whatever. And I think that came up before. I think that is not news to me. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'd have to check the VOD. Alright, just as I was probably hiding in the bathroom watching Loke. You know, normal shit to do. But yeah, fair enough. But yeah, that answers your question. There you go. That we were able to figure it out. Thanks, the Great Malenko, for the help. Appreciate the assist. Great Malenko says, I do that too at family gatherings. Oh god. Everybody's avoiding the family gatherings. All right, where were we? 108 Stage says New York City refers to New York, New York. I just looked it up. Okay, so yeah. There is I think there is a New York, New Jersey. I think that is like a thing, but NYC is just what we refer to the city as, even though it is a city. It just specifies that it is the city. So in the same way that you would say New York State, which usually refers to the university, but regardless, it's New York City, just to clarify. It's like a parenthetical city. Thanks, Modern Age Sage, for checking in. Or is just, does anyone want to learn how to make liquor? I'm curious to know, but I'm definitely never going to do it, you know? Also, isn't that something that would be mostly useful in like prison rather than like real life? Like, do I need to know how to make moonshine? Is that something that you can legally tell people? Probably, right? It's probably not a secret. Or is there says it's cheap? Well, yeah. Great Malenko says, I feel like I've seen your name either in Deltas or Lokes chat. Now, I've been in Virginia or North Carolina my whole life. I already know. That's awesome. You're like, nah, I come from the moonshine state, brother. Like, I know how to make out. I know how to make liquor. I'm good. Or is there just then, depending on what state it's in, it's completely legal to make your own liquor? Oh, Hellraiser's from Missouri. I'm sorry, Misery. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get better. Yeah, no. I don't know how to make liquor. I don't drink, though, so, like, it's not going to help me. That's for sure. Can you imagine if one of my hobbies was making liquor and I don't even drink? Razor says I'm currently in Job Corps. What does that mean? Razor says to sell it. I think I'm all right. I feel like you shouldn't buy alcohol from someone who doesn't drink alcohol, right? Because like there's a level of quality assurance that is lost. Like if they're just handing it off to you, never having tasted it and stuff, you know what I mean? Like they should at least verify that it's like good, you know? Hellraiser says it means college that teaches you how to weld and it's free. Job Corps. I've never heard of anything like that. I know what a trade school is, which sounds like the same thing, to be honest. But fair enough. That's cool. Razor says every state has a Job Corps. It's crazy that I haven't heard about this before. It's basically the same as a trade school. Okay. I wonder how safe like technician jobs like that are, like being a mechanic and stuff from AI. I imagine they're pretty safe. More so than like being an artist and stuff like that. As I understand it, we still absolutely need mechanics. Yeah, I can't do that yet. Which is cool. Alright, later, Hellraiser. You think that there's somebody using AI to make AIs yet? I think that it's pretty common for you to have like a vetting algorithm or vetting AI to like help train the one that you're actually like going to use. But I mean like fully autonomously. I imagine not, because I feel like that would be like a runaway situation where like it would just get better and better and better and better eventually, at least in some capacity, or to get like noisier and noisier. Great Malenko says, I got kicked out, but I went to JC as a junior. I went into JC as a junior. Into JC. What did you do to Jesus Christ? I don't know why I spun the camera completely around like that. Just a flex. Look at my massive camera control. Look at how good I am at piloting my fucking camera. Well, we were gonna do like a bunch of collabs today, so I wasn't gonna be like too bothered about doing shoutouts or anything. Just because it feels weird to do like some shoutouts and not others, I guess, mostly. I don't know. I feel like I'm too particular about the shoutout thing. Like I probably should just do a shoutout when I feel like it. And like just let it rock. Just let it come to me. Spend a little too much time on them in some ways as well. Just a little. I don't know. I like to take the opportunity to talk about people that I'm fond of and familiar with and all that. The only thing I don't like is having to take my hands away from the game for a second, even. I don't like being interrupted. I've never liked being interrupted, though. Great Malenko says, Job Corps JC teaches us a slew of different things like brick masonry, carpentry, painting, culinary, more. I'm not listing, like welding. Painting. Painting? How much do you need to learn about painting? I've done a lot of painting in my day, and I've never really been taught how to paint. Commercial painting, says the Great Malenko. I mean, not to be that guy, but like I literally don't know what I would learn in a from a trade school about commercial painting. If it were like artistic painting, I'm like, sure, there's a bunch of stuff that I could learn, right? But like commercial painting, like there's a proper technique to it. Great Malenko says there's different paints for different situations. Yeah, you use semi-gloss on your trim unless it's high gloss, and then everything else is flat. The ceilings are white. The walls are contractor fucking yellow. Great Malenko says if we use interior paint or exterior, yeah, you use interior paint inside, exterior paint outside. I'm not seeing what the problem is here. What did you need to go to? Well, not you, but what would someone learn from this fucking school? Like you use interior inside and exterior outside. Like I genuinely don't see what it is that we're gonna learn. Like, what can I learn from this school? The Great Malenko says, I don't know, the right way. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, a lot of people don't know how to use like paint rollers the right way, genuinely, but I could teach it to you in 2 minutes how to do it right. Like, you understand? Like, it's not that complicated. I've seen some like pretty impressive clips of people using like giant, must have been like a fucking 20 something, maybe 36-inch roller to paint a wall very, very quickly. But I honestly don't like the execution, because despite it being very quick, I'm not convinced that it was a very even coat of paint, and how even it is matters. And also you need to use really, really good paint in order to paint that efficiently. because most paint, especially like cheap paint, you're not going to get very good coverage, even with a consistent coat of paint. It's not going to be like a one coat deal. Priming it helps a lot with that, actually. Primer will stretch the good paint or stretch the actual color that you want very, very far. Which can save a decent amount of money. Primer is very, very cheap. Gremlin says, I don't have these answers for you, Panda. Who says there's a right way to do it? Is it more than just putting the paint on it and roll? Absolutely, yes. So the reason why the roller tray has the shape that it does, you probably do this intuitively because it's not that crazy, but the idea is you apply. So, okay. The steps of the roller, right? The roller pan, right? Are to get paint off of your roller such that it is applied to the roller evenly, right? So you use the like reservoir part of the pan to get paint onto the roller, and then you roll the roller down the pan to evenly coat the roller. That's why it's ribbed, yes. You roll it down the pan, only down. You pick it up, lift it up the steps, and then you roll it down the pan again in order to evenly coat the roller. If you roll it back and forth, up and down, you're not really doing anything, to be honest. You're kind of just like wasting your time, mostly. You're getting some paint off of it, but you're not evenly coating the roller. It's going to be caked up on one side and relatively thin on the other. The idea is to get it evenly coated so that when you're actually rolling on the wall, you don't have patchiness in your runs, in your streaks, in your, you know what I mean, in your segments of paint that you're applying to the wall. I don't know what you would call that. I guess a run is fine, right? Other than that, there's not a lot that I know about commercial painting that you would really need to know. Like, you probably want to cut in with the brush first and pretty far out, depending on how good you are at rolling, because you should be able to get within maybe 3/4 of an inch, depending on how high the ceilings are and stuff like that. The reason why the ceiling height matters is because your perspective is fucked. Like when you're standing at a wall, it's hard to tell how close you are to it. Generally, you want to paint ceilings last because it's easier to paint walls. And if you are painting the wall first, you can paint it faster. You're going to paint ceilings slower anyway. But like, got to make sure you don't fuck up regardless. Oh, I forgot about that ladybug. It's still around. It just flew into one of my monitors. Hello, ladybug. Who says, oh, I just kind of cavemanned it? Yeah, most people do. That's what I'm saying. It's like most people don't really know how to paint. But like, you don't need to know how to paint to do like an okay job, is the thing. You can do a good enough job even if you don't know what you're doing. As long as you're like paying attention and not like dripping or like, you know, caking it onto the wall. If you're rolling it out on the wall relatively evenly, it'll be fine. So like, you can only fuck it up so badly. That's kind of why I was like, what are you going to learn from a trade school about commercial painting? Like, genuinely, what are you actually going to learn about it? I don't get it. Who says, I always made a capital I and spread that way. If I wanted to make it somewhat even. Oh. Yeah, you shouldn't need to do that. If you... I mean, it's fine. Like, whatever works for you, right? Like, it's your house. If you're painting, like, I don't mind. Like, do it however you want to do it. But the way that it really should work, you should be able to tell when your roller is running out of paint by the feel and the sound. It'll sound different and it'll feel different when you're low on paint. And basically, depending on how high the ceiling is and all that, and how thick the roller is, whatever, even how new the roller is, sometimes that affects how far the paint will go a little bit too. And the quality of the roller as well, to be honest. There's a few different factors, but regardless, the idea is After you finish a run, which is like a stripe, you know, if you're using I think they're usually 9-inch rollers, probably about. That seems right. Maybe 18. Regardless, you'll usually do like the width of the roller ish, and maybe one additional run, so 2 widths of the roller in one pass. And every pass after that so your first pass might be that plus another width wide, right, as you're starting the wall. And then your next pass should start a brand new pass, and it should end on the previous pass that you were just on, to even out, so that you use the fresh coat in the next pass, in the first, like on the unpainted wall, right? And then you spread out where you just were so that it's even where you started, right? And then you do that over and over again until the wall is done, generally. It doesn't need to be in a particular way. There isn't like I said, there's like almost no right way to do it, except for like the roller tech that I mentioned. Like that is, I would say, like the proper way actually to use a roller in a roller pan. But other than that, and even with that, it doesn't matter very much, right? Like you're not gonna fuck it up, but so bad, as long as you're putting the paint on the wall and not anywhere else. The Great Malenko says, I always cut in and then tape off frames and shouldn't do the rest. If you have really good painter's tape and you're very familiar with the paint that you're using and stuff, you can definitely get away with that. Painter's tape and the paint that you're using can go a long way with regards to like making it easier and faster. But if that shit varies a lot, or you're not, if you don't know what you're doing, you can definitely make more of a mess by relying on painter's tape. It just depends. I've had problems with it. It just depends on what kind of paint you're using and stuff, and even how you're applying the paint in some ways. Malenko says, Panda, you had a dad, didn't you? Not a father. Dad. Who says, did you do commercial painting in the past? What? No, I did. I mentioned this before. I used to volunteer and do some like home restoration type stuff. But also, like, watch the Home Improvement Network. You know what I mean? They tell you stuff. I'm not like a specific, you know what I mean? Like, home renovation genius or anything. I just know a few things here and there. Who says, what's wild is that I know exactly what you mean. This guy didn't have a single parent household. This guy's well adjusted. There's no way. Oh no, I missed the first red one. No. The dad that taught me how to paint would be so upset. Oh my god. But yeah, no, you can learn a lot just from, you know, listening to people who know better. And I don't mean me. I mean that I've listened to people who know better, to be clear. I'm just an anime boy on the internet. You shouldn't take anything I say all that seriously, but I've learned from people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about. Oh, wow. I very nearly steered outside of the portal that I wanted to go through. Okay, Malenko says, you got a decent head on your shoulders. What is it? A smart man learns from his mistakes. A wise man learns from other people's mistakes. Something like that. Oh my god, this ladybug is going fucking crazy. He's flying around, bumping into shit. I just heard him fly past my ear and then slam into one of the monitors. Like, do I gotta put you out of my fucking misery? Because I'll go get a fly swatter, ladybug. I swear to God, I'll do it. You don't chill the fuck out. Who says, I've always watched Yankee Workshop with my dad and loved Home Improvement and King of the Hill. I don't know what King of the Hill taught you. I do like King of the Hill. Home Improvement probably genuinely does have some stuff. Yankee Workshop, I'm not sure about. I don't know what that is. I feel like I should know what Yankee Workshop is because all of the Southerners I've ever met have always called me a Yankee. Well, not all of them. But you get what I'm saying. Sorry. I stopped looking at the screen because I saw the ladybug in the corner of my eye slam into a different monitor. Jesus Christ, dude. Just like flew into my lap. Like, what are you doing? Are you all right? Would you like a glass of water, ladybug? Because I would like you to stop fucking around, please. It is distracting. It's crazy. All stream up until now, no ladybug. And most of yesterday, no ladybug. But now, he's freaking out. He must know something. There's some kind of problem. Who says, well, the King of the Hill taught me the value of getting things done yourself. Sure. Who says, and Yankee Workshop was a woodcutting show where they taught you things like how to build different things like furniture and other miscellaneous things you find in a house. Yeah, I don't know very much about building furniture, to be honest. It's a little beyond me. Well, I don't know. I know what cabinets are, or how cabinets are built, if that makes sense. Like, I've installed enough cabinets to like know what their interior looks like. So I guess if I really wanted to, I could make a cabinet out of fucking plywood. I don't know why I would want a plywood cabinet. Some 5/8 or whatever. I could probably do that if I wanted. Weird flex, but you know. What you got, I guess. Who says, I don't know how to do it either because I was too young to absorb any info and too young to help my dad cut the wood. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's definitely a big difference between like passively watching something and actively watching it, you know? Like letting it wash over you doesn't necessarily mean that it'll stick. I'm trying to think. There's been times where, and I'm sure this has happened to you guys as well, right? Where you watch something, right? And then like you watch that thing again later in the future at some point and you're like, whoa, I don't remember that happening at all. Or like, oh wow, that's actually really useful information. I should remember this. I should use this the next time I get a chance to. And it's like the episode or whatever is exactly the same. You saw it before, but it's as if you're seeing it for the first time. Who says, but a dresser he built for me and my little brother 25 years ago is still in mint condition. God damn. That's pretty cool. pretty cool to be able to make your own stuff, I guess. I don't know if I would rather make a dresser than buy one though. And I don't have a dresser, so I don't like need one. I don't know, maybe I do need a dresser. Maybe that's what I've been missing in my life. Furniture. You know? If I just decorate the space around me, I'll feel fulfilled. I doubt it. I truly doubt it. I'm pretty sure I don't care. Yep. Yep, I don't care. Who says, oh my god, he's finally becoming aware. Nope. Spoke too soon. Who says, and he lost it. Yep, there it is. Savage says, it was almost there. Almost. Taku says, no, he's becoming aware? Like a fucking werewolf? An anonymous gifter gave identify as a truck, a tier 1 sub. Is there a lightly veiled anti-trans joke going on here? What's going on? Apache attack helicopter? Is that what we're doing in the year 2025? Are we still making these jokes? It's not your fault. Identify as a truck. Maybe you didn't ask for this. In which case, you know, congratulations on the gift sub. You were just quietly lurking, enjoying the sailing content until now. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't ask for any of this. It's fine. You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you out. You live your life. Who knows? Savage says, the guy just likes trucks. Savage is like, let him live, man. All right? He just likes trucks. That's it. Like, yeah, you're right. My bad. I'm sorry. You're right. Who says no were as in past tense? Oh, Saku says no, he's becoming a were. Like I'm dying? I mean, we're all dying. No one's special, all right? Just because you've got heart palpitations or whatever doesn't mean that you're special, all right? Everyone's dying. You're stage 4 pancreatic cancer doesn't make you better than the rest of us. Shout out to the host of Jeopardy? Is that who that was? That died of pancreatic cancer? Who, as far as I know, has never done anything wrong in his life except host television shows, which arguably isn't a wrong thing to do in your life. I have no issue with people with cancer. That isn't clear. So why the fuck would I? What a problem. You know what I hate about people with cancer? They complain about dying so much. So selfish. Like, we're all dying, really. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know if people are going to agree with you on this one. Savage says, I hate them so smug. They think they're better than me. The fucking make-a-wish. Why don't I get to make a wish? I'm dying too eventually. Like, Jesus Christ. What a selfish fucking bastard. Speaking of Make-A-Wish, shout out to John Cena. Isn't John Cena like the #1 Make-A-Wish like contributor, donator, if you know what I mean? Like celebrity to donate his time to Make-A-Wish or whatever. Fucking awesome. What a cool thing to do. Who says Panda hates people with cancer because they go on and on about dying noted? Well, not everyone with cancer dies young. To be fair, they're not all bad. Those old folks with cancer are fine. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. It does remind me of there's that scene in the Batman cartoon where there's like a little girl who's gonna die or whatever, and she like was crashing out and like doing supervillain shit because she was upset about dying, which seems reasonable. Batman was like, listen, I'm just gonna talk to her. Like he literally just like sits on a swing and talks to her for a while, and she feels better about it. It's like, damn, Batman, well done. Like, I'm gonna turn myself in and apologize for what I did because I spoke to Batman and I feel better. Like, good shit. Because this doesn't he actually go out to see the kids in hospital? Oh, John Cena, absolutely, he does. He's done quite a few things. I know for a fact, but I thought he was like #1 on the fucking Make-A-Wish leaderboards. Who says, "Yep, this is that we're going to hell to stream." If this is all it took, then I'm disappointed, to be honest. God needs to do better research. If this is the straw that broke the camel's back, you know what I mean? Like, so be it. So be it. I'm shocked. I have a question for God. Why? Francis, hello everyone. Hope you're enjoying this fine Sunday. It sure is Sunday. Sure is. Sure do. Dang, Screenwrite literally is like 4 days out of schooling. Like 4 days since he's turned in his project. He already doesn't know what day of the week it is. He's lost all sense of time. Completely fucking gone. Screenwrite says it's been 4 days. I think so. You said, did you turn in your... It's not even been 4 days. It's been 2 days. You said you turned in your last assignment on the 5th, and it's the 7th. So it hasn't even been 2 days. You scared me. I thought it was 4 days. It took you 2 days to lose track of which day of the week it was? Jesus. Who says, God, because fuck you in particular, me. Oh, now my whole life makes sense. Yeah. There's a Shen comic, where God's like, all right, so we got the personality figured out, crafted what they're gonna look like. Let's just add a pinch of anxiety, you know, for self-preservation. And then he like spills the whole fucking container of anxiety, and he's like, oh no. What have I done? And just a pinch of, oh fuck. Like Professor Xavier. No, not Xavier. Xavier's from the X-Men. What's the guy from the Powerpuff Girls name? Dad? That's probably what they call him. No, they call him Professor, right? I think they call him Professor. Yeah, Chemical X. Screenwrite says, is it not Professor X? He's called Professor X with Chemical X? That's crazy. If it was, then that's definitely why I thought his name was Xavier, Professor Xavier. But yeah, shout out to Shen Comics. The guy's very talented and very, very funny. Savage says, why was that guy making girls anyway? Because he wanted a daughter, I think. Granite says, Professor Utonium? That actually sounds real. If he's not Professor Utonium, then someone is, and I need to know who they are stat. But yeah, I think he just wanted a daughter. Like, weird that he ended up with 3 in retrospect, but there's somebody else that wanted a daughter. I'm trying to think. Like a Fable or something. Is the Powerpuff Girls like one degree of separation from like a Grimm's Tale? Is there some like old fable that is like very similar to the Powerpuff Girls in like initial incarnation? That would be very fascinating. Is there like a folklore story that's like right, you know, like an Aesop's tale or whatever, that's like right there, like right next to it? Who says, just know I'm failing my Barracuda trial because this is important. His name is indeed Professor Utonium. Awesome. Thank you. Savage says, the start sounds like one? Yeah, no, right? I'm like, was this based off of some kind of like, you know, Brothers Grimm situation? Screen says, damn, down the rabbit hole I go. Oh no. Thanks for the research, guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you for being around so that I can ask silly questions and get legitimate answers. I appreciate that. Because while you could have simply said, let me Google that for you, or indeed said nothing at all and made me look it up myself, I can't guarantee that I would actually check. I am definitely the type of person who would look, and I am 100% the active chatter. Like, if you as streamer say something in chat that is like, you know, factual, an actual factual question, I very likely will look for the answer 100%. Especially if I'm not doing anything. If I just have Twitch open on my computer and I'm just watching your stream, like, yeah, I'm probably gonna check. It's like, yeah, here you go. Here's your answer. Like, oh man, when did Halo 3 release? It's like, bam, 2007. 2009? Reach was either 2009 or 2011. I think Reach was 2011. 2011. 2011 sounds weird for some reason. Versus Halo 3 was originally released in September 25th, 2007. I'm going to count that as a win. Thanks, Gary. I looked at myself because I had something on me. I don't know what it was, but I think it was a reaction to the emote. Oh, fuck. Where are you going? Spirit says, while it seems to be speculated that girls represent fairies from Sleeping Beauty, the general consensus seems to be that it just drew inspiration from the nursery rhyme, sugar, spice, and everything nice, etc. I forgot the rowdy rough boys were also a thing. Yeah. Snakes and snails and puppy dog tails. That's what it was. I got there. Thank you, Spear Knight. I appreciate it. It's funny that there's like general consensus. Like, couldn't we just ask the guy who made it? Like, it's one dude who made it. Like, I feel like that was a... Am I crazy for saying Craig McCracken? Does that sound right to anyone? Did I just make that shit completely up? That sounds right to me for some reason. I feel like I've seen Craig McCracken and Gennady Tartakovsky or whatever. Screenwriter says that is 100% right. Let's fucking go. Why do I know this? Why do I have this information? Taku says, I don't know. Imagine if the answer is, I don't know, I was high. That's also very possible. Screenwriter says he has stated the original show drew inspiration from multiple sources. So they did ask the guy and he was like, yeah, you know, I don't know, I was high. Because I got high. Because I got high. It wasn't me. I don't know why. Why? Because I got high and it wasn't me. Are they both by Shaggy? Almost definitely. Almost assuredly not. Since it was originally named Whoop Ass Stew. That's fucking awesome. About to open me a can of Whoop Ass Stew. Here says Afro Man? Yeah, because I got high was Afro Man. Sure. Shout out to Afro Man making a song about them breaking into his fucking house. And eating his pie? They ate his fucking pie, didn't they? I feel like that was part of the song. No. He was just talking about his pie. Lemon pie? Yeah. They didn't eat his lemon pie, did they? I would be highly fucking upset if cops broke into my house and ate my fucking lemon pie. Serena says, okay, out of the rabbit hole. Thank you. Green says they did not eat it, but he commented on how they kept inspecting it. We're like, do you think that there's drugs in this pie? Should we destroy this pie to inspect it for drugs? Ah, yes, he keeps his drugs stored inside of a pie facade. It was a cake, right? Was it a pie? I thought it was a cake. Here says didn't they try to sue for defamation or for some shit? Oh my fucking god. That's so fucking petty. Actually crazy. I hope they did sue, and I hope they got fucking countersued for fucking cringe. Excessive cringe. Savage says, I keep all my drugs in food. Cookies, gummy bears. Grant says, it was a cake, my bad. Yeah, I thought it was a cake. Grant says, grandma's lemon pound cake. Put out a recipe. Let's fucking go. Yo, maybe I should make Afro Man's grandma's lemon pound cake. Maybe that's what I should do the next time I go grocery shopping. It's probably banging, to be honest. It's probably a fucking banger. Because let me tell you something. The biggest problem that I ever had with those the box cake recipes that I made, that Betty Crocker shit, was that shit was bland. It was fine, but it was bland. You know what I mean? And I bet Afro Man's grandma's lemon pound cake is not bland at all. I bet that shit slaps. Savage just says, please do make Afro Man's grandma's lemon pound cake recipe. You know what? You've got it, brother. For you, say less. Grant says, wait, why is the first ingredient an ounce of loud? What does that mean? All right, so we're not following the ingredients to the letter because I don't know what the fuck. I think loud is weed, right? Savage says you have to scream, I guess. No, loud is like weed, right? The Great Malenko says it's good weed. Yeah. I was pretty sure. That one I actually knew. For once, I knew some slang. That one I knew from rap culture. Thank you, rap culture, for teaching me what loud was. When I roll up the blunt, that's skunk. Green and purple, green and purple, green and purple. Supposed to be black and yellow. That's a daily dose. Oh no, wait, it's actually both. It's actually both. What the fuck? There's a song. There's a Source Filmmaker parody about weed that is specifically green and purple. I realize now. I'm thinking of the engineer in the Scout rapping about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I could have been referencing a very specific Source Filmmaker parody as well. What the fuck? But it's also black and yellow for the Steelers. The Great Malenko says it's green and yellow and black and yellow. No, it's green and purple, not green and yellow. There's no way it's green and yellow. That's crazy. If you hit me with that song is actually green and yellow and not green and purple at all, and it's never been green and purple, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. That's like fucking not Dunning-Kruger. What's the name of Mandela? That's like a Mandela. The Great Malenko says green and yellow is a Lil Wayne song, I think, but it's not to the tune of black and yellow, because black and yellow and green and purple are literally to the same tune. So like a parody, one's a parody, the other or whatever. Savage says you can skip that step, I guess. Yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna follow the instructions directly. It's okay. An ounce of loud. Oh my fucking god. Gur says in March 2023, the officers shown in the music video filed a civil lawsuit. Oh no. Gur says he did it for the Packers. Yuck. Green and yellow is a Packers version of the black and yellow song. I see. So there is a green and yellow and there is a black and yellow. But there's probably also green and purple. You understand? It might be that the green and purple thing is not nearly as big, right? Because, you know, football's kind of a big fucking deal and etc. Who says green and yellow for the losers today? Booze had to sound off to hate the Packers. Booze just says go Bears. The Bears. Good for you, man. Good for you. I don't give a fuck about the Packers. I don't give a fuck about football at all. I don't even play foosball. That shit ain't for me. I don't believe in sports ball. It says Booze not only knows what day it is, he also knows sports ball teams. What a man. Wow. See, this is why Booze is married and the rest of us are struggling. You understand? Great Malenko also gets a pass because he also knows sports ball. And he's not married, but he does have a polycule situation going on. You know what I mean? Like, he's got multiple girlfriends and they are also dating each other and him. You know what I'm saying? So, like, he's not married, but he might be winning. Just throwing that out there. Gerses can confirm green and purple exists on Spotify. And it is about marijuana. Thank you, Ger. See? We're all right. Everybody's right today. We can all be right together. Isn't that great? Isn't that beautiful? Who says, while I'm hating, here's one more. Fuck Ohio State. Yeah, fuck Ohio State University. OSU. The only OSU I like is the video game. Who's Ohio State's rival? Michigan? Michigan State University? That sounds right. But also everyone. They're the most hated team of all the teams. Turner says the Buckeyes hate the Wolverines. This is known. Are the Buckeyes and Wolverines from Ohio State and Michigan? Who says not just Michigan University? It's not Michigan State University? What the fuck does that mean? It's just MU? That's fucked up. This is like that CGP Grey video on the state's flags. If you guys haven't seen it, like low-key required watching, go to CGP Grey, the YouTube channel. Watch his video on flags, state flags. He's a former teacher and he like makes a video as if he's grading all of the flags on their presentation or whatever. It's a fantastic fucking video. It's very good. Highly recommend it. It's like 10 minutes. Also, CGP Grey notoriously hates reaction content. Notoriously hates that shit. If you do a reaction video to his content, he will absolutely fucking strike you or whatever. He does not give a fuck. He fucking hates that shit. He hates that shit. So maybe don't react to his content. Do watch it. I do like it still. Says Michigan State is also in the same conference, but they're smaller. Oh, interesting. Aaron says, I learned at trivia last week that there are state cookies. We'll go on then. Lay it on us. What's the best state cookie? Who got the Oreo? Which state is the best of all of them? Screenwrite says, I lived 20 minutes from OSU and wearing a Florida Gator jersey around campus while having zero stake in either team brought me great joy. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. Guru says, who has Snickerdoodle? That is also important to know. Taku says, liquid? Oh, instead of solid snake? Wait. Hold on. Did my brain rot just work in overtime? What the fuck did he just say liquid to? Taku says in relation to state. So yeah, My brain rot did work in overdrive. I just assumed that I knew where you were going with that. I mean, it's like a similar bit. It says Connecticut is the Snickerdoodle or the Oreo. Screenwrite says, which I didn't know had that many C's. Yeah, there's an extra C in there. One of the C's in Connecticut is silent. Snickerdoodle is Connecticut. It's Connecticut. Or Connect I Cut, I guess. Oreo. You're good, Screenwrite. You're good. You're good. Gura says Connecticut. Connect I Cut. Why would I connect I Cut for Snickerdoodle? Ridiculous. Absurd, even. Moose says, this is the winner, Snickerdoodle? That's crazy. Screenwriter says, no one has claimed it because it's a brand. Is Snickerdoodle... Wait, Hydrox is also a brand. What is the name of the cookie that is a an Oreo, or what kind of cookie is an Oreo or a Hydrox? Hydrox is a brand name. It's not the type of cookie. I didn't realize that Snickerdoodle wasn't a brand name. I assumed that it was. Cream-filled cookie? Yeah, it's probably a cream-filled cookie. Right. Or a cream cookie sandwich, at least. Because the cookie isn't filled with cream. It's just a sandwich of cookies with cream in the middle. So it's a cream cookie sandwich, I would imagine. Yours says a cooler state deserves it. What's wrong with Connect I Cut? Besides the amount of C's that it has. Screenwrite says you gotta start your own state, bud. A cooler state with hookers and blackjack. So Las Vegas, I guess, is what I'm saying. Screenwrite just says, please do. Is there a casino mafia? Chris says, I don't know, man. New England is just New York plus its groupies. I mean, kind of, yeah. But Maine has such good clam chowder. I think Maine is known for its clam chowder. Fuck! I'm gonna fight hell getting back through that green portal. Who says, anyways, history was made last night. Indiana beat Ohio State for the first time since 1998. Their first championship title since 1967. Cool. Technically, history would have been made tonight, any night, no matter what the outcome was, because it would have been the results of the year 2025. For sure. It is significant because of its aberrant nature. Screenwrite says, I bet Vegas was going crazy. Like the sports betting scene was going nutso butso about that. Who says, okay, but it's history that people would care more about. All right. Just a friendly reminder that you too are a historical figure, even if you will not be remembered in any history books. Spirit says, I think gamblers love a good upset. Is it an upset? Or is it just the first time that it happened, you know? In a long time. Because if it's a championship, yeah, if it's a championship, that just means it's been a long time since they've been, like, competitive. But this team could have been really, really good for the whole fucking season, right? And in fact, it probably was. He says, I want to know who would have placed a bet years ago saying Indiana would be undefeated this year. Oh, yeah, no. If if there was such a bet, that guy is a millionaire now, right? Because everyone at the bar would have been like, oh yeah, I'll put something on that. I'll take 47 cents from that guy who put $20 up. You know what I mean? Nobody knows about a casino mafia? Okay. It seems like something that would exist though, right? Because the alternative is that they operate just completely above board all the time, no matter what. Which seems suspicious to me. Grant says Ohio was favored by 4.5 points, so not a crazy upset, but still an upset. When you say 4.5 points, you mean like the end score would have been, the predicted end score was like 30.5 to 26? What is favored by 4.5 points? Like percentage points? Which is math. That would be like 52.25%. Right? Also, thanks for reporting back. I just don't know what points means. I don't do sports betting. I don't do betting at all. Remember, everyone, say nay to gambling. Grant says it means if you took that line, Ohio would have won by 5 points for you to get paid. So if Indiana lost by 3, you lose the bet. Oh. And not only did Indiana... Wow. Missing that crate literally didn't matter at all. It was literally directly in front of me. That's fucking crazy. Not only did Indiana not lose by 3, they actually won. Which is like the opposite, right? So you're saying they're going to win by at least this much, and you can bet against that. Yeah. Okay. Just through the whole fucking portal. Just the whole fucking thing. Trina says I get tertiary entertainment watching my buddy lose money on sports bets. That's crazy. Trina says I don't actually bet myself. I don't think I know anybody who does sports betting and has made money, but I do know of people who have done sports betting and have almost made a lot of money. You know what I mean? a lot of those. I know like 3 people or something like that that are like, oh man, I got 4 of my lines down. I just needed this one thing to happen and I would have made fucking so much money. It's like, yeah. So you're saying you lost money? They're like, but I was so close. It's like, yeah, okay. All right, great. Here's this, yo, I got refunded Slayer points. Let's go. Yeah, true. Everybody got Slayer points back. Unfortunately, I don't know how many Slayer points I got. Snake asked me to check, but he did it after I had changed worlds because my membership had run out or whatever. So we have no way of knowing. We'd have to check the VODs. See how much I ended up with. Fuck. This is a casual 225-day break. It tells you how long it's been since you played RuneScape last? I didn't even know that. I know Mabinagi does that. On the home screen, it'll be like, it's been this long since you played. Welcome back. I think Final Fantasy 14 also was like, last login date was this. Well, good luck with sailing. Know you're excited. So good and new, right? Saku says, and you get random ass clue collection logs on login too. Oh, interesting. Weird. Oh, if you actually are going to do sailing, make sure you do some charting at the start. I think you can get 10,000 experience potion, like even with the raft, and that'll skip a lot of the bullshit. Like it says, yeah, all the clues stack increases that are all collection logs. Oh, yeah. So if you've been doing a lot of clues, you would get all those at the same time as well, right? I got literally nothing from that because I've done a total of like 6 clues or some shit. I did like 2 beginner clues, 2 master clues, and like 1 medium clue or some shit. I think that's pretty close to correct, actually. So the answer is 6. 2 beginner, 1 master, or 1 medium, 3 master. There's the 3rd master clue. I did exactly as many master clues as I needed to do in order to fight a mimic, because I needed the music track. And I hated every fucking step of it. Wait, is that true? Or did we get the mimic and then we did 1 clue after that? We had a redeem in the stream where you could make me do a clue. That lasted literally 1 redemption. Pyru did it, and I fucking hated that shit. I hated it so much that we removed the redeem from the stream. It's like, listen, your mental cannot handle doing these redeems. It's the end stream with redeem with more suffering on it. You know what I mean? It's not good. Yours says, I have stuff for God Wars dungeon and half an angler set on. Was I high? What the fuck were you doing? I started up Grand Blue Fantasy, the mobile game. and my water team had an SR Earth unit, which is basically the equivalent of like, I was wearing like full Masori, but instead of a bow or ranged weapon, I had like the Blisterwood flail. Full Masori plus Blisterwood flail. And it's like, why the fuck is my team like this? Why did I do this? What is this? I realized later, I figured out what it was, because that SR unit, Rockham, he dies. He does like 99% damage to himself, and then you just hope that the boss kills him for you. But yeah, there was a reason why my team was like that. I don't know why you were wearing half of an angler set. I also don't know why you were doing God Wars Dungeon. There's good stuff there for an iron. But Sands of Zamarakian Hosta. Or a God Sword. Oh, Bandos, obviously. Oh, and Armadillo. You need that Armadillo for Masori eventually. Well, need is a strong word. You can do Crystal instead, I guess. Probably good enough for most things. Just as long as you don't ever intend to use a ZCB. Because otherwise your ranged gear maxes out at like Huey Codal, I think. Aren't there like 3 ranged gear sets that are all like basically the same? Like Armadillo, Huey Codal, God Hide, even Dragonhide, Carol. They're all like slightly different defenses, but they're all like very much in the same tier as each other. Taki says that Armadillo is better. Oh, is it? Like noticeably better? Fair enough. I know that Fortified Masori is very, very good. Armadillo is in its own tier. Okay, so it's definitely better than the rest. Good. Because the other ones were like a little better here or there or whatever. And like Huey Codal is like +1 prayer or whatever the fuck over God Hide, and God Hide is like +4 prayer over Black Hide. You know what I mean? Like they're like basically the same as each other. But Armadillo is significantly better. Good to know. Good to know. You only get the range strength from Masori though. You don't even need to fortify it though for all the range strength bonus, I'm pretty sure. It's just for the defense values. And the defense values are lit. Don't get it twisted. It's a big difference between unfortified and fortified Masori defensively. Just not offensively. But yeah, I've looked into it quite a few times because I've always wanted a Bofa, but it's not something that's like really worth getting, I don't think. Like just to have, unless you're gonna farm a boss that Bofa's good for specifically, which is Leviathan, really. Maybe some others as well, but mostly Leviathan. There's just no reason to get a Bofa. Saki says, I wouldn't dislike Masori pieces, but I don't think I could use it anywhere. What do you mean? Anytime you're using range, you would use the Masori, right? I don't know what you use range for, right? But any range bosses. Saki says not at Zill because he needs the defense. You don't kite. Oh, do you need the defense for the ads? Is that what it is? If you fortified it though, it would be worth. If it was fortified, absolutely, but without the fortification, you wouldn't switch to it? Okay, fair enough. I was like, you shouldn't be taking damage from Zilyana herself, and you're not. You're taking damage from the ads. Fair enough. Taku says Fortify makes it best in slot. For everything except for the Bofa, for sure. I think that you're definitely better off with Crystal Armor for Bofa, but there's no reason to use anything other than Fortified Masori range-wise ever. Unless you're using Bofa. And there's like one enemy that Bofa's better at. than either ZCB, Blowpipe, or T-Bow. It's like Leviathan. Oh no, T-Bow's better on Leviathan, right? Didn't we establish that? I think Savage was saying that. Bofa's good there, but it's not best. Yeah, but whatever has low magic levels and high defense, Bofa would be best on. There's probably stuff like that, but I don't know anything off the top of my head. It doesn't need to be low magic levels. It just needs to be lower. Low enough that you benefit more from the raw accuracy of Bofa than the magic bonus that T-Bow gives. Saki says, Masori Bofa is for professional throwers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I mean, your defense values would be higher, but like, just use a different ranged weapon, right? I mean, if you can't afford a T-Bow, and you have full Masori, what do you use as a ranged weapon? ZCB? On something against with high defense. Do you just use a blowpipe and just tank through it? Eventually you'll hit. What's the second best in slot after T-Bow, I guess, for Masori? Do you have to just re-gear your Masori and get crystal armor? Is that what it is? It's just like, no, you either use the Masori with T-Bow or you use crystal armor with Bofa. Saku says, actually, crystal armor is better range defense than Masori? What? That's fucking crazy. But much worse mage defense? Okay. The Masori is like really a defensive powerhouse. Like it's a very good all-rounder set. That's crazy. I would have never guessed that crystal armor is better at range defense. Doesn't range beat mage? I forget how combat triangle works. I think range beats mage. So mage beats... Yeah, I don't remember how combat triangle works. I feel like I should know. Is there something that's like consistently combat triangle? What's something that you use the combat triangle against? Other than people. Melee is weak to magic. I'm pretty sure about that, yeah. So, mage beats melee. Range beats mage. Melee beats range. Sure. That's got to be the combat triangle. It's got to be correct. Oh. The Dagonoth Kings, DKs. Do I know what you use against the DKs? I think so. But yeah, they would tell me what the combat triangle is. I think. Is the combat triangle just a rule of thumb rather than a hard and fast rule? I recently watched Rosie RS's story recaps of like fully animated retellings of quests. It's been quite good. The first episode is very interesting. It tells the like, I don't know, foundational lore for RuneScape. There's one thing that I must have misunderstood, because I was like going through the quest, right? So like I did the quest that went over this information, but I don't know, I guess I was wrong about it. I always thought that Saren was tricked into coming to Gielinor by Zaros. Like, it was the way I understood it during the like Song of the Elves quest or whatever, right? It was something like she had been convinced by darkness to come to this world, Gielinor, in order to help prolong the lives of her elves, right? Something like that, I believe. And darkness can only be Zaros. That's the only god of darkness. It's just him. Zamorak is like destruction or whatever. And the way that they described it in the video, Rosie RS, was like, the first god of Gielinor was Guthix, because when he came to Gielinor, there was nothing. And then the next god was Saren, who he invited, I believe. Which is fine, like in theory, for that to be true. It's just the way that I remember reading it in the quest made it sound like Saren had been tricked to come here, and also that she would have liked to have gone back if she could have, but she's now trapped here, and the elves can't be away from her here. Like, they were like, I forget why she left where she was, but the elves were like not great where she was. She was like, okay, well, maybe if we come to Gielinor, it'll be better. And in fact, it was worse, because like after they left wherever they were, the elves could not be very far away from Saren. If ever they were too far away from Saren, they would like die slow and painful deaths and shit like that. So in response to that, on Gielinor, like after coming to Gielinor and realizing that they now are worse off than before, she decided to like destroy herself into crystal fragments, which is what we're sailing around. And all elves have those crystal fragments so that they can be okay while being apart from Saren, because they all have fragments of Saren. Not to be confused with the fragment of Saren, which is a thing that you fight in Song of the Elves, which is the darkness of Saren, I guess, like her evil side, something like that. But yeah, that could be why I'm conflating the actual lore. It's because there's a part of her that is dark, and that has nothing to do with Zaros, right? It is kind of funny that like as you're going over the gods of RuneScape, first of all, Rosie really helped me with the Egyptian gods, how they work. It was two gods, Tumunkin, which is the shadow, right, and Elidinus, right? Those two initially, and then they had other like children or whatever. They like created other demigods who are the people that you actually encounter in TOA, and also the bad guy of Beneath Cursed Sands. Bad god, I guess, whatever. Saku says, I don't know if I'll do anything special for 99 sailing. I don't feel like looking for a weird experience drop. Yeah, I feel that. It's kind of tradition for me, so maybe I should do something. I didn't even think about that. Taku says, can you walk out the port with a box? There is that training method that doesn't require you to sail using a life ring to deliver a box to Ardoin, but you probably don't want to do that because it's possible that that's bannable. You know what I mean? It's like technically considered an exploit or whatever. I mean, what's one time? But like, I don't know. Might not want to do that. But there are weirdo things like that for sure. He's like, but like, are they really gonna ban me for doing it one time to get to my skill cape? Saku says, can I pick up a box from Witch Haven and then go to Ardoin? Like, just walk? That's a good question. Can you? That's a good question. Can you? I mean, because if that's the case, then you could go from any, like, they're like most places are like mainland Gielinor, right? Like most places on mainland Gielinor, you can just walk to from anywhere else, right? In theory. There's a few choke points here and there, but like, oh, maybe there's some gates that are in the way. That'd be kind of funny. I don't think there's anything in between Ardoin and Witch Haven though, specifically. I'm surprised that Witch Haven has any economy at all. I thought that place was like straight up destitute. Like they were like truly struggling. Like what do they have that they can export? How could they possibly import anything? Like says, I could see myself doing that to Max if possible. Yeah, sure. I think it's very funny. I would do that myself too. Takus is just unsale your 99 experience drop. True. I think I used a lamp on Slayer already. So I used the Slayer and I already used Tears of Gothics. So I'm kind of out on like generic methods. It would have to be something different. Taku says also, why isn't there a level 99 sail flag? I would want a sail rather than a flag. I think that your sail should be the sailing cape or whatever. Just a nice little logo for your skill cape right here. Actually on both sides even. Taku's like, whatever, man. There should be something. I agree. There should be something. So all said, if Saku, if Delta joins us at 4 p.m., that would have been from 9 to 4, which is 7 hours. It's a normal stream. At about 200k, so 1.4 mil ish. Yeah, we're about on rate for that. Because it's about 2 hours and we're about 400k short. When we were playing Barony last time, I got a spell called like Troll Regeneration, which basically just increases the like passive regen, I think, of your health. It costs a lot of magic, but I'm not sure that it's good, to be honest. It lasted for a while, maybe 3 minutes or something like that, but it seems like it only doubled your health regen, which I feel like would only give you like 7 or 8 health or some shit. Whereas like for less than half as much mana, I can heal at least 10, scaling upwards based on like my intelligence. It seems like a very weirdly balanced spell right now in my mind. But I think we're still in that run, so maybe I can experiment with it more. Because I don't understand why you would use it at the moment. Just seems like a worse version than healing normally. I mean, I get it if you didn't have the heal spell, right? You encounter that and have enough intelligence to cast it and don't have a heal spell, sure, but like doesn't seem like a very good spell. I mean, it's cool because you can like throw it out there and just like passively have health regen going. Like you can do them both. That's a lot of fucking mana for both of them to be going though. Like, I don't know how you get more mana in that game other than just like wait patiently. Magic regen is like a fucking bastard in that game. Like, god damn. I wonder if the other races in the DLC have better magic regen. Because if they do, that's like a night and day huge difference for quality of life at the very least. It reminds me, in Divinity Original Sin 2, there are undead. Like, some of the characters are undead. They're like zombie people. Or ghosts. Or ghosts. Neither of those things. They're skeletons. And skeletons can't be healed by like the normal healing spells. And instead heal from all like corrosive acid damage or whatever. All corrosive damage heals them. And they're completely immune to death fog, which is a special like weather thing that kills living things, right? Very cool, a very cool idea for like a fantasy game. Not something that comes up very much, I would say as well. Divinity Original Sin 2 is a very, very cool game. I don't remember the like plot that well, but as far as the game goes, like playing it, I had a much better time playing that than Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 has like really, really good characters, to be honest. So I can kind of understand some of the appeal. The problem with Baldur's Gate 3 that I have is like the character experience that you get, like your experience with the NPCs in the game is like pretty limited based on how you play the game. Like if you play it solo, it's fantastic, right? Like I totally understand everybody who's played Baldur's Gate 3 by themselves why they love it. But if you play it with like one other person or God forbid 3 other people, you basically don't get to experience the NPCs in the game. The companions, Karlach, Shadowheart, Lae'zel, all those guys, like they're basically not in the story, which is like such a huge missed opportunity. Like I understand from like a gameplay perspective why you wouldn't want to have like a million dudes on your side, I guess, especially a million dudes that you have to control. I kind of wish you could autopilot. Like, I mean, maybe you can, maybe that is a thing, but kind of wish you could be like, okay, I want this companion to just like autonomously do actions, right? And just so I don't have to control them myself, just let the NPC, and like I'll just control my character or whatever. I would even go so far as to be like, I would be down if the game let me autopilot even my character. Just let the NPCs handle that, or let the gameplay itself for combat encounters. So it's more about like building than it is anything else. And building and hoping that it works out for the best. I certainly wouldn't mind that. It's like gameplay style. It's like closer to an RTS, or I guess it would be a turn-based strategy game, but like an auto battling turn-based strategy game, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have like huge complaints about it. Just seems like it got a lot of love, you know, being game of the year, I believe, and all that. And I don't know, seems a little overrated to me, but I didn't play everything that year, so maybe it was the best that year had to offer. But I'm not blown away for sure, personally. Same with Cyberpunk. I'm very not blown away by Cyberpunk. That game is like even a thumbs down for me. Baldur's Gate 3 is definitely worth playing at least once, but it, like, unfortunately, you have to be like, yeah, but you have to play it solo, which is crazy. It does make me wonder if Divinity Original Sin 2 is better with the NPC companions, because I've never really played it with them. There's like 6 or so, like Sybil, the Prince. I think one guy's name is Wolfgang. Something like that. I really liked Divinity Original Sin 2. That game was fantastic. Though, in my opinion, you know, from what I've seen, you either want to play it with 2 people or 4 people. Because there's a feat you can get in that game called Lone Wolves, which applies if you're either a solo party member or a duo, which I believe refills your entire energy meter. At the start of every turn, because otherwise, I believe, so you have like, say, 16 energy every turn, right? Well, not every turn. That's the thing. It's like the first turn of combat, you have 8 energy, right? That you can spend however you want. And if you have leftover energy at the end of your turn, it carries over to the next turn up to 16, right? Which is the max. I believe that's how the game normally works. But with the Lone Wolves thing, you get the maximum amount at the start of every turn. So you get like twice as much action economy, which is great because it means that you get to feel like, you know, a protagonist. You get to feel like you're doing stuff constantly, as opposed to feeling like you're just, you know, a guy in the world contending with other dudes in the world, right? Feels like very main character. That said, there's also, what is it? Glass Cannon. I think Glass Cannon and Lone Wolves are mutually exclusive, but you can be like a Glass Cannon and like there's like a tank equivalent or whatever, which I think makes it so that the tank one, I think makes it so that any status debuffs that you suffer only last for 1 turn. Wait, I'm trying to think. Maybe I don't remember what the tank one does, but the Glass Cannon one I think has to do with status debuffs and stuff. So like you do bonus damage, I want to say, but if you take, if you get hit by a debuff, you take like bonus damage or something like that. Man, I don't remember. It's been so long. I remember Glass Cannon sounding really good though, actually. But it's mutually exclusive with Lone Wolves, so you have to like kind of pick. I think my biggest problem with Baldur's Gate 3, I might have mentioned this before as well. And if so, I apologize for repeating myself incessantly. But I think my biggest problem was the like D&D framework that they use just doesn't feel like it has, first of all, enough progression, because the level cap being 12 is like far too low in my opinion. And secondly, because a lot of the coolest shit that you get in a class is like level 20 really. But especially rather than like worrying about the level progression, it is like, well, like a cap, it's like the level progression in general. It's like, it feels like in a level, like during a level, you know, during the course of level 3, you don't really get stronger at all. You only get stronger when you get to level 4, with the exception of gear that you get. And your stats, which is very true to D&D, your stats don't really change very much. You can use ASIs and feats and stuff like that or whatever, right? But outside of that, your stats are like pretty consistent, like basically locked in, I think. Minus like, you know, there's an aberrant thing in the game that'll like change your stat a little bit. Whatever. Which again, very true to D&D, but just doesn't feel RPG-y enough, if that makes sense. It doesn't feel like there's enough stat growth going on. Could also be a skill issue, to be fair, right? Also the spells, like you only really get new spells if you're a caster. I mean, you don't get spells at all if you're not a caster, but you only get new spells if you level up, really? Like for the most part, unless you have like gear that has spells on it. Whereas in Divinity Original Sin 2, Larian's prior game, you could get gear with spells, sure. But you can also just like buy scrolls and just like learn them. You can only use stuff that you have enough mastery to use. But like the most expensive mastery stuff is like 4-ish. There's like, I don't know, 6 or 8 classes if you want to look at it that way in the game. And I think you can get any spell if you have 4 of one class and maybe 1 of another or whatever. Like sometimes there's like multi-classing skills, I think. But like that means that in theory at level 5-ish, you should have access to like everything in that one class, at least, you know, by itself. Which means that you can just like buy the shit from the store and then just use it whenever you want to use it. It just feels a lot more flexible, you know? And I don't really remember how like resources work in that game. Like if you have a limit to like the amount of casts that you have in some capacity. I think it's just like what you can do in a turn for the most part. But I don't remember like resource allocation being an issue with like spell slots as opposed to spell slots, which I feel like you're constantly running out and trying to preserve. Well, I don't know, depending on how you play. I definitely had a certain amount of like, so I played through Baldur's Gate 3 with the homies, Roku and Savage. I definitely had a certain amount of like, I'm having a bad time because you're not playing D&D right. And when I say you, I mean the game is not letting me play D&D the way that I would want to play D&D. And also like we're not using resources hyper efficiently or whatever, which just bothers me because I have a problem. Because the way it's supposed to work in theory, right? You get a lot more value out of like, for example, a potion. If you use a potion to revive someone, than if you just heal them a few hit points, especially like a normal potion. I think the lowest level potion is 2d4 plus 4, which is up to 10 hit points, right? And it's pretty likely that you're not going to get 10. I think it's 3.5, so or 2.5, so that'd be like 7 is average. That would be my guess. And it seems a little high for an average, but whatever. Oh man, I missed that one. What that means is the healing that you get from using that potion is only worth it if you're low, right? Because we're talking about being in a fight or whatever, right? The healing is only worth it if using the item allows you to survive until you would get to act differently than using that item. And there's a few things that are happening that like make it fucked up in my mind. I believe, and it's like, I believe this is true, but I also believe that it's a little bit unclear that using an item in like 5th edition or whatever it's called, 1 D&D now, whatever. I believe back in the day, at least according to the player's handbook that I actually own, which would have been 5th edition to be fair. An item interaction is like you get like one item interaction per turn. Basically, you get one action, one bonus action, movement action, and one item interaction per turn, something like that. But using a potion, I don't believe is considered an item interaction. I believe it's using an action. So what that means is instead of attacking someone or casting a spell or whatever, all you're doing in your turn is drinking a potion. That's it. And that to me is like wildly expensive because basically instead of doing, it depends on what weapon you're using, but a greatsword does 2d6 damage plus your strength mod. So let's say 2d6 plus 3, right? Instead of doing potentially 2d6 plus 3 damage to an enemy, you're healing yourself for 2d4 plus 2, right? So literally you can't out heal your enemies, which means that there's almost no reason realistically to ever do anything other than damage. And that's a low ball on your damage, to be honest, because if you're using a greatsword, it's very likely that you have more than one attack as well, especially later into the game, you know, post level 5 or whatever. Obviously, you're not guaranteed to do the damage, and you are guaranteed to heal. So there's a little bit of a game balance thing going on there, but you can also, you know, cast Fireball. What is that, 8d6? And it'll always do not 8d6, but it'll always do half of 8d6. Right? Like you can't, like the healing is so weak. Obviously, that's the lowest level healing potion, right? But that's the other thing. Is like healing potions were also mad expensive. Shit was like 50 gold coins for 2d4 plus 2. It's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. That's like wildly fucking expensive. It's like way more expensive than almost anything else that you would buy. I don't remember how much, like, there's like rules for like housing and stuff like that. I feel like that shit is way less though. Like you can have, I think it's a trained, like a specialized civilian you can hire, like a hireling, like that's specialized in like basically, you know, top of the charts with regards to like capabilities or whatever, like a master craftsman, right? For like 2 gold a day or whatever. So you can hire someone for 25 days to help build your fucking castle, right? Or you can drink 1 potion that'll heal you for as much health as a character starts out with, you know, a level 1 character. You know what I mean? Like, granted, that is a full heal for a level 1 character. So I get why, like, starting equipment wise, why you might not have something like a healing potion. Or if you did, it would cost you most of what you got. It's most of your life savings. But like, shit, man. That's wildly expensive. The healing potion costs like thousands of beers or whatever. I think it's 2 copper is a beer, and 100 copper is a silver, 100 silver is a gold. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a ridiculous amount of beer. Like, that's a lot of fucking beers for just a healing potion, literally the lowest level healing potion. And I guess at the same time, it is, you know, an elixir, right? It's a magical healing thing, but those things, like, you can't, I feel like you shouldn't be wasting them, I guess is kind of where I'm coming from. And in Baldur's Gate 3, I believe you can just use an item interaction to heal. So it's like literally no big deal to just like swig a potion. It's like in any other video game where, like, yeah, you obviously you're gonna just use a potion whenever. So it's really, really rough for me personally, coming from the D&D perspective, to like get over the usage of potions. You know, like it's fine. Just do it. Just use them, because it always felt like wasting to me, unless somebody's unconscious, and which is the perfect time to use a potion, because the difference between 0 hit points and 1 hit point is massive, right? So you get maximum value all the time in that case. And there is one cool thing about Baldur's Gate 3 is that you can throw potions at people and they will have restorative effects as long as you either throw it at their unconscious body where you don't have to worry about hitting them, or you throw it such that you don't do damage to them, but it does hit them. So it like bathes them in it, because you can throw it such that it's an arranged improvised attack and it does indeed hurt them. Like hitting them with the potion does hurt them, but I think that they always will heal more than you would do with the potion itself, if that makes sense. Like hitting them with the potion will do, well, I guess it depends on your range modifier, right? Because if you're maxed out on range, it could be 1d4, I want to say 1d4 plus 5, which could be up to 9 damage. So yeah, you really could out damage them if you only healed minimum, which would be 4, right? It's a little silly. And in fact, if you have a range modifier plus 5, you would always do damage over the minimum if you rolled, you know, terribly, which would be a fucking tragedy. But it's a cool thing. There's a few cool things, honestly, that D&D or Baldur's Gate 3 does. There's also a few like seemingly broken things, like things that don't work as intended, I imagine, but you know, who am I to say? Roku was a barbarian and he got like, I want to say it was like Tavern Brawler or something. It's where you like can use any random item. It's a feat that where you any item that you can throw has like a better hit die, basically. Instead of being an improvised weapon, you can use your proficiency. Oh wait, maybe improvised weapons don't get your damage, your relevant modifier as added to the damage roll. Maybe that's a thing, but nonetheless, you can use your like proficiency and stuff. He's better at throwing like random bullshit. That's the first thing, and the second thing is that it does a little more damage, right? And I think it goes from like 1d4 to 2d4 basically. The thing that's weird though, and I don't believe that this is how it's supposed to work, is there's a lot of structures in the game that like have like toughness, right? Which is basically just in order to do damage to them, you have to do more than this amount to do damage to it. So if it's like a castle wall, you can't just attack it with a rapier and expect to do damage to the castle wall, because it's probably, I mean, it might be immune to piercing to be real, but even if it wasn't immune to piercing, if it in order to do damage to it, you might have to do at least 30 damage, right? So if you would do 31 damage to the wall, instead of doing 31, you only do 1 damage because it has a toughness of 30, right? That's how the toughness works in Baldur's Gate 3. Except if you have that Tavern Brawler or whatever feat, where the first part of that is still true. So if you throw something at the wall, the 1d4 plus whatever your strength mod or whatever it is, indeed still doesn't do damage, right? But the extra 1d4 that you are doing because of Tavern Brawler does do its full d4 in damage. So it's slow, but in theory, anything that has a health bar, he can kill, guaranteed. It just takes him throwing stuff at it over and over again until it eventually dies, which is kind of funny and kind of cheese, but doesn't feel intended at all. Like it fully feels like a glitch. As far as I can tell, it's either working as intended or they fully do not intend to change it. That or they're somehow not aware of it after like 3 fucking years, 3 years after release or however long it's been. I really doubt that. I guess it's possible that Roku was effectively the first one to discover it, or likewise that it's an open secret and everyone but Larian knows about it. It's crazy thought. I guess it could be. It's not terribly useful. Definitely helps in some circumstances. like a lot of traps that have health bars, but you can't damage most traps without doing basically like thunder damage. Which is definitely something that you can do. Shout out to the spell Shatter in particular, but a lot of traps Roki would just take care of by just like throwing random bullshit at it until it dies. Just because their toughness didn't matter. I mean, it slowed them down, but not enough. Another problem that I have with Baldur's Gate 3, upon reflection, mentioning the traps reminded me of a section of the game. And in that section of the game, it was like, oh yeah, you should continue your search for the Night Song. That's a quest, right? That you have. And this is an area that you should be looking, right? It like marked an area on the map. I don't know if there's something to find in that area that is relevant to the Night Song, but I know exactly where the Night Song is. And it is not where that marker is. So I have no idea what that marker was trying to convey to me. You know what I mean? Like, and that happens quite a few times in that game where it's like, search this area for the thing. And then that area has nothing to do with the place that you need to search or need to go to. Like, it's just not a thing. Like, it makes it seem like the quest markers are like legit broken, and they might genuinely just be a little broken, because we definitely experienced some, I guess not game breaking bugs. Well, there was one game breaking bug, but we reset and it was fine after that, I believe. But we definitely soft locked at least one, I think 2 quests, where they just like didn't fucking work anymore. One of them's just like a known bug. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Not a huge deal in a game with that many quests, I guess, but definitely doesn't feel great. Definitely doesn't feel great. It was okay though. I would give it like, honestly, I almost want to give it a 6 out of 10. But I don't know if that's fair, because it probably was a better experience than that. I just didn't have a blast playing it. I didn't have a 7 out of 10 experience. But I could see it being very, very good. I could see other people enjoying it way more. The more you spend time with the NPCs, the better that game becomes. Straight up. And I legit ignored Karlach most of the time. Like, I liked it when Karlach interacted with stuff, but I didn't ever like stop and speak to Karlach. Not really. And I was the only one who had like the option to engage with like the NPC companions, basically. Well, except for the ones that are just like in your party, like Volo and stuff like that, right? I don't know. Like, not to be that guy, but I really didn't enjoy most of the game relative to like how much you could have enjoyed it instead. Like, I really should have been like spending more time speaking to like Karlach and stuff at camp and out and about, I guess, like asking her opinion on things. Which, I mean, you know, it's fair. Like, in an RPG, I'd like talking to people, to be honest. I enjoy that part of the game. I don't speak to the NPCs in Pokemon because they feel like they are one-dimensional and like literally are shadows that like occupy the world. Whereas like in Os Libra, I very commonly talk to every person in that town over and over again. Every time I'm going through that town, I'll talk to everybody. Well, in a new chapter or whatever, right? Just to see if they have anything new to say. Like, I'm curious. Yeah, sure. I don't mind. And I just didn't treat, you know, Karlach or any of the other theoretical party members like that, because I don't know, I didn't want to like drag down the gameplay experience. I didn't want to like slow the boys down and stuff. And I was playing with 2 other people like in real time. Not to say that they would mind, right? Maybe they would enjoy me speaking to Karlach more. Maybe. But I don't really want to do all that. And that's, you know, a skill issue. That's not the game's fault. That's my fault, right? But nonetheless, it does reflect on my opinion of the game, right? it does make me feel like it's a more of a 6 out of 10 experience. But if I were to be a little more fair and like think outside of my mind, like my own head, I think it's probably fair to give it a 7 out of 10. To be honest, I might give it an 8 out of 10 if they fixed all the bugs, to be honest. Like, and when I say bugs, I mean like counting quest icons being what I assume to be bugged and like softbox and all that shit, I would be willing to bump it up to an 8. Grant says, I really need to go back and play Baldur's Gate 3. My first playthrough was with a buddy and moved away before we finished. Honestly, playing it with him probably would be pretty good. If you can't get him to play, I would highly consider playing that game by yourself. Genuinely, I think you will have maybe not as good a time, depending on how, you know, how good a time you're having with the friends, like how much you like to fuck around and how silly that gets, right? But as far as the characters go, if you were invested at all in the characters, I genuinely think that you could have a better time playing it by yourself, because suddenly the whole game is at your speed, at your pace. You don't feel pressed to do literally a fucking thing. You can do as much or as little and take as long or as little as you want to do those things. And particularly, you could spend as much time with Karlach, Lae'zel, Shadowheart, and the other people who you probably will not like nearly as much, but you know, they also exist. I mean, Will's okay. I'll give Will that. Will, Gale, and Astarion, I believe, are the other 3. I think it's 6. Be the 6. I don't understand why people like Astarion. Fuck that guy. That guy's a fucking dick. He's a fucking dick, and he's not trustworthy. He's a bad person who's not trustworthy. He's not here for the squad. All that. Fuck that guy. Not a good thing to say about Astarion, to be honest. Not a fucking thing. I like his white hair, I guess. In our playthrough, the one with Savage and Roku, we literally didn't even meet Gale. We just missed it completely. Which is funny and also fucking good. Fuck that guy. Gale's boring. He's the most boring of them, in my opinion, of the companions. After Gale is Will. Will's okay, but he's boring to me. I like Karlach a lot. I like Lae'zel okay too. I think Lae'zel has a very interesting character. Or character arc, I guess. Shadowheart is fucking mean. I don't like Shadowheart. I think people like Shadowheart. I don't know what they like about her as well, to be honest. We played a lot of the game with Shadowheart too. We got, I want to say, all the way through the 2nd chapter with Shadowheart, and I still didn't like her. The reason we had Shadowheart with us was because she's a cleric, right? So she's like kind of good team comp wise, but like not even particularly good, to be honest, because she's a fucking trickster domain cleric rather than a life domain, or he's like a half-assed cleric. She's not really a healer exactly, but she can kind of sort of do healing stuff. It's like the thing. Like, Grass is pious for what? For what? Yeah, no shit. Like, well, actually, there's an answer to that, and it definitely fits her character. Let me put it that way, but no spoilers. Yeah, I don't like Shadowheart. Genuinely, I don't. When I played with Suck, Suck immediately latched onto Shadowheart, and I was like, okay, whatever, we can bring Shadowheart with us. And as Shadowheart was around, I grew to like her less and less. And then as they started playing with the guys again, Savage and Roku, we had room in our party for one more person, right? And I was like, oh yeah, we can bring whoever you want. And we had everyone except for Gale to pick from. And they were like, oh, well, we should do Shadowheart. She has magic and also can heal us, right? And I'm like, yeah, she sure does, and she sure can. So she was with us for a while. And the whole while, I grew to detest her more and more and more. Like, I did not like her. I fully did not. And she did not change my opinion on that in any way whatsoever. The longer she was around, the more I disliked her. But eventually we switched to Karlak. And when we did, immediately, like, the morale for the people playing the game, in my opinion at least, I think that the air in the room became lighter. You know what I mean? Like, everybody was like, yeah, Karlak, yeah, we fucking love Karlak. Like, Karlak does a little dance sometimes. She's like fucking chipper and shit. She calls us soldier. You know what I mean? Like, she's awesome. Like, yeah, Karlak, we're trying to make the world better with Karlak. Yeah, fuck yeah, hell yeah. Thanks, Karlak. Like, the whole fucking energy shifted. Karlak was one of the fucking boys, you know what I mean? Like, we're getting into shenanigans and Karlak's doing a keg stand, you know what I mean? Like, hell yeah. Whereas Shadowheart's being a fucking gloomy Sasuke, fucking party pooper or whatever. Like, fucking negative Nancy over here. I was playing as Lae'zel the whole time. I wanted to... I didn't really feel like making my own character. And I wanted to see what it's like to play as one of the characters that have, you know, predefined backstory and stuff like that, right? And I was hoping that it would inform me of what the character was like, but you get full agency, so you can play as Lae'zel and do whatever you want. And I understand the appeal in some ways, but I would rather, honestly, me playing as Lae'zel meant that Lae'zel does all the dialogue options that Lae'zel would choose, right? Which is what happens for all of the other companions, right? Like, if you have Karlak with you, Karlak acts like Karlak and says Karlak things, right? But if you're playing as Lae'zel, it's totally up to you what Lae'zel does. And I didn't love that. It's not like a problem. It's okay. But I would have preferred to have gotten a better understanding what Lae'zel was like, because I wanted to play the game as Lae'zel, right? And what ended up happening is I did my best to guess what Lae'zel would have done in that situation, which I can see as being fun for like some people who like to RP or whatever. But if I'm playing a character that is like in the game, you know what I mean? Like, that they wrote, like, it's okay for her to just do what she would have done. I would be okay with that. You know what I mean? That's what I literally signed up for. It's like, why I'm playing Lae'zel. If I wanted to make my own choices, I would be playing one of my own character, right? Like, you gave me the option to make a character, so why wouldn't I have just done that? But, you know, whatever. Even if the game just like highlighted an option as this is the one that Lae'zel would choose, even that would be enough for what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? I would gladly just choose the Lae'zel option every single time. That would be fine for me. But it doesn't work that way. Chris says, yeah, I like that. I like the Lae'zel option, actually, is because then you can do whatever you want. You can play as Lae'zel and choose whatever option you want. You don't have to play as Lae'zel and also experience just Lae'zel. I think generally more agency is better. Like, more options is better. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a huge deal, obviously. But not my favorite thing about the game. But yeah, I think that Baldur's Gate 3 is uniquely bad, in my opinion, for those of us who play a lot of D&D, weirdly enough. You would think that the D&D game would be better for people who like D&D. I would argue that if you like playing D&D, then Baldur's Gate 3 will be uniquely frustrating for you in particular. Just because you don't get the agency that you're supposed to have in a D&D. Obviously, it's a video game, right? Like, you can't have infinite degrees of motion, you know? But, like, it feels really, really bad sometimes. In other games, it wouldn't bother you, right? Like, your character in this game, Runescape, is a fucking dumbass, right? They'll do all kinds of dumb shit working for bad guys that you know are bad guys and shit like that. That happens all the time. And you're just like, You just accept it. It's just part of the game. Like, it's fine, whatever. But in Baldur's Gate 3, it feels so much worse. It feels so much worse when you can't just, you know what I mean? You can't just do this one thing. Or why can't we do this? Or why isn't this an option? Sometimes in D&D, I can definitely see, like, to me, the D&D experience is a collaborative storytelling experience, right? It's like a mixture between fantasy and improv, and it's gamified as well, right? But it's also like, in particular, it's everyone's responsibility to like make it a fun time, but in particular, it's up to the DM to make sure that like the people that are playing the game feel like the game is like listening to them, like they're able to like influence things and contribute in some way, like they are making choices that have consequences or whatever, right? And Baldur's Gate 3 does consequences very, very well, but it doesn't do choices very well, in my opinion. And sometimes those consequences are not obviously correlated with the choices that you made, that's life, right? But it can feel cold and calculating rather than like, when you're a DM, to a certain degree, you're gonna like kind of work with your players, you know what I mean? Like, if they say something a little wrong, right, you're not gonna like fucking blow them up because they misspoke, right? Like, clearly you knew what they were trying to do, right? Like, and if they are doing something stupid, you don't have to, but it's very common for someone to be like, hey, okay, let's say you're like a realistic take on like physics and stuff like that, right? Let's say that that's the D&D setting you've got going on or whatever, and somebody's like, oh, I know, I'm gonna cause this barrel of ale to explode, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a glass bottle of alcohol, I'm gonna light a rag on fire, stick it in the bottle, and throw that at the barrel of ale or whatever, right? You as the DM, if you're operating with like realistic physics or whatever, you could be like, that's not gonna cause an explosion. Like, you're gonna, like, the glass bottle is going to shatter on the keg, and then the keg is going to be on fire, and then it's just gonna burn out, right? Like, you can like tell someone that like that's what would happen in reality. It's not gonna do like a Hollywood like whoa explosion. That's not gonna happen, right? That's just not how that works, right? Whereas in Baldur's Gate 3, it's just gonna let you do the shit and you're just gonna look like a fucking dumbass, which is like not a problem, right, by itself, but it doesn't feel right, you know? I don't know, he's just trying to convince my mom to take me to the library downtown. She's so against it. That's unfortunate. Libraries are cool. I've spent some time in my local library and I've had a great time there, to be honest. I spent like a good 6 hours there already. I haven't been there in a long time, and I probably will not go there ever again because I don't have need to. I went there. I had an exterminator come to the house when I first moved in, and a couple times. And honestly, I had a fantastic time at that library, killing time. It was a great time, great experience. But I'll probably never go again unless I need to be out of my house for an indeterminate amount of time or a few hours or whatever. Grant says, I fucking love libraries. Yeah, me too. If I'd spent more time at libraries, I would definitely be reading more. Shocking, I know. Did I do anything at the library? I don't think so. I don't think I used a computer at all or anything like that. I think I just read a book. Libraries are also my only way to print things out. If ever I need to print out a document or what have you, that's 100% a library thing. When I was buying this house, they were like, all right, what you need to do is you need to print out this document and then sign it, right? And then take a picture of it for us and send it to us. And I'm like, can't I just sign it digitally? And they're like, no. And I'm like, right. Then I'm gonna go to my local library, right? Gonna go print this out. Then I'm gonna sign it. And then I'm gonna take a picture of it. And you're gonna receive a picture of a real piece of paper that has my real signature on it. Right? And that's obviously what I did, because I wouldn't use MS Paint to write my signature on a document instead of doing that. That would be wrong. Augustus -1 paper tragic. Yeah, I genuinely don't understand. It says the one downtown here even has 3D printer for people to use. That's fucking crazy. Do they like charge you by the filament that you use? Is that like how that works? 108 Sage says, I want to go for the Wi-Fi, and there are other assets like an author mentor and a recording studio. Yeah. Libraries often have like recording equipment too. And like DVDs and like even like video games and stuff like that. And they can order books that they don't have as well. If there's like a particular comic that you want to read, like an Iron Man comic or something, or even like a manga or something, you can, if they don't have it at the library, ask the librarian. They can often get that shit shipped out for you so that you can read it. Like genuinely, like if you're like, oh man, I don't want to pirate JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I want to be able to read it. Literally go to your library and talk to them about it. It might be cringe talking to them about fucking anime or whatever, but they're fucking librarians. You know what I mean? They're the fucking nerdiest nerds that ever had. They might not be fuck with anime, but I promise you they've heard worse. You know what I mean? They've read weirder books. I promise you that shit. They're highly educated. Like weirdly highly educated. I actually don't know why librarians require so much education. Honorary Stage, she said she'll go, but during the week, not the weekends, because it's too packed. Dang, the library's packed on the weekends? Shit, I need to meet somebody at a library. That's where the fuck I need to go. I need to meet a sweet little thing out of the library. That's what the fuck is up. Library that I went to here was not packed. The only people who came by while I was there were children. I think it was in the summer though, so that kind of makes sense. Well, no, there were like 4 kids ish. I say kids, they were like maybe teenagers, whatever. And an old man who was doing something on the computer. On our stage says they have little satellite Wi-Fi banks that you can take home. That's fucking crazy. I did not know that shit either. Modern Age Sage says, thanks for reminding me that they have that too. Oh shit, Modern Age Sage knew about that and just record. Says it's such a good thing for people who need it. Yeah, no shit. That's awesome. Like it says, -1 paper tragic, could never recover. So real, so true. Modern Age Sage says, is that so you could have Wi-Fi at home? And Screen Knight says, yes, it is. Yeah, that would be the point, right? Makes sense to me. I don't know how it works. But I also kind of don't know how the internet works. The internet comes from cables in the ocean. The sun is a deadly laser. Modern Age Sage's bet I'll have to see if they have that here too. Yeah. Oh yeah, why not? harm in asking. Grant says, I'm not sure how they charge it. How they charge, honestly. I just know they have it. Grant says, yes, they have. They let you rent a little box to take home that gives off Wi-Fi off a satellite. I can't speak to how good it is or anything. Grant says they have a giant chess set outside where the pieces are probably 3 feet tall. Another favorite of mine. That might be too specific to your local library, Screenride. Just throwing that one out there. It's possible. It's also possible that many libraries have that, which is why I read it out loud. But just throwing that out there as a potential privacy concern. You might want to... I want to double check that one. It's probably too late now, but, you know. It seems... Grant says, well, I've seen it at other places, but not a library. Fair enough. Grant's like, I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, no, you're probably fine. I don't know if anybody's going to do anything with that information. One of those things. Somebody sent me pictures of, they're like into like cosmology or whatever, right? And they sent me pictures of the night sky. And I was like, hey, don't send strangers pictures of the night sky, because if there are stars visible in that picture, they can basically triangulate your location, especially if you send them a bunch of pictures, especially around the same time. It says, because I can find you, not to be weird. Yeah, no, but like actually though, like because you can genuinely use stars to locate people if you wanted to. It probably wouldn't even be that hard. I don't like know how to do it specifically, but I know it certainly can be done. Faku says that's how they found Shia LaBeouf's flag. Exactly. That is precisely how they found Shia LaBeouf's flag. But it's definitely something that can be done. So it's like, be careful, guys. And I was like, well, from the picture, it doesn't look like you took this at least like while standing at your house. So that's good, at least that it's like somewhere near where you are, but not necessarily literally at your house. And they were like, oh no, this is from my backyard. And I'm like, why would you tell me that? You're not listening to what it is that I am saying to you. Stop giving out private information. Stop it. Screw Knight says, marry them already, Uwu. This is the first time I've spoken to this person. Literally the first conversation I've ever had with them. I thought that they were a bot at first, and I'm not sure that they aren't as well. So far, they just seem like kind of a weird person. Like only a little weird. Weird in that they like randomly sent a DM to someone that they didn't know, right? To start a conversation, right? But as far as I can tell, like they haven't mentioned GFX to me or anything. I haven't sent them another message. We stopped talking after we spoke for like through DMs, not like live or anything. We spoke through DMs for like 7-ish hours or something like that. Just one day. I don't know if I'm gonna send him another message, to be honest. Maybe. They seemed pleasant enough. It's just weird that somebody was like, hello, and I'm like, hey, what's up? And they're like, oh yeah, you know, I just wanted to talk about stuff. Like, I liked your name. How's it going? So we like talked about music and then like about space. And then they mentioned that they took pictures of stars, and that's how we got onto that conversation. You know what I mean? Like it was just like a regular conversation, just a regular conversation, which is weird because it was a person that I have no idea who they are. Or, I mean, that's how you get to know someone, to be fair, but you get what I'm saying, right? It's like weird to have, it's like, imagine receiving a text message from an unknown number, you know what I mean? And it says hello and you respond with hi, and then you just like talk about stuff after. That's fucking weird. Artist says, imagine a wedding. So true. So true. Spring says, yes, it is indeed weird to converse with a human. I agree. Listen, man. Don't make me out to be the weirdo here, all right? Just because I have privacy concerns doesn't make me a freak. Certified freak. 7 days a week. It says, just let me know before you come stab me so I can shower first. So true. So true. I've always wanted to get stabbed while I'm in the shower. Screenwrite says, if someone takes time to triangulate my position based off of night pictures I sent them, honestly, that's so romantic. Marry me already, ooh. Bruh. It's, first of all, it's not romantic. That's number one. I've had this conversation before on stream. I asked Saku before, but I want to ask you, Screenride. Screenride says it is romantic. All right. Screenride, fine. Screenride says, shut the hell your mouth. So true. All right, listen. I'm giving you a scenario, right? You're dating someone, or no, you're married. You're married to someone, right? So it's a fantasy world, right? But imagine, right? Imagine. Use your imaginary brain, right? You're married to someone. You've been married for 3 years, right? And you met them 2 years prior. So you've known them for 5 years, right? And you're going through a photo album with them, right? They're showing you one of their photo albums. And they show you, and as they're flicking through the photo album, you see a picture of yourself from 10 years ago, right? There's a picture of you from 10 years ago. And this is a picture you've never seen of yourself before. So you're pretty sure that this picture must have been taken by them, right? And you're like, hey, what's up with this picture of me from 10 years ago? And they're like, oh, this is when I first saw you. And I knew we were going to be married, so I took this picture. How do you respond to that? Again, you've known this person for 5 years. You met them 5 years ago. So they've had this picture for 5 years before they ever met you, or you ever met them, at least. Curse says, smash. Well, you've been married for 3 years. I presume you've already smashed, to be honest. It kind of goes without saying. I think most people who are married have already had sex at some point. Screenwrite says, I'm getting divorced so we can get married again. Jesus fucking Christ. Screenwrite says, that's amazing. Oh my God. That's fucking crazy. You guys are fucking crazy for that shit. I would be very concerned, and I would have many follow-up questions personally, but it would not end the relationship in any way. I would just be like, I mean, first of all, hell of a cold shot. Like, what took you 5 years, Hanada? Like, why did it take you so long to speak to me? Artist says, who the heck is screenwriting because the plot was lost? So real. Awesome. I love that. Saku's just missed the point. No. We're good. Screenwrites also said, okay, you lost me as soon as I said you're married. He was like, no, I'm out. There's no way. My suspension of disbelief can only go so far. But yeah. That's probably my favorite what if that I've ever come up with. I think it's original. I think that's my own mind. I don't think I've seen that from anyone else. Feel free to use it if you want to use it for someone else, but I think that for an icebreaker or whatever, I think that's what I'm gonna go with. Screenwrite says, that's a good one. I would be so flattered. Oh, I'm gonna use it. Oh, I wasn't asking. Fair enough. Because it's like, it's definitely weird, right? I don't think that there's anyone, well, except for you two, who would think that it isn't weird at all. But like, I could definitely see people reacting extremely negatively to it. Like, whoa, no, I'm out of here. Like, that's a creepy stalker thing. But it's like, no. I mean, it might be in a way, but like, you've had a normal relationship for 5 years and in fact have been married for 3 years. Like, just because you know this about them now, that doesn't necessarily change who they have been this whole time. Grant says, oh, it's fucking weird as hell. Luckily for you, I like that. Damn, that's crazy. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's when I get the chance, I'm definitely going to use that again. Expect to hear that from me again in the future. As I am in like collab settings. You know what I mean? I am 100% going to use that on other people, especially on people that I don't know very well. So Geo, if you're here lurking, prepare your answer, because I'm definitely going to ask that shit to you. Saki says, unfortunately for you, I like crazy. I actually kind of fuck with that, to be honest. If you're like totally normal, then I don't know if I can have a conversation with you. The more normal you are, the less I feel like I can relate to you as a person. Like, I don't know if I can have an extended conversation with someone who isn't autistic. Like, I don't know how that's gonna work. Girl says she found me 10 years ago, tailored fate so that we could be together. She's so committed. I mean, real. Robert Pattinson, who is Edward Cullen of Twilight. If you don't know who Edward Cullen is, he's the boy toy in Twilight. Not to be confused with Jacob, who's the brown-skinned one. Anyways, he's the vampire in Twilight. But Robert Pattinson, the actor who played Edward in Twilight, had like a stalker who was like obsessed with him or whatever for a while. So eventually he just like took her out to dinner. Like he would like literally just asked them out to dinner, and they just like had a normal dinner date. And by the end of the date, the stalker was like, found him so boring that they never engaged with him ever again. They were like, he's extremely boring. I'm out. Like, I don't care about him anymore. I'm no longer stalking him. I no longer care about him. He's boring. It's like, Jesus. Did he like, is he just like an incredible actor? Is that what happened? Or is that just like his normal self? Like, what's going on? Screenwriter says, you're talking about Cedric Diggory? Yes. Cedric from Goblet of Fire, the 4th Harry Potter movie. Ardo says, I have known about that. Yeah. That's a story that Robert Pattinson has told himself, so no guarantees that it's true or anything like that. But regardless, it's a fun story. But yes, Cedric. He's also one of the 2 lead characters in the Lighthouse movie that's black and white. He's also Batman, the most recent Batman, I believe. He's a very talented actor. He's also the Heron in the latest Studio Ghibli movie, Boy and the Heron, which does not sound like him at all. His voice acting is fucking incredible. Like, oh my God, he makes it a very compelling Heron. Ardo says, man did a power move to cut the obsession. It does seem that way. I don't know if I would suggest meeting your stalker. Well, I don't know. If you're a guy, you can probably meet your stalker, right? Like, statistically, you'll probably be okay. But, you know. Meeting them in a public place is definitely the way, though. I don't think that there's anyone that I would suggest meeting in a dark alley. Well, that's at least in public, but you get what I'm saying. I even said as much. Somebody was saying, like, I think it was like maybe booze. There were a few people in the conversation, to be fair, but conversation came up with like, oh, am I ever going to go to like a TwitchCon or something like that? And I probably won't, but if I ever do, I'm not gonna go. You would not recognize me as that Daft Punk Panda. That Daft Punk Panda would not attend that convention. If I do, then it would be behind a screen, right? If I'm going in person, no thanks, I'm out. You would never know. You'd have to listen closely and hear my voice. Aki says, speaking of TwitchCon, yeah, go on. But I really don't have any interest in that either anyway, so it's like whatever. And the next thing that came up was like, oh, well, you know, there could be a fan meetup or whatever, right? Like everyone in the stream could meet if they wanted to. And obviously I'm okay with that, but I would definitely suggest such a thing happen at like a TwitchCon or like an anime convention or whatever. Don't do a meetup. I mean, arguably don't do a meetup at all, to be honest, because I'm not going to be there to proctor it or whatever. And I feel like there's a certain amount of responsibility that I would have for such a thing. But if it must happen, definitely meet people in a place that is like very, very public and like, you know, with some kind of TwitchCon's maybe not the most secure place, but you get what I'm saying. Like some kind of security detail that's like, okay, you know, a nice park during the day, or, you know, an anime convention or a Twitch convention or something like that. It's way better than a lot of the other options. Taku says, speaking of TwitchCon, they already announced it despite what happened last TwitchCon. They've already announced a new TwitchCon? Well, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Like, well, there's only one a year, right? And the last TwitchCon was only a few months ago. So they're not doing like another thing soon, are they? Right? Like, it's gonna be a long time from now? Like 9 months, I would imagine. How long has it been since TwitchCon? I thought it was once a year. Is there like a summer and a winter one? Yeah, it couldn't have been that long ago. Like literally a couple months. Most. Unless I'm fucking crazy. Oh my god, these hiccups are driving me nuts. Yours says bank crab is adorable and I won't hear otherwise. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with you. I didn't care about it at all. I did notice that there was a bank crab, but I have no opinion on it. What happened to all the people doing Barracuda trials? We're in the same world. What the fuck is happening? But you remember how many people there were here? Like an hour ago? Maybe 2 hours ago? What happened to everybody? I guess the UK is asleep. It's not even that late. But look at that. We're down to the last 4 mil. Pretty good. Pretty good. Actually, you know what I hate even more than having to do stuff? Surprise, you have to do stuff. I will be so much more okay with having to run errands if I know weeks or months in advance that I have to run those errands. But if you spring that shit on me, like just before or the day of or some shit, like I'm gonna be fucking pissed. That's way worse. That's way worse. I think that's probably pretty normal too. I think that most people are like that. I don't think it's very fair to expect somebody to do something suddenly. It's so warm today. It's weird that it's warm today. Door stuck. Sorry, now I'm suspicious by how warm it is. I'm like, do I have to go downstairs and make sure that I turn the oven off? I don't think I used the oven recently. But yeah. Let me go check on the house, make sure I'm not gonna fucking burn to cinders or something fucking crazy. 1 second. Like, why am I sweating in fucking winter? That's not supposed to be. I do have the heat on, but like, it shouldn't be that hot. It's never been that hot before. All right, 1 second, 1 second. All right, I'm back. Everything's fine. I don't know why it's so warm. Yours says Panda hot flashes might be menopause? God, I hope not. Hot flashes? I am old though. Could be. In fact, I might be overdue for menopause. Jeez. A tragic thought. I guess I don't need to reset here, but it feels bad, so I want to reset. Versus if these traders keep cutting me off, I'm gonna get sea rage. Traders? You mean the NPCs? The big ship? They have like a scripted route. Like, just don't go where they are, man. What are you doing? Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, you're gonna get sea rage pretty fast. Every time you get stopped by them, it is pain. It is pain. Yours says I'm just rafting around and they cut me off. Yeah. Yeah. They're a bigger ship than you. I think that's kind of the way it works. Maritime law, the bigger ship gets right of way. And your ship will never be bigger than theirs. Sorry, man. Oh, don't forget, you can use Tears of Guthix as well if you want to skip the early game a good amount. Get a bunch of levels. I don't know how much it'll actually give you. It's like 4K or something. Not nothing. That's for fucking sure. Gur immediately teleports. Tears of Guthix, recovers his boat. Gur's like, actually my lowest level skill isn't sailing. My lowest level skill is. Oh, you did Tears of Guthix as soon as you logged in, so you didn't have access to the sailing skill, so you didn't get sailing experience? That is very funny. Welp. Enjoy the herb lore training. That's pretty funny. Herb lore is much more expensive than sailing is, so maybe it's not a bad place for it to go, but skipping the early game is pretty good. Honor 8 Sage says, I tried logging into my OSRS account on my phone and it would sign me through the web portal, but when I go to the app, I'm still not logged in. Might be like a cookie thing. Excuse me. I don't know. Probably nothing to be worried about if that's where you're at, but as far as getting it to work, can't do very much except like turning it off and on again, I think. Maybe resetting your cache or your browser or what have you. I don't really know how I would fix that. I don't know what to say. It's unfortunate for sure. All right, Sage says, yeah, I'm just trying to get it to work. I just want it to work. Well, listen, man. Just because video game works for literally hundreds of thousands of people doesn't mean that you can rely on it, apparently. Fucking dog shit game doesn't even work. I hate it. I hate it when shit doesn't work like that. I hate that shit, dog. It's fucking miserable. I get it. Like, not everything can be 100% effective. You know what I mean? Like, all the time it always works or whatever, but I still hate that shit. Fucking miserable. This song is very good. Do you think Delta's going to be available today? Or do you think he's going to be busy all day long? I'm thinking he's probably going to be surprised by how busy he ends up being. I think I was supposed to use my... What is this? My crystal extractor and also the motes that I had left over. Just bonus experience that I'm just leaving on the table for no reason. Speaking of bonus experience that I'm leaving on the table for no reason, why didn't I boost sooner? What are you doing? Not the cleanest execution that time, but it'll do. Oh, shit. Keep your boost going. It's important to make sure that your split time is minimal to maximize, optimize, synergize to optimize. No, faster we do this, the better our rate is. So. I am obligated to be here forever now. Speaking of, please use your boosts. It's funny how much time I've actually spent in this course. I have literally no idea where I'm going ever. I know where the outer section is. You know what I mean? But like where everything else is for this course, I have no fucking idea. Like this section, I know this is like the north section, like the far north end of the trial, right? And this leads all the way to like the blue crates that I like start at, sort of. Not like the very first crates, but like after the first white portal, that area is where this leads to. And the rest is just all inside here. It's all just a mix. I have literally no idea where anything is specifically relative to anything else. Oh yeah, I mentioned game franchises that I was going to be playing. What was it? Dragon Age. We already started. No, we didn't start Persona, but Dragon Age, Persona. We're going to do Kingdom Hearts as well. We're going to play through those entire franchises, basically. I think I'm going to do Dragon Age the Veilguard. If I'm doing Mass Effect Andromeda, I think it's only fair I do Dragon Age the Veilguard. So I can have an opinion on that game as well. Because Wispin played Veilguard. She said that she had a good time with it. All she had to do was adjust the difficulty settings, basically. And it was fine. So I would like to see if she is smoking, or if indeed she's right. And that's all that game really needs. It's just a bit of an adjustment. Curses, you're going to learn Kingdom Hearts lore? No, I'm not going to learn Kingdom Hearts lore because I already know just about all there is to know about Kingdom Hearts lore. Just so happens that no, I'm not going to learn it. The things that I don't know about Kingdom Hearts lore are because I haven't seen Disney movies, right? I don't know what Finn's real name is, Entangled, but I know just about all you would want to know about Kingdom Hearts and Aqua and Terra and getting Norded and all that. Yep, I got that on lock. Say less. I've already beaten Kingdom Hearts 3 before. My homie had it on like PlayStation 4 or whatever, and he and his best friend were trying to like beat it, and they got like sick of it. So I played it through with him, like couch co-op style. Akus is getting Norded. Is that what happens when you get a NordVPN ad? That's very funny, but no. Getting Norded. It's a thing. It happens surprisingly frequently. 108 stages. Yeah, I'll need to contact Jagex to see why it's not working. All right, man. Good luck. But yeah, I don't know what order we're gonna be playing those franchises. I plan on getting started on them. I want to be able to dedicate a lot of time to them. It's the main thing, right? And I think my Saturday stream starts at 9, and then at 3 normally we do pickle pack stuff, and then we do pickle pack stuff for about 5 hours, 3 to 8. So that's 5 hours. And then from then on, we're doing collabs, either with the pickle pack or with Cat and Zeph, right? And then on Sunday, which is today, we usually go from 9 to 12 and do Killing Floor. And then from Killing Floor, normally we would go back to old school RuneScape. Delta and I just started Outward, which normally starts in 30 minutes. So from 12 to 4, we would do Killing Floor, and from 4 to 8-ish, we would do Outward, which would leave from 8 to midnight if I wanted to like switch back, which would be another 4 hours. So all said, on Sunday, it would be 9 to 12 and 8 to 12. The other 12 for time dedicated to a game solo, which means that realistically, I should just play it during the week. I can just do it like a 7-hour block during the week, which is what my normal stream schedule is, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. So I'm probably just going to play one of those games. Probably not going to do every franchise at the same time, I would imagine. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. I could. And maybe I will. Maybe we'll do Kingdom Hearts and Dragon Age and... what's the other one? No, seriously, what's the other one that I said? I said 3 franchises, right? No? There was definitely another one. I just don't know what it is. Am I tripping? Persona. That's the other one. Yeah, so we probably will do all 3 of those. Oh, write down haste. I never wrote that down. Haste for the note. Will probably be that we'll just be like trapped in those franchises for a long time, because Kingdom Hearts is like 5 or 6 games long, and I think I'm going to play every game. We might even do our first reaction content depending on how that movie goes. Probably not though. Probably just be like, just look it up yourself if you want to know what happens in the movie part of the game. Then Persona, there's 3 games. In Dragon Age, there's 4. Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age Inquisition, I think is the 3rd one, and then Veilguard is the 4th. That's a lot of fucking games. And they're all long too. They're all long RPGs. But I think that's what we're gonna do. I think we'll start them like whenever the other games drop off. I also want to play Final Fantasy Tactics first. Versus Origins, Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, the first one is Origins. Second one is 2. It sounds like Origins would be like a prequel, but it isn't. It's the first game in the franchise. Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age Inquisition, Dragon Age Veilguard. I'm pretty sure those are all 4. I've played Dragon Age Origins before. I played that on the 360, and I enjoyed that game. That's like a CRPG. It's an old school, very classic type format of game. Shout out to Morgan. Oh my god, shout out to Morgan. I forgot about Morgan. I forgot about Morgan completely. I'm excited to see Morgan again. She's so fucking hot. Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm just thinking about Morgan. Gura says, I think I've gotten it free like 2 or 3 times, but never played it. It's a pretty good game. Pretty good. It's BioWare at its best. BioWare of like Mass Effect fame. But the best parts about the game are the characters, similar to Baldur's Gate 3, and you have to like the characters for the game to feel good. The plot is pretty good, but not amazing. And the gameplay is the CRPG, so that it's hit or miss. You either like it or you don't. I think the strongest character in that game is probably Alistar. And I don't think he's gay. I think he's straight. So in order to romance him, I think you have to be a lady. But he's extremely popular. He might be the most popular character in the game, and he's extremely popular with the ladies, as I've come to know. Like every person I've ever heard who's a lady talk about Dragon Age Origins fucking crushes over Alistar, like in a big way. Like he's like the fucking guy. People like Morgan, but just because she's hot. That's about it. I've never heard anybody that's like blown away by her characterization or anything like that. They're just like, yo, no, she's like super hot. I'm very sad about this. I was talking to like a former Dark Souls, not like pro or whatever, just like high level PvP or whatever. And he had a Margot Robbie poster in his on his wall behind him. He had webcam on, obviously. And I was like, so are you like a big fan of Harley Quinn? And he was like, no, she's just hot. I'm like, oh. Oh, that's fair enough, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, fair enough, I guess. Weird. I've always wanted, in a way, I've always sort of wanted posters. I say in a way because I'm able to buy posters if I want to have a poster now. Like my house can just be adorned with things. And I just don't care to have stuff now. I just don't care anymore. I would rather, if my house was to be decorated, I would rather it be decorated with stuff that somebody cared about. And I simply don't, you know? I don't like have things like that. I've got stuff, like I have things that you could consider decorations, right? I have that one wall scroll I mentioned before. I forget what it's called or what it says, but it's like harmony written in fucking Chinese. But I have that, and I also have like too many stuffed animals. I have like five or six pandas and a red panda, which is not a panda. And then I have the Halo Reach statue from the Space Crate. I have the Dark Souls 2 statue as well. And Falco amiibo. So yeah, I don't have a lot of decorations, but I do have some stuff. First is I have one poster. It's of All Might. That's awesome. That's All Might. What a good guy, as far as I know. I haven't caught up with My Hero. I might read the manga, actually. I just read through the entire My Hero Academia manga because I'm curious. And I heard that the manga does some stuff better than the anime. And I haven't been spoiled. And I think that the anime is over now. So I still haven't been spoiled about My Hero. So I still have a chance to experience the story, you know, on my own terms without being spoiled. And forming my own opinion on how I feel about My Hero Academia, which I think is probably good, right? Not like a huge deal or nothing, but. Oh, and all those things that I described as having as like decorations, they're all on a shelf. They're all on one shelf, and that shelf is behind my computer. So the direction that I'm facing, where my monitors are, just behind that is where the shelf is. And on the other side of that, right? So I'm in the direction that I'm looking is the shelf, and behind the shelf is a wall. and there is no space between that shelf and that wall or these monitors and that shelf. They're all sandwiched against each other. So those things that I said that I theoretically could use as decoration are all hidden behind this array of 5 monitors. Did I mention I have 5 monitors? I have 2 computers in front of me, one on the left, one on the right. And the right computer's monitors are on top, 2, 1 and 1. And the bottom computer's monitors are arranged in a fan in front of me, 1, 2, 3, left to right. I'm looking at the middle one, clearly, because I'm not a fucking psychopath. But yeah. Kind of looks like, you know, a master control. I sent a picture of it in Beatrice's Discord once. Good luck finding it, I guess. If you're in Beatrice's Discord, you can probably sort by like has image from that Daft Punk Panda. Find it. If you like really care. But I'm not going to show it to you now because I don't feel like getting it. I just don't feel like it. I don't really feel like it. Oh yeah, there's a new One Piece chapter today. Gonna read that probably later today, to be honest. I would have read it before stream, but it came out in 2 hours. Just before stream started. So I guess that means that it went live at 11-ish? 10 or 11? I don't know. It was like just before 9, right? So it might have been 10 instead. It said 2 hours because it was rounding. So I'm looking forward to that too. That'll be cool. I imagine there's no news about the new season of RWBY. There probably should be though. I don't know when we heard that they were under production, but usually RWBY airs in the fall, I believe. But with the new ownership being Viz and all that, I have no idea what they're planning on doing there. What's up, GM Alexandris? But I should check in with that as well. Don't forget about haste too. I should need to add that note about haste, because that will be a game that we play probably on the weekend, because it's going to be a shorter game. Oh fuck, I missed that crate. No. GM Alexandra says I love One Piece. Me too. It's my favorite. Who's your favorite character in One Piece? Mine is probably Zoro. I really like Zoro. No, my favorite's Robin. I also really like Zoro. But my favorite has to be Robin, actually. Robin's the one who plays the fucking objective. The rest of the Straw Hats will be clowning around, and Robin's gonna like notice the shit that actually matters and explain it to, I was gonna say Luffy, but probably Zoro, in a way that, explain it to Zoro? No, she's gonna point at that guy and say, hit him real hard. And the whole crew is just gonna fuck on them and not ask any other questions. Like she'll explain it to Jinbei. You know what I mean? That's how it'll work. It's like, wait a second, like who the fuck is she gonna explain this to? Who's gonna give a shit? Nami? True. Honor 8 is my favorite is Sanji because I love to cook and he's a badass. He's fucking 60%, 70% badass and 30% pervert or whatever. I'm mixed on Sanji, to be honest. My appreciation for Sanji is at an all-time high when he's locked in, and it's at an all-time low when he's not. You know what I mean? I don't like it when he's a fucking weirdo pervert dude, because it comes in like waves. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's like fine, and like he's just like, you know, when he's just like, oh hey, I'll do anything for Nami and I love her, right? That's fine, right? But when he's like, I'm gonna sneak into the bathhouse, it's like, dude, come on, man. Like, could you could you like fucking please just not? He's like, oh, I had access to the clear fruit. Yours says, might be Sabo. Sabo's cool. Don't know a ton about him. Sabo's cool. Team Alexandra says, well, honestly, I love Luffy, but overall it's Usopp because I like that he's tricky and negative, but still faces pretty strong opponents. I want Usopp to do more right now. It's been so long since Usopp has done anything of like real consequence, you know? And I'm ready for Usopp to show up, right? With the current arc as it is, no spoilers, now is the time for Usopp to pop off. And to be fair, Usopp has like a redonkulonko feat in the manga. And if you're caught up with the manga, you know exactly what I'm talking about. He just got like, it didn't matter, which is the fucked up part, but like, that's what the fuck? Is he like crazy strong or is she like crazy weak? What the fuck was that for a second? But she's fine, so I guess it doesn't matter. But like, that happened. But yeah, I'm looking forward to more Usopp myself. I really liked Usopp, but I liked him a lot better pre-time skip and just after the time skip. But from like, I want to say Punk Hazard onwards, something like that, I feel like he hasn't really done anything. He has one moment, right? In Dressrosa. Well, not just one moment. He has a whole fight in Dressrosa, and also he has one moment in Dressrosa where he shows like real potential, and then after that it's like kind of nothing. Gerst says, I can't like Usopp. Oh, I definitely can like Usopp. I don't have any problem with Usopp. Luffy's cool too. He's protagonist. I don't have a problem with MC. It's good. I like all the Straw Hats. I can't dislike any of the Straw Hats. They're all the friends. They're the Nakama. My favorite non-Straw Hat though is definitely Vivi. Definitely Vivi, by far. GM Alexandra says, I stopped at Wano, so let episodes pile up a bit. It's been a while, so I should watch it again. Did you not know One Piece is on break and has been on break for a very long time? But depending on where you are in Wano, there's definitely some to catch up on. But from now on, the schedule for One Piece is there's going to be 26 episodes a year, I believe. Is it 26? I believe it's 26 episodes a year. And they're going to air week over week. Wait, that's half of the year. Right? 26, 52. So maybe it's 13. It's either 13 or 26, but that's the way it's going to, the show's going to be, instead of being weekly, it's going to be a seasonal show. And there's just going to be One Piece airing for week over week for a while. That's for sure true. I think it's 26 episodes though. So like, it'll be 6 months on, 6 months off, basically. I don't know when it starts airing again or anything like that. I don't watch the anime. But I'm pretty sure I know exactly where the anime is right now. I'm pretty sure. Unless it started airing again, I should know where it is. And it's after Wano. And I do love One Piece. It's really fucking good. very worth keeping up with. There's 2 manga that I should read though. One of my homies really wants me to read, I think it's called 100 Girlfriends or something like that. It might have more in the title, but 100 Girlfriends is like the short version of it. I got like, I think halfway through ish. Might be on chapter like 140 now, I guess, but I was at chapter 51, I believe. And then, like I said, My Hero. I will do both. Versus that one is cute. It's pretty good. I was surprised how good it was. I thought it was going to be like a nothing show. But they put a significant amount of effort into it, actually. Like, it feels like it's pretty well written, which is surprising for a harem anime, but I really do buy the characters, and I especially buy the main character. He definitely cares. He's the only harem protagonist who is not a fucking scumbag, basically. Go. No. I'm covered in crystals. Is there anything else that I've got going on anime-wise? I should read Talentless Nana. I don't know if there's any more anime for that, but the manga was, or the anime was so fucking good. That was my favorite anime of that season, like by far, I think. I could fact check that, I guess. I was eating that show up. Fucking Talentless Nana blew me the fuck away. What else? Descendants of a Bookworm. That's another one that I really, really liked. I don't know if I'll read the manga for that one, though. I think I can wait for an anime. If there isn't one, I can wait forever. It's okay. I enjoyed what I got out of it. You know what I mean? Musiko Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation. That one was really fucking important to me for a long time, too. Though I am a little mixed on it, obviously. If you're familiar with the show, you know exactly why I'm a little mixed on it, and I don't need to explain it any more than that. I'd rather not talk about it. But I did nonetheless really like the anime. Just eat around the shit. Like no game, no life. Just eat around the shit. Listen, listen, listen. It's a delicious steak with some fantastic sides. There's just a little bit of shit on it. Just a little bit, right? And you don't need to eat the shit part. Like, God fucking damn it. All right. I don't know. There's so many shows that I want to watch, you know? There's so much anime that I like, that I have liked. And the only answer is to just watch them all, right? Like, just simply go back to watching anime. Still not quite there yet. So I might just like pick one. And in this case, the one is probably just going to be the manga that the homie wants me to read. She says, yep, there's so much good anime out there. She says, all of them. I used to. I really, truly used to. I haven't in a long time, and I don't know that I will anytime soon either. God, imagine watching X-Arm as it airs. I don't have to imagine, because X-Arm and GBate, those fucking Crunchyroll originals, you know I was right there watching them, eating them up. Like, wow, this is shit. every week. Wow, this is shit. And it sure was. And it never got better. Well, I shouldn't say it never got better, because in X-Arm's defense, no, not X-Arm. In GBAte's defense, I was like, this professor doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would he do this thing unless he was the fucking bad guy all along? Oh shit, he's the bad guy all along. Okay, well, all right, you win this round. Like, oh, well, actually, that makes sense. The same thing happened in the World of Warcraft movie, Warcraft, I guess, because it's not World of Warcraft, it's before that. It's like the plot of the first game, I think. But anyways, what's his name? Kazadar? Kagnar? No, Kagnar sounds like a horde pepper. But regardless, the mage, there's like the big mage that's in charge of the alliance, the human side. His actions don't make sense. Like as you understand more and more what's happened, like how this came to be or whatever, it's like, wait, but that doesn't make any sense unless he's a bad guy. And then he's like, and I'm the villain. It's like, oh, okay, never mind. Like, wait a second, we wouldn't end up in this situation unless he's a bad guy. It's like, oh, that is exactly what happens. Modern 8 Sage says, I'm still at Marineford. Really? Good luck. I don't mind spoiling the Warcraft movie, or what was the other thing I just spoiled? I don't know. Whatever it was, I don't care. The Warcraft movie is from fucking 2014 or 2016. Like, if you wanted to watch it, you would have watched it. Modern 8 Sage says, I keep stopping at Marineford because I don't want to go forward. I already know what happens at Marineford and I'm not ready. Well. What is it? Think fast, trickle nuts? Man the fuck up. It gets worse. If that's how you feel about Marineford, don't worry. It gets worse. Well, depending. Modern 8 Stages. How can it get worse? No comment. Modern 8 Stages. I want the One Piece manga treasure set. One of my homies has every volume of the manga, or at least every volume that exists in English right now, obviously. I don't know about that. I wouldn't mind owning manga, but like, I don't know. First of all, it's obviously pretty expensive. But secondly, like, I'm not like a library haver. I mean, I've got like maybe a dozen books, not counting textbooks from college. 108 stages. I think there's 3 treasure sets so far. That's interesting. I also don't love the English adaptation of One Piece, to be honest. There's some things that I don't love about Viz's way of interpreting the events, or the dialogue, I suppose. Well, I would almost want to have it in Japanese, even though I can't fucking read it. I wonder how bad it is to read a manga. It's probably okay. Because it's not written to be, like, incredibly dense. But there's layers of cultural knowledge that you wouldn't have, or I wouldn't have. You might. You could know. I wouldn't. All right. We'll do one more lap. And then we'll see where Delta is. If Delta is. He didn't say anything yet. So that makes me think he's either here in chat or he's probably not going to make it. Those would be my two guesses. Unless he's like literally entering his house right now. That'd be kind of crazy. Like, oh, I made it. All right, let's place them outward. Damn. Speaking of outward, what am I gonna do for food today? Oh, pork and beans, right? Yeah, we got to get through the pork and beans. We've got so much more pork and beaning to do. I mean, we don't have to eat it all. It'll last for a while. But we do have to get through the hot dogs. They will not last forever. We do can of beans, can of spinach. Well, I've got like spinach, mustard greens, collard greens. And we do 4 hot dogs. That's pork and beans, baby. That's what it's like. Looks like really framey. Not sure why. Maybe I'll reset the RuneLite client. Let's see. If Delta gets here at 4, or doesn't get here at 4, that would mean we would play RuneScape for another 8 hours, probably. So we actually wouldn't even want a nerd log for nerd logging in 10 minutes. It would be in another couple hours, really. Because otherwise we have to nerd log again later anyway. Which isn't a huge deal, just a little silly. I do feel like the frame rate is weird though. Or maybe it's my eyes. No, it's definitely like doing a stuttery thing. And it's not OBS, it's the game. Yeah, you can see it in the sale and everything. Yeah, it's like jittering. I guess it's not a frame rate thing, it's just my ship moving weirdly through space. And I imagine it hasn't been doing that the whole time. I guess it could have been, and I just didn't notice until now. That's crazy. It's a crazy thought. But yeah, that wiggle is not pleasant to look at. But we have no reason not to reset the game, right? We want to hang out just in case Delta shows up. Don't want to make him feel like he has to get here immediately. Also don't want to make him wait. We can just vibe for a second. Maybe we'll do some shoutouts or something. I kind of mentioned those before and never actually did them. Because I'm dumb and lazy, like a fool. I unset my sails for no real reason. unsetting your sails does not seem like the real term that a sailor would use, right? Setting the sails is one thing. The other, it sounds like it feels like it should be stowing the sails rather than unset the sails, right? Am I crazy? How do you feel like, or what do you think that crowbar? There's that guy that got the what's the name of that brand? That Hype Beast brand crowbar. He was just pumped to have a crowbar. You think? Hold on. Sorry, I stopped talking as my eyes. Oh God, I'm used to my eyes tracking downwards. Versus, does stow mean to unset or does it mean to take down? Oh shit, that's a good point. I never considered that. Like, if you just draw the curtain, the sails, it's still attached where stowing is put like completely away. So maybe draw, or is drawing a sail the opposite of drawing a curtain? Because when you draw a curtain, you block the sun, right? But drawing a sail would be, I feel like it would be the opposite. It would be like pulling it in. But anyways. All right. We're starting the game up again. Looks like we're good on like bit rating, connection, frames, and all that. Wow, the music timing. Versus pirate forefathers would be disappointed. I don't know if any of my forefathers were pirates. We're all programs. Not sure how I feel about that lore. Ooh, pirate software? It's funny. Unintentional connection to Thor. Wonder what he's up to. Certainly not playing RuneScape. Haven't heard about him in the news cycle, so he must be laying low. Doesn't seem like him. It was very controversial for a while, huh? Always something new, too. I kind of stopped for like only a second and then just got right back into it because I wanted to see if it was still jittery. Still feels jittery to me. It's mostly only visible when I'm like sailing straight. Here's, is he still streaming? I've seen him on. Yeah, I imagine. I didn't mean that he was like laying low as in not streaming, but like taking it easy as far as like what is it? Battling the hornet's nest. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this like stutter thing that's happening, I don't like it. Makes me feel like it's probably been happening this whole time though. I just never noticed it. Fuck. Lord knows how I'm gonna get back there. That isn't even really the yellow portal. That would be the green portal, right? But not the green portal that I'm going to go through later. Because the green portal that I'm going to go through later leads me to I don't even fucking know. Like red or something? No, I know where the red goes. But after we finish with the red, we go through the green, and then the green takes us to black. That's what it is. So I either need to come out of a yellow portal or a green portal. Or I either need to enter the green portal or the yellow portal, but not the green portal that is coming up. A different green portal. I'll know where that is. I can go through the... Wait. I think I'll be near a green portal. Yeah, I'll be near a green portal when I come out of the purple. Because there's a crate right through the portal that you like land on. One of the green crates that I get will be there. So it must be like here on the other side. And I think either way, if I go through either of those greens, it'll take me to the yellow that I missed. So just finish the course like normal, and should be a green crate or a green portal somewhere that'll take me to the yellow crate that I want. You go through that too, I think. I think the yellow goes to the yellow. Wait, but that can't be. Yeah, no, it can't be. Because I've been through that yellow and I didn't go where I want to go. So unless they go to different places, which I think they kind of do. Unless they go to different places depending on whether they're lit or not. That can't be right. It's probably consistent actually. In retrospect, it's probably like if you go through this portal, it's going to take you here. It's just that there are some portals that are the same color. There's 2 greens, for example. Well, 4 greens, I guess. I think the thing is like, if you go through this portal, right? Or through any portal, if you go back, right? So I'm about to go through this purple portal, right? If I turn around and go back through this purple portal, I won't end up here, I don't think. I'll end up somewhere else. Like, perhaps on the other end of this purple portal. Maybe. Possibly. I'm not sure, though. This did not help me. Oh yeah, it doesn't need to lead to a portal. It can just lead to like some fucking somewhere. Forgot about that too. All right. Well, there's a green portal here. This is not the way to go where I want to go. So far I've enjoyed sailing and I made it to 24. That's cool. Good for you, man. You're past the worst part of it so far. Can I turn? There we go. Loki getting soft block. What the fuck is the point of this rapid? You can't go this way. That rapid's fucking useless. There it is. So the portals don't work the way that I thought they did, but it still worked. The method that I attempted was still effective somehow. portals don't lead to portals necessarily. They lead to like spaces, like just random areas. And yet, some of those areas do correspond to the portal that you entered somehow. It's like tasks failed successfully. I think my experience with sailing was pretty negative, especially at the start. I didn't like the rate is the biggest problem. But the port task part of it was like whatever, I guess. Are you doing charting or are you doing port tasks? Chris says I was making 3K an hour. Yeah, that's all right. You were doing better than me. I was rocking 1.8K an hour. More or less doing my best. I also did like quests and stuff, I guess, but I only did the quests as I unlocked access to them and all that. Here's this port task, but I picked up the charting stuff along the routes. Yeah, sure. Completing an area gives you an experience bonus. So it's pretty good to go out of your way to finish a zone. If you can do the whole zone at least. Yeah, I don't know about Delta today. I think he's busy. It's okay. We'll just do more sailing. Another 8 hours of sailing will do us just right. That's another 1.6 mil. She'll put us at nearly 12? 10, 11. Put us at nearly 11 mil. Oh. Oh, this is I heard my name? Oh. So you are here. Okay. You want to switch to Outward? Or are you still busy? Okay, he just got back. Okay. Yeah, we can do Outward then. I'll just finish this lap. You need time anyway. You usually do like a 3-minute start anyway. You know, what with the ad break, I imagine. I should not have waited. I should have turned instantly. Letting this thing happen was a mistake. slowly dying because of crystals. I mean, it's a good thing I filled my inventory with food. We actually ended up needing, I don't know, 6 of them so far. All right, we'll call that for now. We'll come back later.